The public debate, though stymied in Washington, Joseph did not slacken his appeals to public opinion. His associates continued to circulate 4 accounts of the Missouri persecutions published in 1839 and a 5th that appeared the following year. Parley Pratt republished his late persecution twice, and Sidney Rigdon's An Appeal to the American People had a second edition. The Mormons may have hoped that an informed electorate would throw out unfeeling and unprincipled demagogues like Senator Benton of Missouri and others of the Golden Humbug, firm of Venture and Company. Higbee believed that more publicity might influence Congress to reverse its decision. Joseph was encouraged by groups such as the Cincinnati Citizens, who heard their case and resolved that the story ought to be spread before the American people and the world. Exactly the sentiment of his long letter from Liberty, the editor of the Quincy Argus, prefacing a collection of Mormon documents, said the events in Missouri concern every freeman of these states. The literature on the Mormon War in Missouri did have a long-term effect on Mormonism's public image. Mormons were depicted as a persecuted minority who had suffered unjustly for their religious beliefs. The Quincy editor, who disclaimed any belief in the Mormons' creed, character or conduct, felt obligated to expose the injustice they have received from the people, authorities, executive, and legislature of Missouri. Defenders like Atchison and Doniphan in Missouri took the Mormons' side. Later a land developer and would-be politician from Pennsylvania, Thomas Kane, would take up the Mormons as a personal crusade. These sympathizers had little to gain personally but felt the Mormons deserved better. The accounts of the persecutions turned the expulsion from Missouri into an asset in the battle for popular support. The persecution literature told one Mormon story, but there were others. After 1837, the number of Mormon-related items in print mushroomed, some positive, most not. On the positive side, Parley Pratt published one of the most popular missionary tracts of all time in 1837, A Voice of Warning and Instruction to All People, containing a declaration of the faith and doctrine of the Church of the Latter-day Saints, commonly called Mormons. It was countered the next year by 4 anti-Mormon pamphlets with titles like Mormonism Exposed. After that, the assaults kept coming year after year as Mormonism proved to be good press. 3 of the 1838 anti-Mormon pamphlets were published in New York, the other in England. Mormonism had been noticed in the national press before, but never with such intensity. The earliest stories had passed off the Book of Mormon and Joseph's visions as entertaining diversions. Mormonism was a folly, not a threat. Serious criticism came primarily from people close to Mormonism. Ezra Booth, the author of 9 acrimonious letters printed in the Ohio Star in 1831, was a disillusioned Mormon. Dr. Philastus Hurlbut, an excommunicated apostate, collected affidavits about the Smiths' money digging in Palmyra. Eber D. Howe's 1834 Mormonism Unveiled, which included both Booth's and Hurlbut's writings, was the work of a newspaper editor in nearby Painesville, Ohio. The people most exercised about Mormons were disaffected former adherents and near neighbors. The Campbellite leader Alexander Campbell, who published a critique of the Book of Mormon in 1831, was a former colleague of Sidney Rigdon. He was moved to attack the book when he heard of conversions among his Kirtland followers. In 1838, the menace of Mormonism began to concern a much wider circle. The first of the 3 anti-Mormon pamphlets to appear that year was the work of Origen Batchelor, a polemicist who had no direct contact with the body of Mormons. The pamphlet was the published version of a debate between Batchelor and Parley Pratt, with Pratt's side omitted. Pratt had come to New York in the summer of 1837 to purge himself of his ill feelings toward Joseph after the Kirtland Bank debacle. He had faltered when Joseph tried to collect payment for a Kirtland City lot and was alienated from the profit for 3 months. In New York, he wrote A Voice of Warning and debated Batchelor. Batchelor gave credit to Pratt for his personal demeanor. "To be sure, you have a very demure countenance, you are quite moderate in your manner of speech, and you appear very cool and self-possessed, but," he added, "are not many knaves smooth as razors dipped in oil?" Pratt withdrew from debate after 6 meetings, but Batchelor unloaded his criticisms twice more and still was not finished with Mormonism. The back of the pamphlet advertised 8 additional points he intended to argue in a subsequent work. Batchelor focused his criticism on the Book of Mormon. He gave example after example of errors in style, reasoning, and historical fact, much in the spirit of Thomas Paine's iconoclastic attack on the Bible in The Age of Reason, published in 1794. In fact, Batchelor patterned his treatment of Mormonism after Paine. Paine had brought evidence to show the imposition and falsehood of Isaiah and every other book in the Bible. His aim, he said, was to show that the Bible is spurious, and thus, by taking away the foundation, to overthrow at once the whole structure of superstition raised thereon. Paine wrote, "Whenever we read the obscene stories, the voluptuous debaucheries, the cruel and torturous executions, the unrelenting vindictiveness, with which more than half the Bible is filled, it would be more consistent that we call it the word of a demon than the word of God." A Boston newspaper, appalled at Paine's audacity, had called him a lying, drunken, brutal infidel. Batchelor administered the same medicine to the Book of Mormon, slashing prose, scorn for the text, and complete confidence in rational analysis. Batchelor arranged his evidence in categories like barbarisms, improbabilities, absurdities, and contradiction of fact. He lumped together the colloquial New England language as Jonathanisms, which he thought unworthy of God. Some phrases struck Batchelor as ridiculously funny: "Ye wear stiff necks and high heads wear necks and heads." "A curious kind of stocks and hats, to be sure." "Genuine Mormon manufacture." Batchelor denied the Mormon claim that the book harmonized with the Bible. Where in the Bible did Smith find the prophet Lehi, whose visions are given in the first chapter of the Book of Mormon? Now ask the Jews if they ever had such a prophet, and they are quite as likely to know, as the juggling, money, digging, fortune-telling impostor, Smith. As Batchelor went on laying out one absurdity after another, his outrage at the miscreants who are battening on the ignorance and credulity of those upon whom they can successfully play off this imposture intensified. The Book of Mormon is the most gross, the most ridiculous, the most imbecile, the most contemptible concern that it was ever attempted to be palmed off upon society as a revelation. Joseph Smith and his witnesses are perhaps the most infamous liars and impostors that ever breathed. The deceit they practice on the unsuspecting believers is nearly criminal. By their deception and lies, they swindle them out of their property, disturb social order and the public peace, excite a spirit of ferocity and murder, and lead multitudes astray on the subject in which, of all others, they have the deepest interest. Batchelor believed they must be dealt with. They can be viewed in no other light than that of monstrous public nuisances, that ought forthwith to be abated. Publishing conventions for over a century had permitted feverish writing on public issues. Batchelor's rhetoric did not distinguish him from scores of other polemicists of his time. Still, the anger in his words raises the question of why Mormonism was so threatening. Why did Batchelor write so passionately against the productions of a blockhead like Joseph Smith? Why did he claim the Mormon conspirators were the most vile, the most impudent, the most impious knot of charlatans and cheats with which any community was ever disgraced and cursed? Batchelor had earlier attacked universalism and later wrote against Episcopalianism. Like other rationalists of his day, he may have felt crushed between skepticism on the one hand and superstition on the other. On one side, Paine and the infidels were assaulting Christianity, and on the other, the uneducated masses were falling into the clutches of charlatans like Joe Smith. In 1831 Batchelor published an exchange of letters with the atheist Robert Taylor on belief in God and the authenticity of the Bible. For 10 weeks the two traded blows on God and then launched into a debate on the Bible. While skeptics were closing in from the rationalist side, Mormonism was spreading superstition on the other. Joseph Smith's success seemed to show that the popular masses would put their faith in any cockeyed story. The foundation on which rational Christianity stood was proving to be uncomfortably narrow. In the introduction to a later edition of the Letters, Batchelor put the issue as he saw it. Religion is the all-important thing, or else it is a gross imposition on mankind. If it is true, it ought to be maintained; if false, overthrown. Everything hung on religion's rationality. The thousands of Mormon conversions posed the question, was faith in Orthodox Christianity any different? Was it another religious imposture battening on human credulity just like Mormonism? The pretensions of Joseph Smith put all revealed religion to the test. Unless Mormonism could be distinguished from rational religion, all of Christianity was in danger. While protecting the innocent from the Mormon imposture, Batchelor was defending Christianity itself. The critic's writings largely controlled the reading public's image of the prophet for the next century, with unfortunate results for biographers. The sharp caricature of Joe Smith as fraud and con man blotted out the actual person. He was a combination of knave and blockhead. No one had to explain what motives drove him. He was a fixed type, the confidence man, well known in the literature of antebellum America. Americans knew all about these insidious scoundrels who undermined social order and ruined the lives of their unsuspecting victims. Joseph Smith became the worst of the type, a religious fraud who preyed upon the sacred yearnings of the human soul. James Mshesney, the author of another of the anti-Mormon pamphlets in 1838, thought the Mormons were miserable enemies of both God and man, engines of death and hell. Combat with them was desperate. The battle is one of extermination. Joseph Smith, as a person, did not figure in this literature, but then neither did he in the writings of Mormons. Defenders of the faith like Orson and Parley Pratt contended with the critics, but said little either way about Joseph Smith. They spoke of revelation in the passive voice, as if it was received without anybody to receive it. For the first 100 pages, Parley Pratt's voice of warning did not mention the church, much less Joseph Smith. Pratt emphasized the gathering of Israel in the last days and the abstract need for revelation. Finally, on page 122, he announced that revelation had come without saying anything of the revelator. Suddenly a voice is heard from the wilderness, a cry salutes the ears of mortals, a testimony is heard among them, piercing to the inmost recesses of their hearts. The Book of Mormon was brought to light by the ministering of angels, and translated by inspiration, all in the passive voice. Pratt tells the story of finding the book and publishing it without mentioning Joseph Smith or even indicating that an actual person did the work. When people are mentioned as receiving revelation, they are a faceless group. This manifestation was by the ministering of angels, and by the voice of Jehovah, speaking from the heavens in plainness, unto men who are now living among you. The revelations came down like rain on a company of nameless prophets. Joseph first figured as a person in a tract by Pratt's brother Orson, published in Edinburgh in 1840, an interesting account of several remarkable visions, and of the late discovery of ancient American records. Orson recounted the first vision story from Joseph Smith's 1838 history and reprinted long excerpts from Oliver Cowdery's 1834 letters to the messenger and advocate on Moroni and the plates, but added nothing from personal experience about the prophet's character or teachings. The Joseph he presented was the persona the prophet had created for himself in his history, the perplexed innocent searching for truth. And yet Orson Pratt's pamphlet was a breakthrough. Joseph Smith was at last given a name and a role in print as the searching youth to whom God and angels appeared. Pratt's work had little impact on the treatment of Mormons in the national press. There the Mormons figured in two diametrically opposed stories. In one version, they were a misguided but mistreated religious minority who had unjustly suffered for their beliefs, a story resonating with the American story of persecuted pilgrims fleeing to the New World. In the other version, Joseph was a stereotypical fanatic foisting his schemes on an ignorant public, a blaspheming scoundrel who made dupes of his followers. Orson Pratt's searching visionary and the reasonable and forceful leader admired by Matthew Davis and Peter Burnett were virtually unknown. 23. Beautiful Place, April 1840 to April 1841. The name of our city, Nauvoo, is of Hebrew origin, and signifies a beautiful situation, or place, carrying with it, also, the idea of rest, and is truly descriptive of this most delightful situation. Joseph Smith, Sidney Rigdon, and Hiram Smith to the Saints scattered abroad, January 15, 1841. 1840 may have been the happiest year of Joseph Smith's life. Exultant after the annual conference in April 1840, he was free at last to construct a city. For 9 years, circumstances had frustrated him. The 1833 expulsion had stopped activity in Jackson County, in Kirtland. Joseph's only civic achievement after 7 years was the construction of the temple, at Far West. War blasted his hopes. In Nauvoo in 1840, the way at last seemed clear. Although commerce's marshy ground was not ideal, land was available on long credit, and the Illinois citizens welcomed the Mormons. For a year, Joseph devoted himself almost entirely to city building. His happy mood shines through 4 official reports to the church between August 1840 and April 1841. In September the First Presidency wrote, "The work of the Lord in these last days is one of vast magnitude and almost beyond the comprehension of mortals. Its glories are past description and its grandeur unsurpassable. The purposes of our God are great, His love unfathomable, His wisdom infinite, and His power unlimited. Therefore, the saints have cause to rejoice and be glad, knowing that this God is our God forever and ever, and He will be our guide unto death. The feeling in April 1841 was the same. The first presidency made known with unfeigned pleasure the steady and rapid increase of the Church in this state, the United States, and in Europe. Peace and prosperity attend us, and we have favor in the sight of God and virtuous men. How should we read the optimism of the reports? Joseph knew better than anyone the problems facing the Church. They lacked the resources for building a city. Joseph verged on bankruptcy much of the time. Enmity from Missouri was spilling over into Illinois and would soon break out in the press. Did he realize that the Church ran on his vision and grit, and that he had to manufacture progress by sheer will? If he lost his nerve, the Zion campaign would collapse. Joseph generated positive energy even from defeat. His reaction to the report of the Senate Judiciary Committee is one example. The advice to take their grievances to the Missouri courts brought deep sorrow, regret and disappointment to church leaders, but the April 1840 conference dismissed the report, appealing to the courts of heaven, believing that the great Jehovah, who rules over the destiny of nations, and who notices the falling sparrows, will undoubtedly redress our wrongs. Instead of feeling like pitiful victims, the saints turned their anger on the hard-hearted officials. Joseph predicted ruin for a government that ignored a suffering people. If just causes found no favor, the nation would be brought to the very verge of crumbling to pieces and tumbling to the ground. The latter-day saints, the people the government had disregarded, would save it. At the day when the Constitution is upon the brink of ruin, this people will be the staff upon which the nation shall lean, and they shall bear the Constitution away from the very verge of destruction. Joseph, who loved and hated the United States, saw the collapsing country supported by his own people. By mid-1840, the recent expulsion no longer looked like a total disaster. Joseph was turning the Missouri conflict into a usable past. During the war, nothing but death presented itself, and destruction, inevitable, he wrote, yet the saints escaped. They were like the children of Israel who came out of the land of Egypt. With his remarkable facility for giving meaning to events, Joseph turned the Missouri expulsion into a modern exodus. 2 years ago, mobs were threatening, plundering, driving and murdering the saints. Now we can enjoy peace, and can worship the God of heaven and earth without molestation. The saints can thank God who looked upon our distresses and delivered us from danger and death. The Missouri Exodus was a deliverance. A revelation in January 1841 freed the saints from Missouri like Israel sloughing off Egypt. For years, holding on to property in Jackson County was a sign of faithfulness. The 1841 revelation told them they could sell their lands and build a house to my name, even in this place, meaning Nauvoo. Though Jackson County remained the symbol of the perfect Mormon society, they could realize this ideal in another place. In July, Joseph designated all of North and South America as Zion. Cities could arise wherever the saints lived. He proposed founding 12 stakes of Zion in Illinois and Iowa, and the number could be multiplied. Intermittent trouble did not dampen Joseph's spirits. In early July, ruffians from Tully, Missouri, kidnapped 4 Illinois Mormons accused of stealing and carried them across the Mississippi. The Missourians hung one by a noose until he nearly strangled, beat up others, and held them all in prison for 3 days, to enforce the law. 2 months later, in September, Missouri officials tried to capture Joseph. They recognized that unless the state attempted to recover the 5 Mormons who had escaped custody in April 1839, it implicitly admitted its error in charging them in the first place. Governor Thomas Reynolds, Boggs's successor in Missouri, instituted extradition proceedings. Illinois' Governor Carlin signed the writ, but the sheriff was unable to locate any of the 5 men, and no further proceedings were instituted for 6 months. Neither incident dismayed Joseph. He was more affected by the death of his father in September, mourned as the Patriarch who laid on hands and blessed people. Although the old man had failed by every measure of material success, Joseph Jr. never showed anything but love and respect for his father. Lucy reported that on his deathbed, Joseph Sr. promised Joseph Jr. he would live to finish his work. Lucy's preliminary manuscript said, "Your children after you shall live to finish your work, 3 months before Joseph Sr.'s death, Emma bore another son, Don Carlos, adding a fourth boy to the family, along with the adopted Julia and 2 daughters of Edward Patriarch, the Missouri bishop who died in 1840. Joseph built a kitchen wing on the back of the Smiths' log house in the spring, leaving the 2 main rooms for sleeping quarters. To be on the safe side, he constructed a secret room under hinged stairs leading to the cellar in case Missouri tried to recapture him. World City. Returning from 4 months in the east, Joseph marveled at Nauvoo's progress. The marshy city no longer looked so bad. There is now every prospect of our having a good society, a peaceable habitation and a desirable residence here. By summer he was talking like a booster once again. Nauvoo, he wrote a prospective convert, is probably the best and the most beautiful site for a city on the river. If we are suffered to remain there is every prospect of its becoming one of the largest cities on the river if not in the Western world. Quincy and Alton, the 2 most advanced Illinois towns along the Mississippi, each contained about 2,300 people in 1840. Chicago was 4,470, and Springfield, the state capital, just 2,579. Joseph said Nauvoo had nearly 3,000 people, probably including the surrounding countryside, and more were on the way. The city of Zion was conceived as an international religious capital. Joseph reminded the saints at the October conference that Zion was to become the praise, the joy, and the glory of the whole earth. A sardonic report in the Alton Telegraph downriver 150 miles commented that they doubt not but that they shall be endued when necessary, with power from on high to proclaim to all the nations of the earth, in their own tongues, the wonderful works of God. Joseph told the saints we may soon expect to see flocking to this place, people from every land and from every nation. The missionaries would gather converts to Nauvoo as the center of a great world movement. The missionaries thought of themselves as shepherds of Israel, gathering in God's people from their long dispersion across the earth. The chief meaning of restoration for this first generation of Mormons was the restoration of Israel. Wherever it was scattered, Israel was to return to its own land and regain the favor of God. The Book of Mormon message was directed to the Lamanites, the American branch of Israel, and another branch of Israel was lost in the North countries, presumably the 10 lost tribes. Then there were the Jews, the most obvious branch of extant Israel. For 2 years, Joseph had contemplated contacting them. The revelations spoke of 2 cities, Jerusalem and Zion, developing on parallel tracks. While he was gathering converts to his Zion, the Jews were to collect in Jerusalem. In 1840 the time seemed right to inquire into the Jews' progress. Joseph chose Orson Hyde to undertake a fact-finding mission to Palestine. Hyde, a store clerk converted in the first wave of Kirtland converts in 1831, was well suited for a difficult and sensitive mission. He was among the 12 apostles chosen in 1835, while on a mission in Canada in 1836. He published the church's first missionary tract, a broadside entitled A Prophetic Warning to All the Churches, of every sect and denomination, and to every individual into whose hands it may fall. Hyde had asked to accompany Heber C. Kimball on the first mission to Britain in 1837. During the Missouri Wars, he had become disillusioned with Joseph Smith, but within 6 months he was restored to his positions. He had dealt with government officials, and was an eloquent speaker and experienced missionary. Hyde said Joseph had set him apart to go to Jerusalem and be a watchman unto the house of Israel as early as 1833. Hyde later saw London, Amsterdam, Constantinople, and Jerusalem in a vision and was told, "Here are many of the children of Abraham whom I will gather to the land that I gave to their fathers, and here also is the field of your labors." Reporting his vision at the April 1840 General Conference, Hyde said he planned to visit the Jews in these cities and gather up all the information he could, respecting their movements, expectations and communicate the same to this church, and to the nation at large. He went not to convert but to reconnoiter. Apostle John Page, who spoke with much force on the gathering of the Jews at the conference, was called to accompany Hyde. Joseph was enthralled with Israel's destiny. Those engaged in seeking the outcasts of Israel, he wrote Hyde and Page, cannot fail to enjoy the Spirit of the Lord, and have the choicest blessings of heaven rest upon them in copious effusions. Joseph may have identified with Israel because they were outcasts. The revelation on the consecration of properties in 1831 had said God would consecrate of the riches of the Gentiles unto my people which are of the house of Israel, as if Israel had been deprived and now must have riches restored. Joseph knew Israel had sinned and been cast out, and yet they still were the Lord's favorites, the elect praised by the Apostle Paul. The idea of hidden greatness, yet to be vindicated, appealed to a man whose family had lived in obscurity. While believing themselves chosen, anyone who took Israel to heart, he assured Hyde and Page, would enjoy a vast expansion of his powers. Inasmuch as you are to be instrumental in this great work, he will endow you with power, wisdom, might, and intelligence, and every qualification necessary, while your minds will expand wider and wider, until you can circumscribe the earth, and the heavens, reach forth into eternity, and contemplate the mighty acts of Jehovah, in all their variety and glory. He was certain, he told them, that inasmuch as you feel interested for the covenant people of the Lord, the God of their fathers shall bless you. Page dropped out before the mission began, but Hyde sailed for Liverpool on February 13, 1841. Upon arrival, he wrote a letter to Solomon Herschel, chief rabbi of the Jews in London, urging him to lead the Jews to the Holy Land. Hyde proceeded to Rotterdam and Amsterdam and then across Europe. He taught English to a family in Regensburg for 7 weeks while learning German and then headed to the Adriatic, where he took passage from Constantinople for Beirut. On October 21, he arrived in Jerusalem. Hyde was skeptical that Christian missionaries in Palestine could convert Jerusalem's 7,000 Jews. On Sunday, October 24, he climbed to the Mount of Olives and wrote a prayer to dedicate and consecrate this land for the gathering together of Judah's scattered remnants. He prayed to inspire the hearts of kings to realize that God will restore the kingdom unto Israel, rise up Jerusalem as its capital, and constitute her people a distinct nation and government with a descendant of David on the throne. On the Mount of Olives, Hyde erected one pile of stones, and on Mount Zion another, to witness the dedication of the land for the return of the Jewish branch of scattered Israel. Hyde returned to the United States with no converts, no connections with influential Jews, nothing concrete, only the symbolism of the new Israel greeting the old. Hyde asked Joseph where converted Jews were to gather. Nauvoo. Joseph enthusiastically replied. He needed their acumen and capital in developing his city, a temporary respite since the Jews' true home was Jerusalem. In his own scheme of things, Joseph would have to recruit the Nauvoo population from other branches of Israel. His hopes for Nauvoo rose with rapidly increasing migration. The first boatload of English Mormon immigrants left the Liverpool docks on June 6, 1840, the beginning of a later flood. By 1841, British membership was 5,814, with more eager to migrate than funds allowed. Brigham Young, leader of the 1839 contingent of missionaries, sent the saints off by the shipload. In the first 3 years of organized migration, more than 2,800 saints crossed the sea from Britain, some landing in New York, but most in New Orleans. Joseph liked to stroll to the Nauvoo docks to welcome boatloads of converts. The British saints hoped he would come to England. Instead, he offered a pressing invitation to come and see me in Nauvoo. Success in Britain dispelled any thought that Mormonism was an American religion. The Book of Mormon may have had a special appeal for Americans, but in England Brigham Young and Willard Richards found the people of this land much more ready to receive the gospel than those of America. As in America, the missionaries attracted radical Protestants, many from the United Brethren, a Methodist offshoot searching for the New Testament gospel's promise of spiritual gifts. Within 6 months of the apostles' arrival, over 1,000, including scores of lay preachers, accepted the message of Wilford Woodruff and other missionaries in Herefordshire where the United Brethren were concentrated. The typical English convert was a dissatisfied Christian seeking religion along the margins of conventional church life, and, as Brigham Young said in a report to Joseph, almost without exception it is the poor that receive the gospel. Though poor men themselves, the apostles were appalled by the miserable living conditions they encountered. In the Midlands manufacturing towns, Young and Richards found workers who labor 12 hours in a day for almost nothing rather than starve at once. Mormonism thrived among radical religionists who welcomed a reordering of their destitute world. Brigham wrote Joseph that they do not seem to understand argument, simple testimony is enough for them. The British mission tested Joseph Smith's ecclesiastical organization. Could the church thrive without his immediate direction? In Britain, the quorum of the 12 apostles, the solid men who took over the church after Joseph's death, proved it could. Brigham Young showed himself to be a master of organization in Britain. He saw to the publication of 5,000 copies of the Book of Mormon and 3,000 hymn books, began the monthly newspaper The Latter-day Saints Millennial Star, oversaw immigration, and organized congregations of new members. The momentum continued into the 1850s. When all but 2 apostles left Great Britain, the church kept growing under the direction of local authorities. As Joseph said, the church was now organized and the leaven can spread. Reports from Britain, added to missionary successes in North America, raised spirits in Nauvoo. In an effervescent epistle in October 1840, the presidency saw Nauvoo standing in the center of a vast campaign to encircle the globe with missionaries. Wherever the faithful laborer has gone forth reaping, sowing the seed of truth, he has returned with joy, bringing his sheaves with him. On the islands of the sea, viz. Great Britain, there continues to be a steady flow of souls into the church. If the work rolls forth with the same rapidity it has heretofore done, we may soon expect to see flocking to this place, people from every land and from every nation, the polished European, the degraded Hottentot, and the shivering Laplander. Persons of all languages, and of every tongue, and of every color, who shall with us worship the Lord of hosts in his holy temple. Missionaries were sent to Australia and the East Indies. I feel desirous, Joseph wrote the 12, that every providential opening of that kind should be filled, and that you should, prior to your leaving England, send the gospel into as many parts as you possibly can. The Charter. By 1840, Joseph was pleased with the quality of the converts coming to the church. He had been accustomed to receiving plain people with little education or experience in large affairs. But now many wealthy and influential characters have embraced the gospel. The first presidency reported somewhat optimistically, so that not only will the poor rejoice in that they are exalted, but the rich in that they are made low. In Illinois, a number of leading men sympathized with the saints. Isaac Gallant had sold them land and eventually joined the church. John C. Bennett, M.D., the Quartermaster General of Illinois, had been baptized. Joseph seems to have been unaware of how Mormon numbers increased the interest of ambitious politicians and businessmen. He had trouble distinguishing true friends from self-serving schemers. In Bennett, who was later shown to be a villain, Joseph at first saw a man of enterprise, extensive acquirements, and of independent mind, who was calculated to be a great blessing to our community. Bennett rose meteorically in Nauvoo civic affairs and fell just as fast. He first wrote Joseph Smith on July 25, 1840, expressing sympathy for the saints' sufferings. Bennett believed that his state militia office would dazzle the simple Mormons and give him privileged status. When he joined, he was partly right. By fall, he had Joseph's backing and was sent to lobby the Illinois legislature for a city charter. On February 1, 1841, Bennett was elected mayor of Nauvoo, an ambitious, restless, enterprising man, with dark, intense eyes. Bennett had flitted from one project to another before he attached himself to the Mormons at age 36. Not content with a medical practice, for a time he was a Methodist itinerant. He dreamed of establishing a college and asked for support from the Methodists, the Disciples of Christ, and the Ohio legislature. He threw himself into projects and then abruptly withdrew when his schemes were rejected. He dropped Methodism when its adherents refused support for the college, and pulled out of the Disciples of Christ when they too were critical. Resolved to found a college, he established Christian College in New Albany, Indiana, without adequate funding or faculty. He believed that professional men should be credited for their experience, and peddled degrees in medicine, law, and theology to anyone who would pay. When doctors pronounced the procedure unethical, Bennett closed the institution and returned to Ohio. Impressed with his credentials and abilities, Willoughby University at Chagrin, Ohio, had him open a medical department. He was dismissed when reports of his diploma mill caught up with him. While in Ohio in 1832, Bennett met Joseph Smith, but Bennett showed no interest in joining the Mormons. He made friends instead with their critic E.B.D. Howe. When Bennett later published an attack on the Mormons, he borrowed heavily from Howe's Mormonism Unveiled. After leaving Willoughby, Bennett wandered the Midwest, living in 6 localities in 3 states before settling in Illinois. In 1838 he got authorization from the state legislature for a militia unit, the Invincible Dragoons, with himself as brigadier general, and won election to the unpaid position of the state's quartermaster general. By this time, his wife had abandoned him because of his recurring extramarital affairs, and he was looking for a new cause. Bennett later said he never believed Joseph's doctrine but saw a grand opportunity in the Mormons. After Bennett's 3rd letter, Joseph assured him that he could be of service in Nauvoo. Joseph kept his eyes open for talented people, especially educated men, who were scarce among converts. Joseph had asked Howard Corey to clerk for him at their first meeting, because he was told Corey was attending college. Bennett was a polished speaker and experienced lobbyist, and the Saints were seeking political influence. Joseph said Bennett was superior to Paul as an orator. At the October Conference in 1840, Bennett gave a fawning address on the Saints' persecutions and prospects, whereupon the conference appointed him to a committee with Joseph Smith to seek a charter for Nauvoo. Bennett's connections with the state political parties paid off. The proposed charter passed both houses with scarcely a debate. Drafted by Joseph and Bennett, the charter maximized local self-rule, capitalizing on the legislature's inexperience in granting city charters. The first of the Illinois charters had been bestowed in 1837 on Chicago. Only 4 more had been granted before Nauvoo applied, but this assembly would pass 7 during its session in 1840–41. City charters differed on details such as term length for city officials, 1 year in some charters, 2 years in Nauvoo's, and residence qualifications for voting. Nauvoo voters needed only to meet the liberal state voting requirement of 6 months in the state. U.S. citizenship was not required because Democrats benefited from the immigrant vote, and 60 days in Nauvoo. No one complained about these variations. More contentious was the charter's authorization of the city council to pass any law not in conflict with the state and federal constitutions. Although this was later considered far too generous, the Chicago and Alton charters had similarly liberal provisions. Critics complained even more about the Nauvoo Municipal Court's authority to issue writs of habeas corpus, a power that enabled Joseph to elude his Missouri pursuers when they tried to extradite him. That authority was unusual, though Alton had been granted the same power in 1839. Overall, the Nauvoo Charter invested the city officers with considerable authority. It was certainly among the most liberal to that point, to protect the Saints from legal incursions by their enemies. None of the provisions were unprecedented or anti-Republican, as Thomas Ford, governor of Illinois at the time of Joseph's death, later claimed. The charter implemented the Jeffersonian principle of distributing power to the level of society closest to the people. Governor Thomas Carlin signed the charter bill on December 16, 1840, and it went into effect on February 1, 1841. The charter's passage added to Joseph's ebullience. In January 1841, the first presidency sent greetings to the Saints throughout the world and reported that the charter secured the great blessings of civil liberty all we ever claimed. Under the provisions of our Magna Carta, the Church could concentrate on advancing the great work throughout the world. Not only has it spread through the length and breadth of this vast continent, but on the continent of Europe, and on the islands of the sea, it is spreading in a manner entirely unprecedented in the annals of time. To Joseph's knowledge, the gospel had never seen greater success in the history of the world. He urged everyone to come to Nauvoo, especially the rich who could build up manufactures and purchase farms, thus preparing for the gathering of the poor. He admitted that the idea of a general gathering has been associated with most cruel and oppressing scenes, but he hoped those days were behind them. The gathering remained essential. By a concentration of action, and a unity of effort, we can only accomplish the great work of the last days, which we could not do in our remote and scattered condition. Through the winter and spring of 1841, Joseph enthusiastically built the city. A revelation in mid-January gave detailed instructions for constructing a hotel called the Nauvoo House, and let it be a delightful habitation for man, and a resting place for the weary traveler, that he may contemplate the glory of Zion, and the glory of this the cornerstone thereof. Joseph foresaw a stream of guests coming to view Nauvoo, and suitable accommodations were needed. The same revelation directed Joseph to send a proclamation to all the kings of the world and the high-minded governors of the nation in which you live, and to all the nations of the earth scattered abroad. The powers of the earth were to give heed to the light and glory of Zion. The doctrines of the revelations had always made the great work a global, world-shaking enterprise. Now success in making converts and founding a city led the saints to think the set time has come to favor her. Nauvoo's temple would undoubtedly attract the attention of the great men of the earth. Awake, O kings of the earth! The revelation proclaimed, Come ye, O! Come ye with your gold and your silver, to the help of my people, to the house of the daughter of Zion. That winter, Joseph and Bennett put the city government together. In his inaugural address as mayor on February 3, 1841, Bennett called for the suppression of tippling houses, the organization of the University of the City of Nauvoo, the formation of the militia under the name of the Nauvoo Legion, and the construction of a wing dam in the Mississippi and a ship canal down the center of the peninsula to provide both navigation and water power. Not wasting a minute, Joseph that very day presented a bill organizing the university and appointing a board of trustees with Bennett as chancellor. Joseph also submitted a bill organizing the male citizens of the city and other volunteers from Hancock County into the Nauvoo Legion. By the end of the day, Joseph had been appointed chair of committees on the canal, the regulation of liquor, health, and a city code. Events proceeded speedily. On February 8, Joseph introduced a bill for surveying a canal and another on temperance. A week later the council passed an ordinance against vending whiskey in small quantities, effectively restricting the opening of saloons. The next week the city's elementary schools were put under the jurisdiction of the university's board of trustees, and the Nauvoo House Association and the Nauvoo Agricultural and Manufacturing Association were incorporated. On March 1, the council absorbed the old town of Commerce into Nauvoo and divided the city into 4 wards, appointing officers for each: constable, surveyor and engineer, market master, a weigher and sealer, and a collector. Under Bennett and Joseph's leadership, Nauvoo became a functioning city in less than a month. While the city rose before his eyes, Joseph could not escape debt, poverty, and ill health. The Nauvoo House and the university were never completed. The peninsula still suffered from fevers in the summer, and even the sick needed work. How was he to employ the thousands of minimally skilled working class poor arriving from Liverpool? Many knew nothing of farming, the chief employment. Joseph wanted to help, but huge debts prevented him from simply giving away land. What could poor converts do? He decided not to institute the consecration of properties in Illinois. The system had had mixed success in Jackson County and Caldwell. Knowing the saints would wonder about consecration, a command by revelation, he told an Iowa High Council in early 1840 that the law of consecration could not be kept here, and that it was the will of the Lord that we should desist from trying to keep it. He assured them that he himself assumed the whole responsibility of not keeping it until proposed by himself. A year later, he told the Nauvoo Lyceum, "If we were equal in property at present, in 6 months we would be worse than ever, for there is too many dishonest men amongst us." Spurred by Bennett, Joseph dreamed of industrial projects. The wing dam Bennett proposed was to project 2 miles up the Mississippi. A head of water would accumulate where the dam met the land, and the flow could be channeled down a canal running south along Main Street. Using the canal as a mill race, small manufacturers could harness the water's power. At the southern end of the canal, where Main Street met the Mississippi again, the water was to accumulate in a basin, generating more power. A stratum of solid limestone across the northern end defeated the proposed canal. The settlers lacked the means to cut a channel through the rock. But the city's economy called for grand schemes. 2 years later, Joseph was still calculating how to construct a dam that would utilize the river's power. At the General Conference in April 1841, the First Presidency issued another hopeful report. The troubles in Missouri were over, and the citizens of Illinois promised enjoyment of all the blessings of civil and religious liberty, guaranteed by the Constitution. Joseph did regret that construction on Nauvoo's public buildings was slow in consequence of the impoverished condition of the saints. He called on his listeners to show their zeal, to contribute labor or their gold and their silver, their brass, and their iron, with the pine tree and box tree, to beautify the same a biblical flourish. Once again, the report projected an air of assurance and forward-looking optimism. Like previous proclamations and announcements, the report aimed to show progress. Inadvertently, the promotional language also reflected a subtle doctrinal shift. Joseph called the people to gather as vigorously as ever, but in a new spirit. The initial call to Jackson County warned of calamities to come. Millennial storms were about to burst, and Zion was the place of refuge. The people were to flee the scene of future devastation into the safety of the holy city. Underlying the gathering was danger and fear as much as hope and promise. In 1840 and 1841, the refuge principle was reduced to a minor theme. In January 1841, the presidency reminded the saints of prophetic warnings through the ages about gathering before the Lord returns to take vengeance upon the ungodly. Many scriptures could be cited to support the point, the presidency said, but believing them to be familiar to the saints we forbear. Instead they underscored the happy prospects of those who came to Zion. Let the brethren who love the prosperity of Zion, who are anxious that her stakes should be strengthened, and her cords lengthened, and who prefer her prosperity to their chief joy, come, and cast in their lots with us, and cheerfully engage in a work so glorious and sublime, and say with Nehemiah, we his servants will arise and build. From being heavily negative, the appeal of Zion had become almost entirely positive. The aphorism from Nehemiah struck the note of the new gathering, arise and build. The presidency urged people to come for a higher life, for their prosperity and everlasting welfare, and for the carrying out the great and glorious purposes of our God. That new emphasis changed the look of things. The presidency explained to the saints that the new name of their city, Nauvoo, was Hebrew for a beautiful situation, or place, and is truly descriptive of this most delightful situation. The congeniality of Illinois, the warm reception in England, and missionary success everywhere made the world appear happier. The positive outlook and zeal for the city began to work their influence on the saints' apocalyptic outlook. They no longer wanted an immediate end to the wicked world. Joseph spoke of the second coming as further in the future. In a sermon urging people to build up the cities of the Lord, he told them Zion and Jerusalem must both be built up before the coming of Christ. That would take time. More than 40 years will pass before this work will be accomplished, and when these cities are built, then shall the coming of the Son of Man be. The work would bless the whole world, not just the fortunate few. Joseph envisioned Nauvoo as an open city. Having lived with diversity of belief all his life, he had always opened his doors to visitors and shown tolerance for other beliefs. Now with a city of his own, he opened wide the gates. In Nauvoo, he told the saints, we claim no privilege but what we feel cheerfully disposed to share with our fellow citizens of every denomination. The city's ordinance on religious liberty listed the Mormons as only one of the denominations granted freedom to worship, be it ordained by the city council of the city of Nauvoo, that the Catholics, Presbyterians, Methodists, Baptists, Latter-day Saints, Quakers, Episcopalians, Universalists, Unitarians, Mohammedans, and all other religious sects and denominations, whatever, shall have free toleration, and equal privileges. In this city, everyone was welcome. Far from being restricted to our own faith, he wrote in a public epistle, let all those who desire to locate themselves in this place, or the vicinity, come, and we will hail them as citizens and friends. As he had told the 12 apostles that fall, a man filled with the love of God, is not content with blessing his family alone, but ranges through the whole world anxious to bless the whole human family. 24. Temporalities and Spiritualities, 1841. On Sunday I attended one of their meetings, in front of the temple, now building, and one of the largest buildings in the state. There could not have been less than 2,500 people present, and as well appearing as any number that could be found in this or any state. Mr. Smith preached in the morning, and one could have readily learned then the magic by which he has built up this society, because as we say in Illinois, they believe in him, and in his honesty. Correspondent to the Juliet Courier, June 1841. Joseph would have gladly left the city's real estate business to others. After contracting with Isaac Galland and Horace Hotchkiss for large tracts on both sides of the Mississippi, he would have liked someone else to survey, set prices, negotiate with buyers, and enter the deeds, a time-consuming business even with the help of clerks. He wanted to give land to the poor, especially to widows and orphans. To finance these free gifts, he wanted others to pay generously. The High Council priced Nauvoo lots from $200 to $800, leaving room for negotiation. All these judgments required patience and wisdom and exposed Joseph to criticism for gouging and unfair treatment. In June 1840, He asked the High Council to appoint someone else to attend to the temporalities of the church. His brother Don Carlos resorted to writing him a letter because, he said, "I have no opportunity to converse with you, you are thronged with business." Joseph wanted to free himself for the spiritualities translation and revelation, but his appeal went unheeded. The High Council supplied another clerk, leaving Joseph responsible for the debts and the final disposition of land. He oversaw the business for another year, until the 12 apostles returned and took on much of the responsibility. In January 1841, he assumed the title of trustee in trust for the church, as required by the Illinois Statute on Religious Societies. Doctrine. From the beginning, Joseph had been both revelator and organizer. He was chief visionary as well as chief executive. He confided to a friend, "I have to labor under a load that is intolerable to bear." Yet in 1840 and 1841, the peak time for organizing city government, Joseph continued to elaborate his cosmology. He revealed ideas on topics ranging from creation and the nature of the body to priesthood and baptism for the dead. Revelations came like water from an inexhaustible spring. He wrote from the Missouri jail, "As well might man stretch forth his puny arm to stop the Missouri River in its dyke red course or to turn it upstream as to hinder the Almighty from pouring down knowledge from heaven upon the heads of the latter-day saints." As new doctrine piled up, he did not abandon the simpler doctrines of the Church's early period. The Times and Seasons reported him observing that many of the saints who had come from different states and nations, had only a very superficial knowledge of these principles, not having heard them fully investigated. Joseph then taught faith, repentance, baptism, and the gift of the Holy Ghost by the laying on of hands. By 1841, the missionary gospel was settling into a well-defined formula. In a pamphlet written for the citizens of Salem, Massachusetts, Erastus Snow and Benjamin Winchester, two experienced missionaries, laid out their version of the fundamentals: faith and repentance, baptism by immersion, laying on of hands for the Holy Ghost, gifts of the Spirit as promised in the New Testament, restoration of the New Testament church organization, Christian virtues like brotherly kindness and love, the authority of the priesthood restored by angels, the second coming at the beginning of the millennium, gathering of Israel to the city of Zion, the added revelation of the Book of Mormon. Snow and Winchester's was one of several summaries published from 1839 to 1841. Parley and Orson Pratt published their list in 1840, and Joseph would soon sum up Latter-day Saint belief for the Chicago newspaper editor John Wentworth in the formulation later adopted by the Church as the Articles of Faith. Although Joseph himself presented new doctrines in public sermons in Nauvoo and touched on others during his preaching tour in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Washington, D.C., he wanted the fundamentals to come first. After the completion of the council system in 1835, the number of written revelations opening with lines like "Verily thus saith the Lord" diminished. Instead of formal, dictated revelations, the later teachings were delivered in sermons, conversations, or letters. Many are known today only from notes taken down by William Clayton, a literate English convert, or William McIntyre, a tailor who spelled haphazardly. The doctrine of baptism for the dead was given in a sermon and enlarged in letters. The revelation on eternal marriage was written because Hiram requested it. Almost everything else, among them many of the richest passages in Joseph Smith's thought, is delineated only in ragged, compacted listeners' notes. These later teachings had the air of the 1835 priesthood revelation, which was spoken as if by a guide familiar with priesthood. In the 1841 sermons, Joseph spoke like a witness or an initiate in heavenly mysteries, rather than a prophet delivering revelations from the Lord's mouth. Occasionally, he mentioned the visions that roll like an overflowing surge before my mind. These apparently yielded the knowledge he dispensed in the sermons. One of Joseph's most famed statements was a casual aside to a Methodist preacher: "There is no such thing as immaterial matter. All spirit is matter but is more fine or pure and can only be discerned by purer eyes. We can't see it, but when our bodies are purified we shall see that it is all matter." No one at the time made anything of the radical idea. Clayton remarked only that the gentleman seemed pleased and said he should visit Nauvoo immediately. Clayton thought the Methodists' reaction was as noteworthy as the revision of Christian metaphysics. When he spoke the words, Joseph probably did not consider the long-standing philosophical argument about the nature of matter. Metaphysical materialism, the idea that there was no spirit, only matter, was the subject of extensive debate in the late 18th century. Materialists usually were atheists, but one who was not was the Unitarian Englishman Joseph Priestley, whose letters on materialism were published in 1778. Priestley denied the existence of spirit. The body, not some immaterial mind, was the seat of perception and thought. Priestley admitted that if matter was all, the human personality vanished when the body died, since spirit provided continuity at death. But he accepted the doctrinal consequence, speculating that personality evaporated temporarily at death until the resurrection restored the body and its mental and spiritual faculties. The debate did not affect Joseph. He made no effort to meet objections or deal with complexities. His material spirits, made of what he called refined matter, persisted through death like immaterial spirits in traditional Christian thought. He probably was scarcely aware of the philosophical implications. Later Mormon thinkers dealt with the problems when they assembled Joseph's theology posthumously. In Nauvoo, people were intrigued by his aphorisms, and passed notes from hand to hand. Willard Richards copied John Taylor's notes of one of Joseph's sermons into a collection Richards called his Pocket Companion. But the ideas were not incorporated into the missionary message, made the subject of sermons, or systematized. They were informally circulated and gradually assimilated into Mormon thinking. Some were added to the Doctrine and Covenants in 1876. One of the exaltation revelations of 1832 and 1833 had touched lightly on the eternity of matter and intelligence. Intelligence, or the light of truth, was not created or made, neither indeed can be, and the elements are eternal. After 1840, these bits were elaborated and underscored. Statements in Nauvoo began to populate the universe with realities, intelligences and matter, as eternal as God. One senses in these teachings a concern about nothingness. In a famous analogy, Joseph took a ring from his finger. Take a ring, it is without beginning or end, cut it for a beginning place, and at the same time you have an ending place. The comparison showed a concern for the certainty of human existence. Would intelligence personality be assured of continuance if it had originally been created? Something made could also be unmade. If the soul of man had a beginning, it will surely have an end. Joseph's metaphysics removed even the possibility of extinction. More painful to me are the thoughts of annihilation than death, he once said. He envisioned the world where not even God could extinguish a human personality. Intelligence has existed forever with God himself, and, though banished and punished, could not be terminated. Joseph's concern about nothingness can also be seen in his views of God. By 1841, he had moved from a traditional Christian belief in God as pure spirit to a belief in his corporeality. God had a body after which humans were modeled. The concept was foreshadowed in the Book of Mormon, where the brother of Jared saw first the Lord's finger and then the entire body of my spirit, but the doctrine of a corporeal God was not fully articulated until later. In 1841, Joseph taught that there is no other God in heaven but that God who has flesh and bones, stressing that anything without body or parts is nothing. Here he echoed Thomas Jefferson's idea that to speak of God, angels, or soul as immaterial was to talk of nothings. A non-material God was a vacuity, a God with no substance. The supernal was not to be found outside of material existence but within it. In Joseph's view, making God corporeal did not reduce him. Joseph had little sense of the flesh being base. In contrast to conventional theologies, Joseph saw embodiment as a glorious aspect of human existence. An early revelation had said that only when joined with element could a spirit attain a fullness of joy, and in 1841 Joseph taught that the great principle of happiness consists in having a body. From Joseph's perspective, the melding of matter and spirit at birth was a major purpose for coming to earth. In a sense, embodiment was the very purpose of earth life. We came to this earth that we might have a body, Clayton quoted Joseph saying, and presented pure before God in the celestial kingdom. God had a body and so should every person. Piece by piece, Joseph redefined the nature of God, giving him a form and a body and locating him in time and space. Taken as a whole, the bits and pieces of the Nauvoo metaphysical doctrines were gradually coalescing into a new story of creation and the purpose of life. Joseph would pull the parts together in one grand narrative in the King Follett sermon of April 1844. But portions crept into the early sermons in Nauvoo. By emphasizing the eternity of matter and intelligence, Joseph modified the creation story until it appeared that God had not created anything ex nihilo. He did not make the earth out of nothing, for it is contrary to a rational mind and reason that something could be brought from a nothing. In Joseph's view, God assembled the earth from pre-existing material and then drew a cohort of spirits from the pool of eternal intelligences to place upon it. The elements are eternal. Spirits are eternal. God's work was to organize the matter that had always existed. Joseph once said this earth was organized or formed out of other planets which were broke up and remodeled and made into the one on which we live. God built earths and heavens as an artisan makes cabinets or houses and gave them to his children to use. A decade before, the Book of Moses had spoken of God making many worlds through his only begotten Son. Even then it was clear that creation was not a single Big Bang, but a series of lesser creations. The reason for it all, as explained in 1830, was to bring to pass the immortality and eternal life of man. By 1841, this idea included God making one earth after another where embodied spirits formed in his image might dwell. God is good and all his acts is for the benefit of inferior intelligences, Joseph said. On these earths, the intelligences would enjoy the blessings of a body and progress toward eternal life. God was a father gardener making places for his children to grow. The most striking of the Nauvoo doctrinal developments was the new emphasis on family, binding families together, as if their existence too was in jeopardy if not sealed by God's power, underlay both baptism for the dead and plural marriage. Joseph first mentioned baptism for the dead in a funeral sermon on August 15, 1840, and within weeks, baptisms were being performed in the Mississippi River. Although unknown in contemporary Christianity, the practice grew from Paul's comment in the Bible, "Else what shall they do which are baptized for the dead, if the dead rise not at all?" Joseph summed up the doctrine in an October letter to the apostles in England. The saints have the privilege of being baptized, for those of their relatives who are dead, who they believe would have embraced the gospel if they had been privileged with hearing it, and who have received the gospel in the Spirit, through the instrumentality of those who have been commissioned to preach to them while in prison. In the April 1841 conference, Joseph and Rigdon discoursed on the doctrine, and it soon became the subject of poetry in the Times and Seasons. Over 6,000 baptisms for the dead were performed in 1841, most for relatives and close friends, a few for notable figures like Thomas Jefferson and George and Martha Washington. The sermons on baptism for the dead emphasized the justice of bringing the saving ordinances to the millions who had died without an opportunity to receive their benefits. As Joseph said, it presents the gospel of Christ in probably a more enlarged scale than some have imagined it. In an 1836 vision, Joseph had seen his eldest brother, Alvin, in the celestial kingdom even though he died in Joseph's youth. Joseph was told that all who would have believed had they lived would be rewarded as if they had accepted the gospel in mortality. Alvin believed and needed only the necessary ordinances. Baptism for the dead made the scriptural insistence on being born of water before entering the kingdom of heaven reasonable. Otherwise either the command to baptize or the justice of God was compromised. Under the new doctrine, everyone would have a chance, if the saints were diligent in performing the ordinance. Besides equity, however, baptism for the dead united the human family. Joseph himself underscored its value in turning the hearts of the children to their fathers. Something had to bond all the generations from the first to the last, going back through time, as the prophet Malachi had written, or the earth would be wasted. Locating names and baptizing vicariously created the welding link. Nothing in his later life excited Joseph more than the idea of joining together the generations of humanity from start to finish. From the beginning, he had the idea of linking the present to the past by replicating the ancient order of things in the present. Baptism for the dead was another tie. In the dispensation of the fullness of times, it was necessary that a whole, and complete and perfect union, and welding together of dispensations and keys, and powers and glories should take place, and be revealed, from the days of Adam even to the present time. As Joseph envisioned history, the prophets of the past were as concerned about current affairs as the modern saints. These men are in heaven, but their children are on earth. All these authoritative characters will come down and join hand in bringing about this work. For their part, modern saints must reach back to help the dead. Their salvation is necessary and essential to our salvation. They without us cannot be made perfect, neither can we without our dead be made perfect. Baptism was the means of helping past generations find salvation. This was what Malachi meant by the hearts of the children turning to their fathers and fathers to their children. Joseph's story of the earth and its people, more than any set of abstract qualities, conveyed his understanding of God. When the work was finished, the priesthood keys would be returned to Adam, who would turn over the earth and its inhabitants to Christ, who holds the keys of the universe. The presentation of the earth to Christ, with its inhabitants bound together by priesthood ordinances, was the culmination of history. Then this earth will be rolled back into the presence of God and crowned with celestial glory, completing the cycle. One more earth had fulfilled its mission, as the Lord said in Joseph's vision 10 years earlier, "As one earth shall pass away, and the heavens thereof, even so shall another come, and there is no end to my works, neither to my words." Temple. The narrative came together in the temple, the anchor of Joseph's cities. Baptisms for the dead, which at first were performed in the river, were meant for the temple. If the saints failed to build the temple with dispatch, they were told, they would be rejected as a people. Knowing a temple was expected, the saints had selected a site on a bluff overlooking the city and begun work before a revelation in January 1841 confirmed their choice. In October 1840, a committee was formed to supervise construction. A quarry soon opened, and plans were made to cut and mill timber in Wisconsin and float the lumber down the Mississippi. From several designs, the plan of William Weeks was accepted, and the foundation was soon excavated. By April 6, 1841, the site was ready for cornerstones, presenting Joseph the opportunity for another public ceremony. This time Joseph added to the usual priesthood ceremonies the drills and splendor of civic life. 14 companies of the Nauvoo Legion mustered for review, and cannon boomed as Major General John C. Bennett and Lieutenant General Joseph Smith came in on horseback, resplendent in rich and costly dresses that would have become a Bonaparte or a Washington. While the band played, the ladies of Nauvoo presented Joseph with a silk flag. Then the militia and the spectators removed to the temple ground, and the militia formed a hollow square around the foundation space. Officers, dignitaries, choir, and band occupied the center. The ladies stood just outside the foundation with the gentlemen behind them, and the infantry and cavalry ringed the whole. As always on such occasions, Sidney Rigdon delivered the address. Then the leaders moved to the cornerstones. In the southeast corner, Joseph blessed the stone on behalf of the First Presidency, praying the construction would be accomplished speedily, that the saints may have a place to worship God, and the Son of Man have where to lay his head. Following Joseph, the various quorums blessed the stones in the 3 other corners. The occasion doubtless lifted the spirits of many who remembered the saints' miserable condition 2 years earlier. The absence of profanity and intoxication pleased Don Carlos Smith, the editor of the Times and Seasons. He liked the whole demeanor of the assemblage. Such an almost countless multitude of people, moving in harmony, in friendship, in dignity, told with a voice not easily misunderstood, that they were a people of intelligence and virtue, and order, in short, that they were saints, and that the God of love, purity, and light was their God, their exemplar, and director, and that they were blessed and happy. The comment revealed the saints' pleasure in being a godly civic people. They dedicated the temple surrounded by a city militia under the legal umbrella of a city charter. At last they had become a civic society. Through the fall of 1841, temple construction proceeded with dispatch. The saints donated 10% of their time to work on the building and 10% of their produce to meet the costs. Joseph said construction work was as important as missionary labors. Women made stockings and mittens for the workers. Letters to church members everywhere requested donations, and bonded agents were dispatched to collect them. Eliza Snow contributed poetry on temple construction to the Times and Seasons. Come, and bring in your treasures, your wealth from abroad. Come, and build up the city and temple of God. A stupendous foundation already is laid, and the work is progressing. Withhold not your aid. By June 1841, a baptismal font was underway, a large C, as the font in Solomon's temple was called, 16 by 12 by 7 feet built from pine planks glued together. To support the basin, following the pattern in Solomon's temple, Elijah Fordham carved 12 oxen to be leafed with gold. On November 8, 1841, a temporary font was dedicated and baptisms began, with water flowing from a 30-foot well in the east end of the basement. They had come a long way, but it would take another 5 years to complete the temple. The doctrinal outpouring of the winter of 1840-41 slowed during the fall, when Joseph's teachings turned back to administrative problems. 2 revelations given in March and July 1841 dealt with the Zarahemla stake in Iowa, and Brigham Young, relieved of missionary responsibilities, was told to take care of his family. Sermons also came down a notch doctrinally. Preached to a large congregation at the Stand on the Science and Practice of Medicine, noted an entry in Joseph's history for September 5, 1841. On November 7, one listener noted, "He delivered unto us an edifying address showing us what temperance, faith, virtue, charity and truth was." Joseph did offer an observation on the difference between an angel and a ministering spirit, the one a resurrected or translated body, with its spirit, ministering to embodied spirits, the other a disembodied spirit, visiting and ministering to disembodied spirits. Jesus, while still a spirit between death and the resurrection, taught the disembodied spirits in prison. After the resurrection, when embodied again, he appeared to his disciples on earth. But that provocative thought was not followed by anything more of the kind between June and December 1841, at least on the record. In December, Joseph acknowledged to the 12 that people complained about not hearing more from God. Some say Joseph is a fallen prophet because he does not bring forth more of the word of the Lord. Joseph blamed it on the saints' unbelief. They were not ready to receive more. But it was just as likely that pressing temporalities preoccupied him. Among Joseph's greatest sorrows, his brother Don Carlos, aged 26, and his namesake, Joseph's 14-month-old son Don Carlos, died of malaria within a little more than a week of each other, on August 7 and 15, 1841. The following February, Emma would lose another son in childbirth, the 5th of her children to die in infancy. Law and politics. In the summer of 1841, the Missouri courts tried again to extradite Joseph on the old charges of treason, arson, and robbery coming out of the 1838 Mormon War. A writ in September 1840 had failed when the sheriff could not locate him. In June 1841, the writ was delivered again. On Saturday, June 5, the Adams County Sheriff, Thomas King, along with a Missouri officer, arrested Joseph at the Hebelin Hotel in Bear Creek, 28 miles south of Nauvoo. Sent to Quincy, Joseph was brought before Charles Warren, an equity court official who issued a writ of habeas corpus, permitting Joseph to return home. By chance, Stephen Douglas, a member of the Illinois State Supreme Court, was in Quincy and agreed to hear the case the next Tuesday in Monmouth, 40 miles northeast of Nauvoo. Douglas, a rising political star in Illinois Democratic politics, was in a position to help or hurt the Mormons. He was just 5 feet tall and weighed little more than 100 pounds, but he had a huge head and chest and was a furious debater. Born in 1813 in Vermont, Douglas later read law in New York and then moved to Morgan County, Illinois. Drawn to politics, Douglas joined the Democrats and attained notoriety for routing a Whig who was attacking Andrew Jackson's veto of the National Bank. Delighted with their new champion, the Democrats carried him around the town square on their shoulders. Soon known as the Little Giant, he was elected to the state legislature, and in 1841 was appointed to the state Supreme Court. In the 1840 presidential election, the Mormons had voted for the Whig William Henry Harrison, a vote against Martin Van Buren. By 1841 they were drifting back toward their natural home in the Democratic Party, and growing fast enough to hold the balance of power in the area of the Quincy Circuit, where Douglas was assigned. He was on a mission to recover them for the Democrats when he visited in May 1841 and received the freedom of the city for his help in obtaining their charter while Secretary of State. A month later, he was fortuitously in a position to hear the case of the prophet's extradition. The Missouri attorneys wanted Joseph, who was technically a fugitive from justice, returned to Missouri for trial. Joseph's attorneys wanted to block the action and at the same time have the Illinois court decide the merits of the case. One attorney, Charles Warren, read a petition claiming the Missouri indictment was a fraud, having been obtained under duress. Another, O.H. Browning, delivered an impassioned 2-hour account of the saints' suffering and ill treatment. By whatever means, Joseph felt he had to avoid extradition. He was convinced that the Missourians would never fairly judge his case. The killers of the Mormon settlers at Horns Mill had never been brought to justice. Once in Missouri, his life would be in danger. If Missouri cleared him, Governor Boggs would implicitly be convicted of waging an unjust war against his own people. Judge Douglas decided the case on a technicality. Rather than vindicating the saints, he declared the writ of extradition void. After the first attempt to recover Joseph the previous September, the sheriff had returned the writ to the governor, in effect invalidating it, and a companion writ issued at the same time. Joseph could not be arrested again on the same writ. The decision pleased Joseph. "Thus have I been once more delivered from the fangs of my cruel persecutors, for which I thank God, my heavenly Father." Stephen Douglas could consider his political mission accomplished. The next December, Joseph would call Douglas a master spirit, and his friends are our friends. Joseph noted the hostility of the courthouse crowd and realized that popular opinion was turning against the saints. After 2 years of sympathy, at Monmouth, Joseph could not leave his room for meals. The people crowded in on the prophet and his witnesses. Some Monmouth citizens offered to pay the prosecuting attorneys. In this politicized age, the Mormons' growing electoral power and their vacillation between political parties made enemies. Joseph tried to proclaim his neutrality. "We care not a fig for Whig or Democrat." What mattered to him was the politician's position on Mormon issues. "We shall go for our friends, our tried friends, and the cause of human liberty, which is the cause of God." But he could not escape politics. Lauding the Democrat Douglas as a master spirit provoked the first public opposition to the Mormons, not surprisingly, in a Whig newspaper. Thomas Sharp, Joseph's leading critic from the summer of 1841 to the end of his life, was Thomas Sharp, editor of the Warsaw Signal, a weekly or sometimes semi-weekly newspaper published 25 miles downstream in Warsaw, a little port town of about 500 inhabitants. Sharp, the son of a Methodist minister, came to Illinois in September 1840 after a law apprenticeship in Pennsylvania. He opened a law office in Warsaw and by November was the editor of the Western World, which 6 months later he renamed the Warsaw Signal. At first Sharp was a neutral observer. In a January 1841 issue, he reported the issuance of the Nauvoo Charter without editorial comment. In April Joseph invited him to the cornerstone ceremony, gave him a place of honor on the stand, and invited him and other guests to the Smiths' house for a turkey dinner. In his editorial, Sharp said blandly of the ceremony, "On the whole, the exercises passed off with the utmost order, without accident or the slightest disturbance." Sharp broke with the Mormons in the Signal's May 19, 1841, issue when he objected to Stephen Douglas's appointment of Bennett as Master of Chancery in Hancock County. "The recently arrived Bennett," Sharp commented, "joins a sect and advocates a creed in which no one believes he has any faith." The line criticized Bennett more than the Mormons, but Sharp later observed that some recent Mormon immigrants were leaving Nauvoo dissatisfied with the city and the leadership, a report damaging to Joseph's recruiting efforts. Growing a little testy, Sharp warned that if Mormons as a people step beyond the proper sphere of a religious denomination, and become a political body, as many of our citizens are beginning to apprehend will be the case, then this press stands pledged to take a stand against them. His newspaper, he said, is bound to oppose the concentration of political power in a religious body, or in the hands of a few individuals. Joseph immediately dispatched a letter terminating his subscription to Sharp's paper. "Sir, you will discontinue my paper, its contents are calculated to pollute me, and to patronize the filthy sheet, the tissue of lies, that sink of iniquity, is disgraceful to any moral man. Yours, with utter contempt, Joseph Smith. P.S. Please publish the above in your contemptible paper." J.S. Sharp, just 22, replied with the sarcasm and scorn he was to practice from then on. He published Joseph's letter as a highly important revelation forwarded us, from His Holiness, the Prophet, and then published his own revelation showing how much Joseph still owed on his subscription. Joseph's letter triggered a vitriolic attack by Sharp on the Nauvoo Legion. Everything they say or do seems to breathe the spirit of military tactics. Their prophet appears, on all great occasions, in his splendid regimental dress. Truly fighting must be a part of the creed of these saints. Sharp disregarded the temple, the weekly sermons, the influx of hundreds of converts, and the city's economic prospects, and made the militia, an organization found in cities and counties all over the state, the true revelation of Mormonism's character. To Sharp's mind, the militia was a sign of the saints' essential militarism. What he most feared in Mormonism, and what he found, was militant fanaticism. Sharp was equally alarmed about Mormon candidates for county offices. When 2 Mormons ran for school board, Sharp warned that Mormonism, the vilest system of knavery that has ever yet seen the light of heaven, is preparing for your necks a yoke, and for your consciences iron bondage. The prospect of 2 Mormons on the school board threatened disaster. Sharp warned his readers they were in danger of being ruled by a politico-military church. If you suffer yourself to be defeated in this contest, be assured that you will surrender the county to be governed hereafter by one who has, under the garb of religion, defied the laws of man, and desecrated those of heaven, a man whom fortune and impudence alone has elevated from the dregs of the earth, yea, from the station of a money-digger, to the leader of a fanatical band, which now numbers thousands, a man whose history proves him to be a greater knave, a more consummate impostor and a more impious blasphemer than any whose acts disgrace the annals of villainy or hypocrisy. The prophet was a tyrant and his followers a powerful band of fanatic slaves, able, from the peculiarity of their situation, and the corrupting power of party spirit, to sway the destinies of the whole county, and probably the state. I'll ask you candidly, fellow citizens, Sharp wrote in July 1841, if there is not need of an anti-Mormon party in this county. He called for action, and support soon materialized. A convention that summer admitted the absence of verifiable Mormon offenses, but it was guided by a desire to defend ourselves against a despotism, the extent and consequences of which we have no means of ascertaining. They assumed that a man claiming to hear from God wishes to place his authority above that of the state. A prophet necessarily created a sovereignty in competition with the voice of the people. Sensing the rising tide of animosity, the Times and Seasons editors in Nauvoo printed imaginary religious dialogues to show how rational and open Mormons were, how willing to debate, how confident of their religion's clarity and truth. They knew they spoke into a whirlwind. 1841 was a bad year for the Mormons. A flurry of anti-Mormon books and critical articles appeared in print. The minds of thousands, they acknowledged, were primed to believe nearly any violent story about Mormons. The Times and Seasons editors invited anyone to visit Nauvoo and see for themselves its industrious citizens, brick and frame houses, and rising hotel and temple. If they will wait over Sunday, they will then see the saints congregating together from a circuit of 6 or 7 miles, some on horseback, in wagons and in carriages, that they will see native-born Americans from every state of the Union, the enterprising Englishman, the hardy Scotchman, the warm-hearted son of Erin, the Pennsylvania Dutchman, and the honest Canadian, all joining in harmonious praises to heaven's holy King. The Mormon editors hoped these sights would allay the fear of Mormon militarism. They would see that the noise and confusion which is said to be in our midst, the clash of arms and din of war, was only prejudice against us. To counter the Warsaw Signal, the editors reprinted favorable articles from other papers. A reporter from the Juliet Courier was impressed with the plain hospitality of the Prophet Smith, to all strangers visiting the town, aged as he is, in making the stranger comfortable by his excellent wife, a woman of superior ability. The reporter visited meetings, heard preaching, observed Mormons laboring, and then wondered why the fuss. It has been a matter of astonishment to me, after seeing the prophet, as he is called, Elder Rigdon and many other gentlemanly men, anyone may see at Nauvoo, who will visit there, why it is that so many professing Christianity, and so many professing to reverence the sacred principles of our Constitution, which gives free religious toleration to all, have slandered and persecuted this sect of Christians. The author urged free discussion about the Mormons and hoped that no such degrading brutish persecutions will be got up in Illinois as was in Missouri. Bolstered by such reports, the Times and Seasons insisted all was well in Illinois. Perfect harmony and good feeling prevails between us and our neighbors, with the exception of 2 or 3 individuals, whose names are not worthy of mention. Land and debt. Despite the paper's claim, Nauvoo's prosperity was tenuous at best. The site had no natural economic advantages, as its precipitous economic decline after the Mormons' departure was to prove. Land sales and construction were the city's chief industries, and the supply of land was inadequate for the burgeoning population. In Iowa, the faulty titles to Isaac Gallane's half-breed tract were about to be exposed, and in Illinois, Joseph had trouble making payments for the Hotchkiss purchase. The debt to the partners Horace Hotchkiss, John Gillett, and Smith Tuttle put terrible financial pressures on Joseph. Joseph's brother Don Carlos wrote that Joseph was all the time, almost, in the narrows, straining the last link, as it were, to get out of this and that pinch. In August 1839, Joseph had signed 2 notes for $25,000 each plus fees, one due in 10 years and the other in 20. These constituted the principal payments which Joseph thought the church would be able to pay when they came due. The more immediate pressure came from the interest payments of $3,000 that were due each year for 20 years beginning in August 1840. To raise the money, Hotchkiss, the lead partner, had urged Joseph to mobilize the saints' friends in Washington to support the Mormon petition for redress. If the petition were granted by Congress, reparations would supply the interest payments. If that failed, he told them, they must rely on the honorable conduct of your own people, their pure morals, their correct habits, their indefatigable industry, their untiring perseverance and their well-directed enterprise. Joseph saw no way of meeting the payment schedule. As early as July 28, 1840, he wrote Hotchkiss to say poverty and sickness would prevent them from making the first payment on time. Apparently Hotchkiss was satisfied, for no more was heard from him on the subject in 1840. For the future, the church devised a scheme for paying without raising the cash. Church agents would persuade saints in the East to exchange their properties for bills that would be good for payment on Nauvoo lands. When they arrived in Nauvoo, they could purchase new lands with these bills. The titles of the eastern lands, meanwhile, would be signed over to Hotchkiss, in effect funding the Nauvoo land purchase. The success of the venture depended on the effectiveness of the church agents in persuading Eastern converts to cooperate. To represent the church, Joseph commissioned his brothers Hiram and William to accompany Isaac Gilland east, but Hiram fell ill soon after departure and returned to Nauvoo, leaving the enterprise with the other two. A few exchanges may have been completed, but in August 1841, Joseph heard from Hotchkiss that Gilland had never made it to Connecticut with the exchanged titles. Instead Gilland wrote Hotchkiss that he was leaving for the West without coming to Connecticut or reporting if any exchanges were made. "Permit me to ask," Hotchkiss wrote Joseph, "whether this is a proper return for the confidence we have bestowed and for the indulgence we have extended." Joseph shot back an angry letter. He believed that Hotchkiss had verbally agreed to delay the $3,000 interest payments for 5 years. Perhaps the reason Hotchkiss had stopped pressing for the 1840 payment. In Joseph's view, they had agreed that Eastern lands were to go toward both principal and interest, and Hotchkiss would not coerce payment while the saints were getting established. Joseph thought he had renegotiated the terms of the loan, while Hotchkiss wanted interest now as stated in the original agreement. Joseph was partly a victim of the 19th century rhetoric of financial obligations. Letters about debt often sounded like correspondence between old friends. Hotchkiss appeared to be solicitous, giving fatherly advice and inviting Joseph to stay at his house on visits. Joseph in turn inquired after Hotchkiss's health. He spoke of repaying the debt as his utmost desire, hindered only by the saints' poverty. "Every exertion on our part shall be made to meet the demands against us, so that if we cannot accomplish all we wish to, it will be our misfortune and not our fault." They spoke of good faith, honor, and confidence, personal rather than financial qualities, as if this were a gentleman's transaction. When informed that the fixed provisions actually prevailed, Joseph charged Hotchkiss with being hard-hearted. "What about our destitution after Missouri?" he wondered, asking, "Have you no feelings of commiseration?" He complained that the part of the Platte purchased was a deathly sickly hole. Then he issued the final challenge, either take back the property, or let us try to make the best of it. Coercive measures, he reminded Hotchkiss, would kill us in the germ. Under the circumstances, Hotchkiss, like other land speculators of his day, could only wait and keep pressing. So long as there was a prospect for a return, speculators were best advised to let their purchasers labor on, especially if they were improving the land, as the Mormons were. The saints had to pay off the loan to get clear title. Failure meant losing the land and their improvements. Joseph understood the speculators' position and counted on Hotchkiss to tolerate delays. Meanwhile, Joseph had turned over responsibility for managing the Nauvoo settlements to the 12 apostles. The 12 had originally been in charge of church affairs outside of the stakes, but Joseph announced at a special conference that they should now stand in their place next to the first presidency in attending to the settling of emigrants. Thereafter, Brigham Young's hand can be seen in the church's business affairs. He issued an epistle urging support of the plan for exchanging eastern lands for Nauvoo properties, and delivered an address on the necessity of obtaining proper title at the General Church Conference in October. The leaders read a calming letter from one of Hotchkiss's partners, Smith Tuttle, showing that both sides had an interest in restoring amicable relations. Joseph replied with a conciliatory letter of his own. He said he intended to pay the interest a year in advance if possible using eastern land titles instead of cash. Unfortunately, he explained, he had no means now in his hands. The villain in the story was Gilland, who had gone west with the money meant for Hotchkiss. So far Gilland had not returned to Nauvoo. Joseph wanted friendship with the Hotchkiss partnership, whose sincerity he did not doubt. The saints would bear their misfortunes of life, and shouldered them up handsomely like men. At the end, Joseph revealed how much the culture of honor had formed his inner being. We ask nothing but what ought to be required between man and man, bearing our own part in everything which duty calls us to do, as not inferior to any of the human race. The heart of the culture of honor was to do your part but tolerate no implication of inferiority. We are the sons of Adam, he wrote. We are the free-born sons of America, and having been trampled upon and our rights taken from us, even our constitutional rights will afford a sufficient excuse, we hope, for any harsh remarks that may have been dropped by us, when we thought there was an assumption of superiority designed to gall our feelings. He could not bear to be treated like an inferior. We are very sensitive as a people, we confess it. Yet he was contrite too. May God forbid that pride, ambition, a want of humanity or any degree of importance, unjustly should have any dominion in our bosoms. We want to be pardoned for our sins, if any we have committed. In the end, he agreed to pay the interest he had previously contested. With the Hotchkiss connection restored, Joseph turned to Gilland, who had still not appeared. Although presumably he owed the church money, Gilland could claim payment on the extensive Iowa and Illinois lands he had sold Joseph. The contesting debts led to an impasse. After an exchange of letters with Gilland and a visit from Brigham Young, some unspecified accommodation was reached. Joseph revoked Gilland's agency and power of attorney, and Gilland withdrew from the church. A month later, the saints learned the Gilland titles to Iowa lands were invalid, and settlers they would have to vacate. Joseph chose not to prosecute, and the Gilland affair dropped from view. Joseph's financial dealings took a strange turn in the spring of 1842, when he was informed that he was eligible to declare bankruptcy under a new federal law passed in 1841 by the Whig government. Following the Panic of 1837, thousands of petitioners had appealed to Congress for bankruptcy relief. The Whigs had blamed Democratic policies for the Depression, and believed that debt relief advertised the Democrats' blunders. The statute allowed debtors to petition for relief by listing their assets and liabilities. If the accounting was not successfully challenged, and no fraud was proven, the debtors were legally discharged. Without the approval of their creditors, the law threw the balance too much in favor of the debtors and was repealed in March 1843, but during this window of liberality, thousands of debtors sought relief. The idea was to reach an agreement about distributing inadequate resources. Joseph engaged Calvin Warren, a Quincy attorney, to pursue the matter. Warren, who had hoped to attract Mormons to a small town he had laid out a mile south of Warsaw, entered his own bankruptcy proceedings at the same time. Over a dozen other Mormons, including Sidney Rigdon, also appeared before the commissioners. Joseph spent 2 days assembling a list of debtors and invoice of property, and on Monday, April 18, 1842, testified to the lists before the county commissioners. Most who filed applications were discharged from their debts, but complications inevitably arose in evaluating a bundle of properties as complex as Joseph's. Later, after John C. Bennett was expelled from the church, he charged Joseph with fraudulently transferring personal property to himself as trustee in trust of the church to escape personal liabilities. The charge, never confirmed, led the U.S. Attorney for Illinois, Justin Butterfield, to protest Joseph's invoice. At Joseph's hearing in October 1842, Butterfield objected that Joseph had hidden property. Butterfield feared the federal government would lose payment for a steamboat bought by a Mormon businessman, Peter Hawes, with a note that Joseph Smith and others countersigned. The steamboat was wrecked within a few weeks of Hawes's purchase, and Butterfield thought Joseph was the only one of the 4 signatories with any prospect of compensating the government. To satisfy the federal attorney, the Nauvoo High Council proposed to give the government a bond secured by real estate. The negotiations bogged down, however, and were not completed until 1852, when the government was paid in full. With objections hanging over the proceedings, Joseph was never discharged from his debts under the federal bankruptcy law. Until the charges of fraud were settled, he could not be. But the imminent possibility of being discharged altered his relations with his creditors, who thought they were about to lose their legal hold on him. Joseph wrote Hotchkiss in May 1842 pleading his dire circumstances, the loss of property in Missouri and the pressure of unjust debts, as a reason for resorting to bankruptcy. He assured Hotchkiss that he was not insolvent. There is property sufficient in the inventory to pay every debt and some to spare. Joseph wanted to pay all of his creditors and have enough left, for 1 loaf more for each of our families. Reassurances notwithstanding, the Hotchkiss partners were dismayed. Joseph's bankruptcy raised the possibility of losing their investment. In addition to the prospect of no further payments, they were threatened by taxes. As holders of the titles, they were responsible for the levies on the land, and Mormon improvements were continually raising the assessed valuations. If the taxes weren't paid, all of their holdings might be sold at a sheriff's auction. To avert the difficulties, Hotchkiss offered long-term leases in return for reasonable rent, an arrangement that would tie up his capital but bring in revenue for taxes. In the absence of good records after 1843, the outcome is unknown. Possibly Hotchkiss lost everything. He may have suffered the fate of many speculators who obtained land at low prices in the expectation of huge gains only to find the complexities of introducing settlers and collecting payment insurmountable. In the end, speculators often came to ruin. After 1842, Joseph Smith could not be brought down by his creditors. The bankruptcy proceedings stood in the way, and because of the defaults, his credit was good only among the saints. The outsiders to whom he owed money ceased to harass him, but other vexations took their place. The Missourians would soon renew their extradition proceedings. Sharp and a small army of antagonists would intensify their campaigns of vilification and exposure. The temple and the Nauvoo house, 2 huge construction projects, remained to be completed. One would think that the incessant drumming of opposition and business would have drowned out Joseph's revelations, but his was a strange kind of prophethood. No withdrawn mystic contemplating his visions in the isolation of a cave. He was a city builder, a church president, and now in Nauvoo a general and soon to be mayor. He stood at the center of every project and every controversy, and still, the revelations kept coming, each more daring than the last. The year 1842 brought another fluorescence. 25, Stories of Eternity, Spring 1842, a man is saved no faster than he gets knowledge, for if he does not get knowledge he will be brought into captivity by some evil power in the other world, as evil spirits will have more knowledge and consequently more power than many men who are on the earth. Hence it needs revelation to assist us and give us knowledge of the things of God. Joseph Smith, April 10, 1842. By the middle of 1842, the time of peace in Nauvoo was drawing to a close. By summer, Joseph was entangled in the conflicts that would end in his death 2 years later. And yet these tempestuous years saw momentous doctrinal and ecclesiastical innovations. A series of events compressed into a few months in the spring of 1842 seemed to signal a fresh vision of the Church's course. The organization of the Relief Society gave women an unprecedented role in church government. Soon after, Joseph embraced Freemasonry and introduced a new endowment ceremony for the temple. In March, his final translation, the Book of Abraham, which he had labored over since 1835, was published in the Times and Seasons. Perhaps most fateful, the number of Joseph's wives increased dramatically. These developments added new depth to the Mormon worldview. Joseph almost always wound theology around his organizational changes. Everything he did, he often said, was patterned after the order of heaven. Everything was situated against a ground of history and cosmology. In Nauvoo, his theology became increasingly dramaturgical, not only in the temple ritual, where a reenactment of the creation and the fall was the form of instruction, but in his comments about primordial events. Developments in Nauvoo were linked to dramatic occurrences at the foundation of the world, so that the elaboration of institutions in the spring of 1842 also added to the stories of eternity. Marriage, of all the events, The resumption of plural marriage was the most disturbing. After marrying Fanny Alger sometime before 1836, Joseph, it appears, married no one else until he wed Louisa Beaman on April 5, 1841, in Nauvoo. Historians debate the possibility of one other wife in the interim. In the next 2.5 years, Joseph married about 30 additional women, 10 of them already married to other men. Nothing confuses the picture of Joseph Smith's character more than these plural marriages. What lay behind this egregious transgression of conventional morality? What drove him to a practice that put his life and his work in jeopardy? Not to mention his relationship with Emma. Was he a dominant male whose ego brooked no bounds? Joseph exercised such untrammeled authority in Nauvoo that it is possible to imagine him thinking no conquest beyond his reach. In theory, he could take what he wanted and browbeat his followers with threats of divine punishment. This simple reading of Joseph's motives is implicit in descriptions of him as a charismatic, handsome man. They suggest he was irresistible and made the most of it. Other Mormon men went along out of loyalty or in hopes of sharing the power. But missing from that picture is Joseph's sense of himself. In public and private, he spoke and acted as if guided by God. All the doctrines, plans, programs, and claims were, in his mind, the mandates of heaven. They came to him as requirements, with a kind of irresistible certainty. The revelations weighed him down with impossible tasks like translation, gathering, constructing a temple, or building a city. More than once he told the church he had completed the work and had no more to accomplish, as if he hoped the revelations would subside. Then a new commandment would force itself upon him, and the work would resume. Joseph ordinarily followed the commandments punctiliously, as if disobedience put him at risk. In the case of plural marriage, he held off for 2 or 3 years before marrying Fanny Alger, and then after this one unsuccessful attempt, waited another 5 years. The delay showed an uncharacteristic reluctance, hard for one who feared God. In some of Joseph's revelations the Lord speaks as a friend, but in others with the voice of thunder. Writing to a woman whom he hoped would be his wife, he described the two sides of the image. Our Heavenly Father is more liberal in His views, and boundless in His mercies and blessings, than we are ready to believe or receive, and at the same time is as terrible to workers of iniquity, more awful in the executions of His punishments, and more ready to detect every false way than we are apt to suppose Him to be. God was both kind and terrible. By delaying plural marriage, Joseph risked provoking God's wrath. Mary Rollins Lightner, one of his plural wives, later said Joseph told her about the pressure he was under. The angel came to me 3 times between the year of 34 and 42 and said I was to obey that principle or he would slay me. Others told the story with an additional detail. The angel held a drawn sword. The possibility of an imaginary revelation, erupting from his own heart and subconscious mind, seems not to have occurred to Joseph. To him, the words came from heaven. They required obedience even though the demand seemed contradictory or wrong. The possibility of deception did occur to him. Satanic counterfeits concerned Joseph. He talked to the saints about the detection of fraudulent angels. But when Lightner asked if perhaps plural marriage was of the devil, Joseph said no. In his mind, the revelation came from God, and he had to obey or suffer. The written form of the revelation, recorded in 1843, later canonized as Doctrine and Covenants 132, said bluntly, I reveal unto you a new and an everlasting covenant, and if ye abide not that covenant, then are ye damned. Joseph never wrote his personal feelings about plural marriage. Save for the revelation given in the voice of God, everything on the subject comes from the people around him. But surely, he realized that plural marriage would inflict terrible damage, that he ran the risk of wrecking his marriage and alienating his followers. How could the faithful Emma, to whom he pledged his love in every letter, accept additional wives? His followers would see the revelation as an unforgivable breach of the moral law and reject it altogether, or, even worse, use it as a license for free love. Either way, their reactions would jeopardize the Zion project. As for the world at large, plural marriage would confirm all their worst fears. Sexual excess was considered the all-too-common fruit of pretended revelation. Joseph's enemies would delight in one more evidence of a revelator's antinomian transgressions. He also risked prosecution under Illinois and bigamy law. In approaching Joseph Bates Noble in the spring of 1841 about marrying his wife's sister, Louisa Beaman, Joseph asked Bates, a man he had known since Kirtland, to keep quiet. In revealing this to you I have placed my life in your hands, therefore, do not in an evil hour betray me to my enemies. Louisa Beeman was 26 when she married Joseph Smith. Alone since her mother's death in September 1840, Beeman had moved in with Joseph and Mary Noble. To disguise the wedding, Joseph asked Noble to perform the ceremony in a grove near Main Street with Louisa in man's clothing. Partly to maintain secrecy, Joseph could not have spent much time with Beeman or any of the women he married. He never gathered his wives into a household, as his Utah followers later did, or accompanied them to public events. Close relationships were further curtailed by business. Joseph had to look after Emma and the children, manage the church, govern the city, and evade the extradition officers from Missouri. As the marriages increased, there were fewer and fewer opportunities for seeing each wife. Even so, nothing indicates that sexual relations were left out of plural marriages. Noble testified many years later that Joseph spent the night with Louisa after the wedding. But there was no Mormon seraglio or Nauvoo harem, as his enemies charged. Not until many years later did anyone claim Joseph Smith's paternity, and evidence for the tiny handful of supposed children is tenuous. For the most part, the women went about their business as before. Only the slightest hints suggest that Joseph was in Louisa's company after their marriage, though he may have contributed to her support. The marital status of the plural wives further complicated the issue. Within 15 months of marrying Louisa Beeman, Joseph had married 11 other women. 8 of the 11 were married to other men. All told, 10 of Joseph's plural wives were married to other men. All of them went on living with their first husbands after marrying the prophet. The reasons for choosing married women can only be surmised. Not all were married to non-Mormon men. 6 of the 10 husbands were active Latter-day Saints. In most cases, the husband knew of the plural marriage and approved. The practice seems inexplicable today. Why would a husband consent? The only answer seems to be the explanation Joseph gave when he asked a woman for her consent. They and their families would benefit spiritually from a close tie to the prophet. Joseph told a prospective wife that submitting to plural marriage would ensure your eternal salvation and exaltation and that of your father's household and all your kindred. A father who gave his daughter to the prophet as a plural wife was assured that the marriage shall be crowned upon your heads with honor and immortality and eternal life to all your house, both old and young. The relationship would bear fruit in the afterlife. There is no certain evidence that Joseph had sexual relations with any of the wives who were married to other men. They married because Joseph's kingdom grew with the size of his family, and those bonded to that family would be exalted with him. In October 1841, Joseph married Zena Huntington Jacobs, wife of Henry Jacobs. Zena was a pious young woman of 20 who had spoken in tongues and heard angels singing. Joseph and Emma had cared for Zena and her siblings for 3 months in 1839–40 after their mother died. When Joseph explained plural marriage to her the following year, her first response was to resist. Accepting Henry, who was courting her at the time, meant saying no to Joseph. Zena changed her mind after her brother told her about the angel threatening Joseph's position and his life. That image plus her own inquiries convinced her. I searched the scripture and by humble prayer to my heavenly Father I obtained a testimony for myself that God had required that order to be established in this church. Even after this assurance, she despaired of the consequences. I made a greater sacrifice than to give my life, for I never anticipated again to be looked upon as an honorable woman by those I dearly loved. On October 27, 1841, her brother Dymock performed the marriage on the banks of the Mississippi. Little more is known of Zena's relationship with Joseph. Her diary says nothing about visits. In 1843, while Henry was away on a mission, she, being lonely, opened a school in her house. The records don't reveal how much Henry knew about the marriage at first, but in 1846 he stood by in the temple when Zena was sealed posthumously to Joseph Smith for eternity. The personal anguish caused by plural marriage did not stop Joseph Smith from marrying more women. He married 3 in 1841, 11 in 1842, and 17 in 1843. Historians debate these numbers, but the total figure is most likely between 28 and 33. Larger numbers have been proposed based on the sealing records in the Nauvoo temple. 8 additional women were sealed to Joseph in the temple after his death, possibly implying a marriage while he was still alive. Whatever the exact number, The marriages are numerous enough to indicate an impersonal bond. Joseph did not marry women to form a warm, human companionship, but to create a network of related wives, children, and kinsmen that would endure into the eternities. The revelation on marriage promised Joseph an hundredfold in this world, of fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, houses and lands, wives and children, and crowns of eternal lives in the eternal worlds. Like Abraham of old, Joseph yearned for familial plenitude. He did not lust for women so much as he lusted for kin. Romance played only a slight part. In making proposals, Joseph would sometimes say God had given a woman to him, or they were meant for each other, but there was no romantic talk of adoring love. He did not court his prospective wives by first trying to win their affections. Often he asked a relative, a father or an uncle, to propose the marriage. Sometimes one of his current wives proposed for him. When he made the proposal himself, a friend like Brigham Young was often present. The language was religious and doctrinal, stressing that a new law has been revealed. She was to seek spiritual confirmation. Once consent was given, a formal ceremony was performed before witnesses, with Joseph dictating the words to the person officiating. Joseph himself said nothing about sex in these marriages. Other marriage experimenters in Joseph's times focused on sexual relations. The Shakers repudiated marriage altogether, considering sex beastly and unworthy of a millennial people. John Humphrey Noyes and a community objected to the possessiveness of the marriage relationship and thought free intercourse was as necessary to openness and love as communal property. Joseph, so far as can be told, never discussed the sexual component of marriage, save for his concern about adultery. We might expect that Joseph, the kind of dominant man who is thought to have strong libidinal edges, would betray his sexual drive in his talk and manner. Bred outside the rising genteel culture, he was not inhibited by Victorian prudery, but references to sexual pleasure are infrequent. Years later, William Law, Joseph's counselor in the first presidency, said he was shocked once to hear Joseph say one of his wives afforded him great pleasure. That report is one of the few, and the fact that it shocked Law suggests such comments were infrequent. As Fawn Brodie said, there was too much of the Puritan in Joseph for him to be a careless libertine. Indeed, the practice of plural marriage went against the teachings of other revelations. In one of the Book of Mormon's most impassioned sermons, the prophet Jacob chastised the Nephite men for taking additional wives and concubines. "Ye have broken the hearts of your tender wives," Jacob preached. "For I, the Lord God, delighteth in chastity of women, and whoredoms is an abomination before me." The offenders would be visited with a sore curse, even unto destruction. A revelation given in Kirtland in 1831 underscored the same prohibition: "Thou shalt not commit adultery, and he that committeth adultery and repenteth not, shall be cast out." With these prohibitions emblazoned in his own revelations, Joseph was torn by the command to take plural wives. What about the curses and destruction promised adulterers? What about the heart of his tender wife? In 1838, when Joseph was accused of a relationship with Fanny Alger, his only concern had been to insist that he had never confessed to adultery. The written revelation on marriage noted that ye have asked concerning adultery, and defined precisely what constituted adultery. The question obviously bothered him. Joseph explained to Nancy Rigdon, Sidney Rigdon's daughter, who refused Joseph's proposal of marriage, how he justified the apparent breach of the moral code. The path to happiness, he assured her, was virtue, uprightness, faithfulness, holiness, and keeping all the commandments of God. Even in taking additional wives, he had to think of himself as virtuous. But the phrase about keeping the commandments of God suggested how plural marriage was justified. God said thou shalt not kill, at another time he said thou shalt utterly destroy. What was a believer to do with conflicting injunctions? Joseph reached a terrifying answer: that which is wrong under one circumstance, may be and often is, right under another. This unnerving principle was the foundation of the government of God. Whatever God requires is right, no matter what it is, he wrote Nancy, although we may not see the reason thereof till long after the events transpire. The idea actually informed every revealed religion. A few years later, the Christian evangelist and anti-slavery advocate Charles Finney was to say with respect to slavery that no human legislation can make it right or lawful to violate any command of God. To Finney, the higher law, equality, prevailed over human law, and justified attacks on slavery. The same sentiment coming from Joseph with plural marriage in mind froze the heart. He could not have chosen words better suited to strike terror into the rational mind. He was saying that any moral rule, any common-sense limitation on any human constraint, could be overthrown by a revelation. The assertion confirmed the fears of rational Christians for centuries about the social chaos inherent in revealed religion. Joseph quickly qualified what he had said. Although everything that God gives us is lawful and right, and 'tis proper that we should enjoy his gifts and blessings whenever and wherever he is disposed to bestow, casual liaisons were not authorized. A gift taken was not a gift given. Blessings and enjoyments taken arbitrarily without law, without revelation, without commandment, those blessings and enjoyments would prove cursings and vexations in the end, and we should have to go down in sorrow and wailings of everlasting regret. To Joseph's mind, revelation functioned like law. The revelations came as commandments, the name he gave to all the early revelations. They required obedience. The marriage revelation laid down rules about adultery, binding partners to each other by covenant. If a woman be not in the new and everlasting covenant, and she be with another man, she has committed adultery. The same for men. If her husband be with another woman, and he was under a vow, he hath broken his vow, and hath committed adultery. The rules were as strict under plural marriage as under monogamy, except that revelation set the standard. The shock of plural marriage was further mitigated by precedents in the Bible. The sermon against adultery in the Book of Mormon began with the Old Testament. David and Solomon truly had many wives and concubines, the prophet Jacob acknowledged, and they sinned in the practice. The Old Testament sanctioned plural marriage, but not for selfishly multiplying wives to himself, as Solomon and David evidently did. But what about the other biblical polygamists not mentioned in the Book of Mormon who did multiply wives to themselves? Did Abraham sin in marrying Hagar? Implicitly recognizing the contradiction, the Book of Mormon offered an explanation. For if I will, saith the Lord of hosts, raise up seed unto me, Jacob wrote, I will command my people, otherwise, they will hearken unto these things. Monogamy was the usual practice, but in certain instances, God commanded polygamy. The disjuncture between the Book of Mormon prohibitions of polygamy and the Old Testament practice apparently caused Joseph to question the plural marriage revelation, not written down until July 1843, opened with the observation that you have inquired of my hand to know and understand wherein I the Lord justified my servants, Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, as also Moses, David and Solomon, my servants, as touching the principle and doctrine of their having many wives and concubines. In answer to the question, Joseph learned that plural marriage was a divine commandment. God commanded Abraham, the revelation said, and Sarah gave Hagar to Abraham to wife. And why did she do it? Because this was the law. Abraham was the precedent. The scriptural justification for plural marriage was the admonition to go ye, therefore, and do the works of Abraham. Joseph told the 12 about plural marriage soon after their return in 1841, and they began marrying other women soon after. Before Joseph died, as many as 29 other men had married at least one additional wife under his authorization. The practice had to be generalized because the revelation tied marriage to the highest form of exaltation. Marriage was the basis for human exaltation, whether plural or not. Later in Mormon history, exaltation through marriage was separated from multiple wives. The plural marriage revelation still describes the modern Mormon view of marriage and family, although Latter-day Saints abandoned plural marriage more than a century ago. At the base was priesthood sealing, the practice of binding people together by priesthood authority. The revelation informed the saints that no marriages, monogamous or plural, would last after death unless sealed by priesthood authority. All covenants, contracts, bonds, obligations, oaths, vows, performances, connections, associations, or expectations that are not made or entered into and sealed by the Holy Spirit of promise, of Him who is anointed, both as well for time and for all eternity, are of no efficacy, virtue, or force in and after the resurrection. The powers of this world ended at death. Only the power of God could ordain eternal marriages. To those sealed by the priesthood, the promises were startling. When out of the world, the revelation said, sealed couples would pass by the angels and go on to godhood. Their state was quite different from those married by worldly authority. In the afterlife, the worldly wed became single again, and a permanent cap limited their progress. Therefore, they cannot be enlarged, but remain separately and singly and are appointed angels in heaven, which angels are ministering servants, to minister for those who are worthy of a far more, and an exceeding, and an eternal weight of glory. The key word in the passage was enlarged. Single people could not expand, married pairs could. And how? Through a continuation of the seeds forever and ever. They kept bearing children. This capacity to enlarge made them, in effect, gods. Then shall they be gods, because they have no end. Therefore shall they be from everlasting to everlasting, because they continue. Then shall they be above all, because all things are subject unto them. Then shall they be gods, because they have all power, and the angels are subject unto them. The great, godly power was procreation, the continuation of seed. The ultimate social order of heaven was familial. Before the marriage revelation, women were in the shadows in Joseph's theology, implied but rarely recognized. Now they moved to the center. The continuation of the seeds involved bearing and nurturing children, the work of parents. In 1843, Joseph said that in order to obtain the highest degree of celestial glory, a man must enter into this order of the priesthood, and if he don't, he can't obtain it. He may enter into the other, but that is the end of his kingdom. He cannot have an increase. The marriage revelation was still addressed to men and spoke of their increase and their power, but they could have none of these alone. To be exalted, men and women must be bound together. Joseph had never tried to demean women. Emma had gone to the hill Qumran with him to obtain the plates and later helped record the translation. When he lost the 116 pages, he thought first of her disappointment. The revelation to Emma in 1830 said her time was to be given to writing, and to learning much, no marginal activities. But like so many Victorians, Joseph thought of women in helping roles. Women nurtured children and cared for the sick. Revelations were addressed to the elders of my church, rarely to women. In church as in politics or the economy of the day, women and children were subsumed under a male head. The marriage revelation did not overturn the family order. If anything, women were more entrenched than ever in the roles of mother and wife. But procreation was lifted to the highest level of human and divine endeavor. Mothering was precisely what made gods. And with mothering highlighted, the greatest work was not accomplished in the priesthood councils where women were absent, but at home, where women were present and central. The marriage revelation redressed the balance of the political and the familial, shifting emphasis from the corporate to the personal. While women gained by this shift, the revelation also relieved the loneliness and burden of male autonomy. Men would not become gods alone. Through the continuation of seed, husbands and wives passed by the angels and became gods together, and only together. Women, in partnership, not as individuals, were at last represented in Joseph's theology. The revelation's tone was more political than sentimental. There are no scenes of smiling children playing at their parents' feet, the standard trope of later Victorian heavens. Men and women who married by God's law would inherit thrones, kingdoms, principalities, and powers, dominions, all heights and depths. This was the language of government, not sentimentalism. Echoing the words of the revelation of St. John, the Lord told Joseph, I prepare a throne for you in the kingdom of my father, with Abraham your father, presumably with a queen or queens beside him. The marriage covenant prepared the saints less for wedded bliss than for heavenly rule. The marriage revelation culminated the emergence of family theology. More than any previous revelation, this one put family first. In the first decade of the church, the city, not the parish, was the primary social organization, and the council was the characteristic governing body. The first presidency, the stake high councils, the council of the 12 apostles. In the middle of the decade, priesthood was associated with lineage. Revelations describe the descent of the priesthood from father to son. The office of patriarch was by right passed to a son, and the bishopric ideally went to descendants of Aaron. The Book of Abraham described Abraham's quest for priesthood descending through the fathers. In Nauvoo, the family side of priesthood came forward. Bonding families became the center of Joseph's doctrine. Malachi's phrase about turning the hearts of the children to the fathers inspired the practice of baptisms for the dead, tying family to family together through history, thus creating a welding link going back in time. The earth would be wasted, Joseph read Malachi to say, if families were not bound together across the generations. Priesthood marriage welded contemporary husbands, wives, and children together for eternity, making the family the one institution sure to survive death. Family did not displace councils in earthly church government, but family was identified as the fundamental governing body in the hereafter. After death, husbands and wives as kings and queens would rule over principalities and powers. Joseph's family doctrine did not grow out of a diagnosis of social ills, like the Peacemaker, or the doctrines of the Millennium by Adoniram Jacob, a book favoring plural marriage published in 1842 by the Mormon Press in Nauvoo. Jacob, who was not a Mormon at the time, argued for easy divorce and polygamous marriage in order to reduce the sexual influence of women and restore male authority. Society, Jacob believed, was suffering from the decay of patriarchal dominance and would perish unless men were put back in charge. Women were lording it over their husbands, Jacob thought, because of men's sexual needs. Polygamy would liberate men and restore their rightful authority. Joseph's plural marriage revelation also gave husbands the upper hand, but it said nothing about loss of control or family deterioration. The revelation was about bonding, not dominance. Its concern was to preserve family into eternity. The Relief Society, in the same spring when Joseph was enlarging his circle of wives, he gave women a new role in church organization. The formation of a women's society in Nauvoo in 1842 spurred his thinking. The society began with the benevolent impulse of 23-year-old Sarah Granger Kimball, an eminent young matron. Her father, Oliver Granger, had been sheriff and colonel of the militia in Ontario County, the Smiths' home county in New York, before he joined the Mormons and moved to Kirtland in 1833. Sarah's non-Mormon husband, Hiram Kimball, was a merchant and land speculator. Sarah married him in 1840 and lived in the finest house in Nauvoo. Like others of her class, Sarah Kimball believed her social position carried a responsibility for helping the underprivileged, and in Nauvoo in 1842 the needs were evident on every street. For 40 years, women's organizations around the country had pursued a host of worthy causes: aid to the poor, schools for indigent children, missionary work, and the distribution of Bibles. Thousands of benevolent societies had sprung up, especially in New England and in the path of Yankee westward settlement. To ambitious and improving women, forming a ladies' society, as Sarah Kimball called it, was a natural extension of their nurturing office in the home. Kimball thought first of paying her seamstress to stitch shirts for the temple workmen, but then decided to organize a wider effort. At the first meeting on March 4, 1842, the group moved to organize formally. At the women's behest, Kimball went to Eliza R. Snow, well known in Nauvoo for her literary experience, with a request for a constitution and bylaws. Joseph took an interest when Snow brought the documents to him for approval. He called them the best he had ever seen, but said he had something better for them than a written constitution. He wanted to organize the women, he said, under the priesthood after the pattern of the priesthood. Those words implied that he considered a women's organization part of the ancient order of things. When he met with the women on March 17, Joseph told the women they should put aside the usual model for benevolent societies. He told them to elect a president who would choose counselors to preside over the society, just as the first presidency presided over the church. Let additional officers be appointed and set apart, as deacons, teachers, are among us. The society's duties were to mesh with the priesthoods. They were to care for the poor as originally intended, but also to assist, by correcting the morals and strengthening the virtues of the community, and save the elders the trouble of rebuking. The women were not ordained to the priesthood, and the name of the society, the Female Relief Society of Nauvoo, did not imply priesthood, but priesthood was the pattern. 2 weeks later, in urging them to select worthy members, Joseph told the society to act according to the ancient priesthood. He wanted to make of this society a kingdom of priests. For the first time, women had a place in the evolving church organization. In recent, more feminist times, the Relief Society's minutes have been scrutinized for signs that priesthood was being given to the sisters. The minutes have Joseph saying, "I now turn the key to you in the name of God, and this society shall rejoice, and knowledge and intelligence shall flow down from this time." Since the word key was associated with priesthood, the statement has a priesthood ring. Even then, the question of priesthood authority was raised. Some members objected to women laying hands on the sick as if they were priesthood holders. Joseph answered the critics by saying all that believe, whether male or female, had the promise of casting out devils and healing the sick. He replied that there could be no more sin in any female laying hands on the sick than in wetting the face with water. Women did not need priesthood to minister. It is no sin for anybody to do it that has faith. Joseph said, "Women administered by faith, not priesthood." More significant was Joseph's promise that females, if they are pure and innocent, can come into the presence of God. In most Salvationist churches, those words would have meant a return to heaven after death. For Mormons, the words referred to Joseph's long quest to bring his people into the presence of God while still on earth. The revelations associated the vision of God with the temple and the endowment of power. Until then, the endowment had been given solely to men, the only ones to receive washings and anointings in Kirtland. By including women among those who were to see God, Joseph brought them into the circle of the endowed who would be cleansed and purified in the temple. In the middle of his talk about women healing the sick, he interjected a seemingly unconnected remark about the temple. The church is not now organized in its proper order, and cannot be until the temple is completed. The remark implied women would understand their place in the proper order when they entered the temple. At the launching of the Relief Society, Emma Smith was made president. Joseph had not forgotten the 1831 revelation about her calling to expound scriptures, and to exhort the church. He read the entire text at the Society's organizational meeting and commented that she was ordained at the time the revelation was given, to expound the scriptures to all, and to teach the female part of the community. Emma probably had more influence over him than any living person. He worried about displeasing her and begged her forgiveness for unknown infractions. Her appointment to head the Relief Society, perhaps a small compensation for the sorrows she bore, was part of his envisioned family order. They would share the burdens of leadership together. In his comments to the society, Joseph tried to steady the boat he knew was rocking because of the plural marriage rumors. On the one hand, he urged them to purge out iniquity, his puritanical conscience requiring him to insist on virtue in the church. On the other hand, he asked them to show mercy. Don't think yourselves more righteous than others. Perhaps in an indirect plea to Emma, he asked the sisters to treat their husbands with mildness and affection. When a man is borne down with trouble, when he is perplexed, if he can meet a smile, not an argument, if he can meet with mildness, it will calm down his soul and smooth his feelings. In this turbulent spring filled with stress and suspicion, Joseph appealed to the new president of the Relief Society for understanding. When the mind is going to despair, it needs a solace. Endowment. The concept of the temple had steadily expanded since it was first mentioned in a revelation in late 1830. In Independence, the temple was understood as a place for the Lord to return, a place to lay his head when he came. In Kirtland, Joseph added administrative offices, a meeting house and school, and, more significantly, performed the rituals of washing and anointing in the house of the Lord. In Nauvoo, the ceremonies were further elaborated to include baptism for the dead, endowments, and priesthood marriages. The elaboration of function was not reflected in the architecture in Nauvoo. The floor plans for the new temple looked very much like Kirtland's. Two assembly rooms once again sat atop each other with pulpits at opposite ends for the leaders arrayed in their priesthood ranks, from the first presidency and high priests down through teachers and deacons. The Nauvoo temple provided distinctive space for only one temple ordinance, baptisms for the dead, which were performed in a large basement font. Otherwise there were no rooms designed specifically for temple ceremonies. As in Kirtland, the third floor was divided into small, plain offices with none of them designated as ritual spaces. The architectural carryover from Kirtland, however, did not mean that Joseph did not have more in mind for Nauvoo when the temple was begun. Sermons and revelations alluded to something additional on the way. The idea of a place for recovering ancient knowledge was emphasized in January 1841. Let this house be built unto my name, that I may reveal mine ordinances therein unto my people, for I design to reveal unto my church, things which have been kept hid from before the foundation of the world, things that pertain to the dispensation of the fullness of times. To the washings and anointings of Kirtland, the Nauvoo endowment added instruction based on the biblical story of the creation, a recurring narrative in Joseph's revelations. Both the Book of Moses and the Book of Abraham contained a creation story. A third version framed the endowment ceremony. The endowment presented a reenactment of the creation, the fall, and the establishment of priesthood order among humans after the earth was formed. This was the primordium, the time when God imprinted the earth and fixed the pattern for human existence. The drama foreshadowed Joseph's mission to install the priesthood order among the saints in his day, as the prophets had been trying to do from the beginning. Portions of the temple ritual resembled Masonic rites that Joseph had observed when a Nauvoo lodge was organized in March 1842 and that he may have heard about from Hiram, a Mason from New York days. The Nauvoo endowment was first bestowed just 6 weeks after Joseph's induction. The similarities were marked enough for Heber Kimball to quote Joseph saying that Freemasonry was taken from priesthood but has become degenerated. But many things are perfect. Joseph often requested revelation about things that caught his attention. His revision of the Bible had sparked questions that resulted in revelations such as the vision of 3 glories. Tensions in South Carolina brought on a revelation about coming civil war. He had a green thumb for growing ideas from tiny seeds. Masonic rites seem to have been one more provocation. Freemasonry, emerging from a slump after the anti-Masonic frenzy of the early 1830s, began in Nauvoo with a few Mormon Masons who wanted to organize a lodge. Fewer than 200 Masons were distributed among 5 lodges in Illinois in 1841, but in the next year, 6 new lodges were organized in the state besides the Mormon lodges. James Adams, a Mormon convert and probate judge in Springfield, encouraged Mormon Masons to apply. In June 1841, they petitioned for sponsorship and received it from Abraham Jonas, a Jewish Mason and Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Illinois. Jonas's belief in equality and brotherhood disposed him to befriend the saints, and he was also seeking support in his run for the state legislature. Jonas formed the Mormons into a temporary lodge of ancient York Masons with George Miller as worshipful master and Hiram Smith as senior warden. The new lodge quickly received membership applications from 41 Mormons including Joseph, Sidney Rigdon, and 5 of the 12 apostles. In March 1842, Jonas came to Nauvoo to install the new members. Joseph became an entered apprentice Mason on March 15, 1842. Jonas dubbed Joseph a Mason on site to allow him to officiate as chaplain while being installed. The next day Joseph rose through degrees of fellow craft and master Mason. Impressed though he must have been, his journal entry for the installation expressed most pleasure in the celebration following the initiation. The Masonic procession began at Joseph's door near the river and marched to the grove at the base of the temple bluff, where 3,000 people gathered. Joseph reported that a large number of people assembled on the occasion. The day was exceedingly fine, all things were done in order, and universal satisfaction manifested. If Joseph thought of Freemasonry as degenerate priesthood, he did nothing to suppress his rival. Once the Nauvoo Lodge was organized, Mormons joined in large numbers. 11 of the 12 apostles became Freemasons. By October 1842, the 253 members of the Nauvoo Lodge outnumbered the 227 Masons in all the other Illinois lodges combined. The Mormons organized 4 additional lodges over the next year. In June, less than 7 weeks after bestowing the endowment on the first group of brethren, Joseph celebrated St. John's Day, in honor of John the Baptist, a Masonic favorite, by riding in procession to a public celebration attended by thousands. In April 1844, the saints dedicated the Nauvoo Masonic Hall, the finest completed building in the city. Masonic instruction would have attracted Joseph. Masonic candidates sought light, a powerful word in Joseph's revelations. Biblical imagery was mixed generously with a conglomeration of symbols, grips, signs, tools, architecture, objects, scriptures, stories, actions, many of them references to the craft of Masonry. After the ceremony initiating members into a higher degree, a lecture summarized the symbols and their importance for instilling virtue and brotherhood. The outcome was a circle of committed brethren, loyal to each other to the death, forming a bulwark against a wicked world. After the Masonic installation and the first endowment ceremony, Heber Kimball wrote Parley Pratt that Brother Joseph feels as well as I ever see him. One reason is he has got a small company. That he feels safe in their hands. Kimball probably referred to the men who had been endowed, but the Masonic Lodge was one more line of defense against a hostile world. Intrigued by the Masonic rites, Joseph turned the materials to his own use. The Masonic elements that appeared in the temple endowment were embedded in a distinctive context, the creation instead of the Temple of Solomon, exaltation rather than fraternity, God and Christ, not the worshipful master. Temple covenants bound people to God rather than to each other. At the end, the participants entered symbolically into the presence of God. Endowment, Joseph's name for the temple ceremony, connected it to promises made long before his encounter with Freemasonry. In early revelations, the word endowment referred to seeing God, a bequest of Pentecostal spiritual light. The use of the word endowment in Nauvoo implied that the goal of coming into God's presence would be realized now through ritual rather than a transcendent vision. This transition gave Mormonism's search for direct access to God an enduring form. David Hume, the 18th-century empiricist and critic of enthusiastic religion, had observed that outbursts of visions and revelations soon sputtered out. They lacked form to keep them alive. They could not endure because they had no rites, no ceremonies, no holy observances, which may enter into the common train of life, and preserve the sacred principles from oblivion. To remain in force, enthusiasm had to be embodied in holy practice. And Daves, a modern scholar of religion, has added that direct inspiration survives only when it is supported by a sacred mythos embedded in sacred practices. The Mormon temple's sacred story stabilized and perpetuated the original enthusiastic endowment. The resemblances of the temple rites to Masonic ritual have led some to imagine the endowment as an offshoot of the Fraternal Lodge movement. Between 1840 and 1900, membership in lodges leapt from around 2,500 to over 6 million. The lodge's success attested to the need for bonding among American males. In the hard world of emergent capitalism, the lodges set up an alternative universe of virtue and friendship encased in imagery and ancient rites. On the surface, the temple resembles the cloistered, brotherly world of the lodges. But the spiritual core of the Nauvoo endowment was not male bonding. By 1843 women were sitting in the ordinance rooms and passing through the rituals. Adam and Eve, a male-female pair, were the representative figures rather than the Masonic hero Hiram Abiff. The aim of the endowment was not male fraternity but the exaltation of husbands and wives. The Nauvoo endowment is more akin to aspects of Kabbalah, the alternative Jewish tradition that flourished for centuries alongside rational Judaism. As one commentator explains, Kabbalah's central impulse was a desire to encounter God. The position of classical Judaism was that the essence of God is unknowable. Thou canst not see my face. The Kabbalists sought not only to define and characterize the Godhead, through a kind of spiritualized cosmogonic physics, but to experience it. Joseph's governing passion was to have his people experience God. To be sure, Joseph was not seeking a mystic God known through some transcendent fusion. Joseph's God existed in time and space in a bodily form. Nonetheless, the fundamental trajectory of the endowment coincided with the passions and expectations of mystics for centuries past and especially with the Kabbalistic dream of conjunction with the divine. How Joseph Smith could have tied into this line of religious inquiry remains a mystery. Scholars have pointed to Kabbalistic books in the possession of Alexander Nabor, a Jewish Mormon convert who knew Joseph in Nauvoo. But these came on the scene a decade after Joseph's revelations defined the endowment of power as an encounter with God. We can scarcely imagine him steeping himself in Kabbalistic literature in Manchester and Harmony. More reasonable is Harold Bloom's conclusion that Joseph's desire for God's presence came out of his own religious experience and genius. He had an uncanny ability to recover long-lost traditions for use in modern times. Joseph first bestowed the endowment on 9 men on May 4, 1842, in the second-floor rooms of his brick store. Having arranged the room with scenery and props the day before, he spent the day, his journal said, giving certain instructions concerning the priesthood. Later, his clerk Willard Richards gave more detailed description of Joseph's instructions in the Principles and Order of the Priesthood, attending to washings, anointing, endowments, and the communications of keys, pertaining to the Aaronic priesthood, and so on to the highest order of the Melchizedek priesthood, setting forth the order pertaining to the Ancient of Days, and all those plans and principles by which anyone is enabled to secure fullness of those blessings which has been prepared for the Church of the Firstborn, and come up, and abide in the presence of Elohim in the eternal worlds. In this council was instituted the ancient order of things for the first time in these last days, and the communications I made to this council were of things spiritual, and to be received only by the spiritual-minded, and there was nothing made known to these men but what will be made known to all the saints, of the last days, so soon as they are prepared to receive, and a proper place is prepared to communicate them, even to the weakest of the saints. Because the endowment was necessary for salvation, all were to enter into this order, even the weakest of the saints. In the winter of 1845–46, at the end of the Mormont's stay in Nauvoo, carpenters labored on the temple long after they knew they would be forced out. In the final months, while they gathered supplies and built wagons for the winter trek across Iowa, 5,600 saints passed through the temple. Brigham Young, the master organizer of the journey, spent his nights instructing the people in the endowment. Young believed that the presentation of the ordinances in the house of the Lord held the people together in that dispiriting time. Abraham, the same month in which Joseph organized the Relief Society and entered Masonry. He published the Book of Abraham. Parts had been translated when the text was first purchased from the traveling exhibitor Michael Chandler in 1835. But in the press of business Joseph had trouble getting back to it. He had originally spoken of two texts, one about Abraham and the other about Joseph of Egypt. Nothing was ever seen of the Joseph text. The portions of Abraham that appeared in the Times and Seasons ran for 2 issues and then abruptly ended as if another installment was on the way. The newspaper's introduction of Abraham was brief, a translation of some ancient records that have fallen into our hands, from the catacombs of Egypt, purporting to be the writings of Abraham, while he was in Egypt, called the Book of Abraham, written by his own hand, upon papyrus. Joseph had been similarly unforthcoming about the Book of Mormon when it was first published. Nothing is said about the process of translation, who did it, or by what means. In a gesture toward Scripture, the printer divided the text into 32 verses. The Book of Abraham had no immediate applicability to church affairs. It contained no divine directives and was not even proposed as new scripture until 1876. The book sits suspended out of time, its importance suggested only by its top billing above the history of Joseph Smith in the newspaper. But Joseph hired Reuben Hoodlock to engrave 3 pictures found on the scrolls, a job that took months. There is no question that Joseph valued this book, which shows him in his pure revelatory mode. The book, generously enlarging the Bible story, follows Abraham's life from his youth in Ur of the Chaldees through his departure for Canaan and journey into Egypt. After expanding these familiar accounts, Joseph's Abraham inserts a disquisition on astronomy. Abraham receives instruction through Urim and Thummim, a revelatory instrument like the one Joseph received with the plates of the Book of Mormon, and talks with the Lord face to face about the stars. The text says the astronomical information was revealed for Abraham's use in Egypt. Joseph interpreted one of the 3 facsimiles to be a picture of Abraham in Egypt reasoning upon the principles of astronomy, in the king's court, while Pharaoh and his prince listen. The explanation of another facsimile gives the stars and planets Egyptian names. One is called in Egyptian Enishgo, Ondosh. Stars are named Clifloses, Harkokaubim, and Oliblish. The name for the firmament of the heavens, on the other hand, is given in Hebrew as Roki'iyang. Joseph had offered astronomical speculations before, and all these excursions conformed to a Copernican view of the stars and planets, not the older views of Ptolemy. The Ptolemaic system, with stars and planets circling the earth at the center of creation, had appealed to early Christian theologians because it imagined God outside the heavens, creating and controlling a fixed system of stars and planets revolving around the earth, the scene of man's redemption. The Copernican system, with the sun, not the earth, at the center of the solar system circled by planets, shocked theologians. If the earth was not unique and central, Christ's redemptive role was open to question. As Emerson wrote, the irresistible effect of Copernican astronomy has been to make the great scheme of salvation of man absolutely incredible. It took centuries for Christians to accommodate the new conceptions of the universe. After Copernicus, astronomers identified other planets revolving around the sun and postulated the existence of many other planets in distant solar systems. Many Copernican astronomers believed the universe was infinite, filled with innumerable star systems. The Book of Moses, Joseph's 1830 revelation, incorporated this astronomy by populating the heavens with numerous worlds, all made through Christ, all redeemed by him. Worlds without number have I created, the Lord tells Moses. Joseph's revelation drew out precisely what an expanding universe implied for the earth as one dot in a voluminous expanse of stars and planets. Joseph's Enoch spoke of millions of earths like this. By making God the creator of many earths, Joseph dealt with the theological problem of an infinite universe jeopardizing the role of a creator God. His theology recognized that an expanding universe meant endless expansion for God too. Alexander Coyer, in his seminal study From the Closed World to the Infinite Universe, posed another problem. An infinite and eternal world can hardly admit creation. It does not need it. It exists by virtue of this very infinity. If the universe is endless in time and space, what need for God? Rather than struggle against the universe's infinity, Joseph's revelations accepted it. All matter was as eternal as God, he taught. Most Christian theologians could not relinquish the idea of a time prior to creation when there was nothing, not even time, but God. God must be the creator of it all, or he was no God. In Joseph's revelations, God formed individual earths inside time and space rather than creating the universe as a whole from the outside. God did not have to create and control existence in order to be God. He could dwell within eternal time and space, making worlds and peopling them with spirits. He was the master of the universe rather than its originator. The Abrahamic astronomy, unlike the astronomy of the Book of Moses, was a peculiar mixture of the Ptolemaic and the Copernican. In keeping with the new astronomy, Abraham speaks of central, powerful stars governing the planets as the sun governs the solar system, and I saw the stars also that they were very great, and that one of them was nearest unto the throne of God, and there were many great ones, which were near unto it. These great stars govern lesser planets and stars, like the sun governs the planets of the solar system, but in a different way. Abraham says nothing about orbits, solar systems, or gravity, the means of governance in scientific astronomy, but power still radiated from one to the other as the new astronomy prescribed. More in the spirit of Ptolemy than Copernicus, Abraham's universe was ranked and ordered. For Abraham the key is being nearest unto the throne of God, as if nearness brought power. Stars at this center held greater sway than more remote objects. A set time governed each star or planet. On Kolob, the great star nearest to God's throne, one revolution equaled 1,000 years in Earth time, the equation given by Peter in the New Testament. Kolob's greatness and its slowness went together. By the same measure, the moon ruled the earth by night, because it moveth in order more slow, and the sun ruled by day. Abraham's astronomy envisioned an ascending order of planetary rule based on slowness of time. Wherever there was one planet or star, there shall be another planet whose reckoning of time shall be longer still, and thus there shall be the reckoning of the time of one planet above another, until thou come nigh unto Kolob, which Kolob is after the reckoning of the Lord's time, which Kolob is set nigh unto the throne of God, to govern all those planets which belong to the same order of that upon which thou standest. The series moved from the Earth's order of planets upward through ever-slowing planets, moons, suns, and stars to Kolob. The destruction of Ptolemaic astronomy had wrecked the idea of ascent from the dank Earth to the stars and then to God's heaven. The Copernican system replaced the old order with an infinite scattering of stars and planets of various sizes and orbits in no hierarchical arrangement, making the universe no longer a cosmos. Abraham's astronomy with its multiple worlds partook of the new Copernican universe, while the tight ordering of planetary rule restored the spirit of the old Ptolemaic. This fundamental cosmic order was mirrored in humans' relationship with God. Midway through the text, the Lord compares humans to the stars. The ranking of the planets and stars, the Lord said, carries over to the ranking of spirits. The Lord said unto me, these two facts do exist, that there are two spirits, one being more intelligent than the other. There shall be another more intelligent than they. I am the Lord thy God, I am more intelligent than they all. Like the stars, the spirits rise in ascending order to God, echoing the traditional idea of the great chain of being. The verse suggests that the source of God's authority comes from his being the highest and greatest of the intelligences, more intelligent than they all. Years earlier, Joseph had written that the glory of God is intelligence, or, in other words, light and truth. Now he showed a universe filled with individual intelligences ruled by a God who was more intelligent than they all. God's power grew out of his glory and intelligence rather than his having created everything out of nothing. This assembly of ranked stars and ranked intelligences added to Joseph's stories of eternity. The revelations extended God's history back into the primordium before the world was. Earlier, the Book of Mormon took priesthood back to the foundation of the world. The ceremonial dramas in the endowment began with God planning the earth and sending emissaries to create it. The Book of Abraham returned to pre-earth history to describe the role of the pre-mortal spirits. Abraham envisioned God descending to an assemblage of intelligences to organize them. Now the Lord had shown unto me, Abraham, the intelligences that were organized before the world was, and among all these were many of the noble and great ones, and God saw these souls that they were good, and he stood in the midst of them, and he said, These I will make my rulers, for he stood among those that were spirits, and he saw that they were good, and he said unto me, Abraham, thou art one of them, thou wast chosen before thou wast born. God, the most intelligent of the intelligences, and perhaps more intelligent than all of them combined, chose from the ranks of intelligences those he could trust to govern the earth. Christ, preeminent among them, was given responsibility for creation with the aid of others in the council, and there stood one among them that was like unto God, and he said unto those who were with him, We will go down, for there is space there, and we will take of these materials, and we will make an earth whereon these may dwell. In the creation account that follows, the text speaks of God's forming the earth. The earth was the work of multiple creators, and then the Lord said, Let us go down, and they went down at the beginning, and they organized and formed, that is, the gods, the heavens and the earth. On the eve of the creation, evil enters the picture. For at this moment Satan offers to take charge. A decade earlier, the Book of Moses had spoken of Satan's offer to redeem all mankind without exception and his asking for God's glory in return. God rejects Satan's proposal because he sought to destroy the agency of man and take glory to himself. Give me thine honor, which is my power. Abraham briefly alludes to this contest in which Satan is cast out, and the Lord said, Who shall I send? And one answered like unto the Son of Man, Here am I, send me. And another answered and said, Here am I, send me. And the Lord said, I will send the first. The first, of course, is Christ, and the second, Satan, whose rejection turns him into a rebel. And the second was angry, and kept not his first estate, and, at that day, many followed after him. Satan takes with him a great number of the intelligences. Like Milton's Lucifer, Abraham's Satan is a magnetic figure. He draws followers who become angels to the devil. The prehistory of the earth, like all foundation stories, implied the purpose of the existence that followed. All the misled spirits lost their first estate, as Abraham puts it. Those who remained and came to earth kept theirs, but here they would be tested again, and they, who keep their first estate, shall be added upon, and they, who keep not their first estate, shall not have glory in the same kingdom with those who keep their first estate, and they, who keep their second estate, shall have glory added upon their heads forever and ever. The first estate presumably came to the intelligences by following God up until the creation. The second estate is acquired by remaining true through the trials of earth life. Those who keep both estates receive boundless glory. From Joseph's 3 creation stories and comments in his sermons emerges a patchy but coherent picture of the primordial history of humanity. At the center are God and the intelligences, the primal and uncreated stuff of individual persons. All intelligences are ranked. God's great virtue is the superiority of his intelligence. The intelligences ascend in order to God. Arguably, they descend too. God's great work is to lead those intelligences, who are embodied in his own image, to immortality and eternal life, to bestow on them the fullness of his own glory. To do this, he enlists noble and great ones, the greatest being Christ, who becomes his only begotten Son. With the aid of these great ones, Christ creates the earth. Earth life becomes a test. As Abraham's Christ puts it, we will prove them herewith, to see if they will do all things whatsoever the Lord their God shall command them. If the intelligences obey and hearken to God's Spirit as they did in the earth's prehistory, they will have glory added upon their heads forever and ever, virtually without limit, meaning an eternal increase of intelligence and glory. That expansion begins during life on earth. A year after publishing Abraham, Joseph observed, Whatever principle of intelligence we obtain in this life will rise with us in the resurrection, and if a person gains more knowledge in this life through his diligence and obedience than another, he will have so much the advantage in the world to come. Intelligence, which here means more than knowledge and intellectual capacity, goes with light rather than darkness, good rather than evil. Clever as Satan is, light and truth forsaketh that evil one. Intelligence seems closely related to comprehension, including the understanding of good and evil. Through obedience and following the light, Intelligence goes on growing through eternity. No other 19th-century religious imagination filled time and space with stories like these. William Blake's mystical forays have a similar spirit but lack the single narrative core. Thomas Dick, a Scottish Presbyterian minister, shared Joseph's interest in the theological implications of an open universe with innumerable worlds, but Dick's philosophy of a future state, a book Sidney Rigdon owned, could only conceive of celestial spirits spending eternity observing the wonders of God's extensive creations. He had no story of eternity to tell. Only Joseph Smith wrote a pre-earth history of God and then filled out humanity's future in the expanding universe. Did Joseph realize he was departing from traditional Christian theology? The record of his revelations and sermons gives no sense of him arguing against received beliefs. He does not refer to other thinkers as foils for his views. He was only vaguely aware of overthrowing entrenched theological traditions in making matter and intelligence eternal or in depicting the saints on their way to becoming gods. His storytelling was oracular rather than argumentative. He made pronouncements on the authority of his own inspiration, heedless of current opinion. Yet stroke by stroke over the years, Joseph's revelations pictured a world of infinite possibilities, one compatible with the new astronomy of infinite space, and with America's expansive sweep towards the Pacific. Joseph's contemporary, the French political philosopher Alexis de Tocqueville, wrote that when castes disappear and classes are brought together, as they were in America, when men are jumbled together and habits, customs, and laws are changing, when old conceptions vanish, and new ones take their place, then the human mind imagines the possibility of an ideal but always fugitive perfection. It is hard to think of a time in the world's history when a culture of boundlessness prevailed so widely as in America in the 1840s or was expressed with greater bravura than in the revelations of Joseph Smith. 26. Perils, May to December 1842. As for the perils which I am called to pass through, they seem but a small thing to me, as the envy and wrath of man have been my common lot all the days of my life. Joseph Smith to all the saints, September 1, 1842. Even the United States in the 1840s could not support Joseph Smith's lofty ambition. The luxuriance of his designs doomed him to controversy, opprobrium, and violence, as was already evident in 1842. In an August letter to the New York Herald, John C. Bennett, Joseph's Judas, called for war on the Mormons. Nothing short of an excision of the cancer of Mormonism will effect a cure. Military power must perform the operation at the edge of the sword, point of the bayonet, and mouth of the cannon. The Boston Transcript agreed that Mormonism was a cancer upon our free institutions, and the sooner it was cut off the better. Joseph's sunny spring of 1842, with its flowering of doctrine, ritual, and institutions, turned cold in mid-May. The summer brought only strife and fear. At the center of the reversal was Bennett, Joseph's collaborator in founding Nauvoo. Bennett's success in obtaining a charter for the city in December 1840 was rewarded by election as first mayor in February 1841 and appointment as Major General in the Nauvoo Legion, making him its effective commander. Bennett never aspired to spiritual leadership. He preached politics and urban improvements, not theology. He was not included in the select group to whom Joseph gave the endowment in 1842. Yet he was for a time the confidant of the prophet. His sudden rise to power was another sign of the vacuum of experienced leadership. Joseph trusted converts with literary or administrative talent before their character was tested. Only after homegrown leaders like Brigham Young developed could Joseph reduce his dependence on these frail reeds. Bennett's political influence seemed a godsend when he first appeared. In the end he was a disaster. Thomas Ford, governor of Illinois in 1842, called Bennett probably the greatest scamp in the Western country. Joseph heard rumors of Bennett's shady character not many months after his arrival in Nauvoo in the late summer of 1840. Bennett, it was said, had a respectable wife who had left him in the face of repeated infidelities. Joseph chose to disregard the accusations until a letter from Hiram Smith in June 1841 confirmed the speculation. When confronted with the facts, Bennett broke into a paroxysm of remorse. He pled for forgiveness and begged not to be exposed, showing his desperation by swallowing poison. Persuaded of Bennett's sincerity, Joseph agreed to overlook the past and leave him in his posts. In need of Bennett's political and oratorical skill, Joseph propped him up for over a year. Joseph broke with Bennett in May 1842 after learning that he had been making overtures to various Nauvoo women, wed and unwed. Bennett told one woman after another that illicit sexual intercourse was acceptable if kept secret. Church leaders, Bennett claimed, were engaging in the same practice. It was a nightmare for Joseph to have his carefully regulated celestial marriages debased into a device for seducing the unsuspecting, and Bennett was not the only one who did it. Chauncey Higbee was brought before the High Council in May 1842 for approaching 3 women with the same line. Higbee's victims testified that he had taught the doctrine that it was right to have free intercourse with women if it was kept secret, and also that Joseph Smith authorized him to practice these things. The rationalizations were an unintended consequence of the plural marriage doctrine, now warped into a scheme for tricking women. Bennett never denied his Nauvoo adulteries, but he charged Joseph Smith with exactly the same wrongdoing. The growing ill will came out at the May 1842 review of the Nauvoo Legion. Joseph's journal at the time spoke happily of the occasion. The day was very fine, and passed away very harmoniously, without drunkenness, noise or confusion. But several years later, Joseph's clerk Willard Richards described a plot against Joseph's life during a sham battle. Bennett asked Joseph to take a position at the rear of the cavalry without his usual guards. Albert Rockwood, the commander of Joseph's bodyguards, objected, and Joseph selected another spot with Rockwood by his side. The entry has Joseph commenting that the gentle breathings of that spirit whispered there was mischief concealed in that sham battle. A few days later, on May 2, Joseph signed a certificate disfellowshipping Bennett, suspending his church privileges, but not nullifying his membership. Joseph did not immediately deliver the certificate, waiting to see what direction Bennett would take. On May 17, Hiram confronted Bennett with charges of seducing women. Confessing his sins, Bennett resigned as mayor but wept and begged forgiveness. Still unwilling to cut Bennett off, Joseph exacted a statement swearing that the prophet did not license illicit sexual relations. In an affidavit before Alderman Daniel Wells, Bennett avowed that he never was taught anything in the least contrary to the strictest principles of the gospel, or of virtue, or of the laws of God, or man, under any occasion, either directly or indirectly, in word or deed, by Joseph Smith. 13 witnesses attested that they heard Bennett's testimony. 2 days later Joseph made Bennett testify again, before the city council this time, that anyone who has said that I have stated that General Joseph Smith has given me authority to hold illicit intercourse with women is a liar in the face of God. The breach between Joseph and Bennett, however, could not be healed. At a High Council trial on May 25, a victim accused Bennett of teaching her that illicit sexual relations were innocent, by claiming that Joseph was entering into such relationships. At this point, Joseph delivered the disfellowshipping notice. Again Bennett groveled. Hiram, always suspicious of Bennett, advised no relenting, but Joseph hesitated, agreeing not to publish Bennett's misdeeds in the Times and Seasons. The next day Bennett confessed to the Nauvoo Masonic Lodge. He cried like a child and begged that he might be spared. Joseph spoke on his behalf. Joseph went from the lodge meeting to the Female Relief Society, where he preached to the sisters about his efforts to bring iniquity to light. He was torn by Bennett's behavior. He wanted to recover the man in whom he had put so much trust. He told the sisters that it was melancholy and awful that so many are under the condemnation of the devil and going to perdition. With deep feeling he said that they are our fellows, we loved them once, shall we not encourage them to reformation? We have not yet forgiven them 70 times, perhaps we have not forgiven them once. He was still unsure how to deal with Bennett, to condemn and cast him out, or to forgive and attempt reformation. Joseph let Bennett down gently, stripping him of authority in the city and the church, taking over as mayor without fanfare. But in early June, news came of Bennett's earlier expulsion from an Ohio Masonic Lodge, a fact not verified before, and Joseph learned of additional men who had adopted Bennett's rationalization of illicit sexual relations. In mid-month, Joseph published Bennett's disfellowshipping letter in the Times and Seasons and backed his expulsion from the Nauvoo Masonic Lodge. On June 18, Joseph spoke against Bennett's iniquity and wickedness in an open meeting. All along Bennett had pled not to be exposed, once claiming it would break his mother's heart. He could deal with the High Council, the Masons, and Joseph and Hiram, when they brought charges against him, but he could not bear the world to know his shame. On June 21, with his story now in the open, he left town, claiming Orrin Porter Rockwell was trying to kill him. He returned briefly a week later, but reconciliation was now impossible. During the first 10 days of July, Bennett sat in Carthage, 20 miles from Nauvoo, writing furious letters. The Sangamo Journal editor, who had earlier refused to publish Bennett's favorable account of the Prophet, urged Bennett to write an expose. Bennett obliged with a long list of accusations published in 7 letters from July to September, writings later expanded into a book. Bennett claimed that the Prophet had sent Danites to murder him, and that Joseph, not Bennett, was the seducer of women. The oath attesting to Joseph's moral purity was extracted, Bennett claimed, at gunpoint. He asserted that he knew all along Joseph was an adulterer but feared to say so. Joseph, among his lesser sins, was taking illegal advantage of the bankruptcy law and cheating on Masonic regulations for advancement through the ranks. Joseph realized that Bennett could arouse the countryside against the Mormons. The Missouri government had been attempting to extradite the Prophet for over a year on the old charges, and the Illinois countryside, thanks partly to Thomas Sharp's prodding, bristled with anti-Mormon sentiment. There were rumors of Bennett forming an anti-Mormon party. In the force of rising hostility, Joseph feared he might be kidnapped and carried to Missouri. He imagined the Missouri expulsion repeated in Illinois and the Mormons forced from their homes once more. In midsummer, Joseph wrote to Governor Carlin of Illinois to say that Bennett had been dismissed from his city offices and to ask for advice on how to react if attacked. In case of any mob coming upon us, I wish to be informed by the governor what will be the best course for us to pursue, and how he wishes us to act in regard to this matter. Joseph was asking about self-defense. Mormon self-defense had provoked the extermination order in Missouri. Would it bring the same reaction in Illinois? He signed the letter, Joseph Smith, Lieutenant General, Nauvoo Legion. Joseph thought he might reduce animosity if he could correct the public mind. A common accusation in Missouri was that Joseph put his revelations above the law. To answer the charge, a meeting of Nauvoo citizens resolved that so far as they knew Joseph was a good, moral, virtuous, peaceable and patriotic man, and a firm supporter of law, justice and equal rights, that he at all times upholds and keeps inviolate the Constitution of this state and of the United States. The Female Relief Society drew up a petition, signed by nearly 1,000 women, speaking of Joseph's virtue, integrity, honesty. A newspaper, the Nauvoo Wasp, was founded to counter the shafts of slander. The Nauvoo City Council assured Governor Carlin that to their knowledge Joseph Smith had violated no law, nor has he in any wise promoted sedition, or rebellion. The council did not know that Joseph was then breaking the state's anti-bigamy law, putting the law of God above the law of man. Though he was law-abiding in most respects, plural marriage put Joseph at odds with moral and legal conventions of all kinds. Throughout July, the saints collected affidavits attesting to Bennett's misdoings. People who had known Bennett recounted his unforced confessions, repeating the affirmations that Joseph had never authorized adultery. Bennett, meanwhile, journeyed from city to city, lecturing against the Mormons. From St. Louis, he published a letter claiming Joseph's complicity in an assassination attempt on Lilburn Boggs. He persuaded Martha Brotherton, a former Mormon who had fled Nauvoo, to tell the story of Brigham Young's proposal of plural marriage. Enough editors credited Bennett's sensational disclosures for him to get frequent hearings. By late July he was in Louisville, publishing his exposures in the Louisville Daily Journal. Then it was on to Cleveland, Buffalo, and New York City. In New York, to his surprise, Bennett found Willard Richards. They met at the house of James Arlington Bennett, a non-Mormon sympathizer who lent moral support to the saints. John C. Bennett wanted to turn James Arlington Bennett against the Prophet, but the latter thought the former mayor of Nauvoo was a character of the very worst stamp. James A. Bennett had earlier written a letter to the New York Herald over the pseudonym Cincinnatus and hoped it would counteract some of the bad effects of Bennett's virulent writing. Richards was one of the missionaries that Joseph and the 12 had dispatched to deluge the states with a flood of truth. When they asked for volunteers, 380 men came forward. From then on, Bennett was likely to face objections from Mormon elders wherever he lectured. His campaign was further handicapped by his previous notoriety as a prominent Mormon, Nauvoo mayor, and Major General of the Legion. Even Thomas Sharp, the zealous anti-Mormon editor of the Warsaw Signal, questioned Bennett's motives. Having lost his high position in Nauvoo, Was Bennett seeking vengeance? His extravagant charges in the History of the Saints, or an expose of Joe Smith and Mormonism, a book based on his letters to the Sangamo Journal and published in Boston in October 1842, at the climax of his lecture tour, gave editors pause. The New York Herald could not believe half the filthy things it contains. The Boston Post thought it a heap of monstrosities. Thomas Ford, after looking into Bennett, concluded he was everywhere accounted the same debauched, unprincipled and profligate character. Yet many editors thought Bennett presented the true character of the Mormons. They cautioned readers to discount Bennett's claims, but considered the book a needed antidote to a poisonous religious sect. Cancer was a word commonly used. In History of the Saints, Bennett explained that his conversion to Mormonism was a public-spirited desire to expose a plot. He considered Joseph's ambitions stupendous and terrifying. Smith was entertaining a deep-laid scheme to erect a despotic military and religious empire, the head of which, as emperor and pope, was to be Joseph Smith, the prophet of the Lord. The aim was control of the entire region between the Rockies and the Allegheny Mountains, starting with dominance of Missouri, Illinois, and Iowa. The rest of the states would be licked up like salt. Bennett claimed he was trying to save the nation from the most dreadful evils, civil war, despotism, and the establishment of a false and persecuting religion. As supposed religious fanatics, the Mormons followed a well-known plan. Mormon ambitions, Bennett claimed, could be foretold before they acted from knowledge of the course of such fanatics afforded us by history. Fanatics always forced their beliefs on the rest of the world and exterminated anyone who resisted. For support, Bennett referred to another anti-Mormon book published that summer, Jonathan Baldwin Turner's Mormonism in All Ages, which Bennett quoted at length. Turner, a Yale-educated professor at Illinois College in Jacksonville, was among a band of New Englanders who came to Illinois to raise the level of civilization in the West and prevent the spread of Catholicism. By 1842 he had come to believe that Mormonism might take over the region. The Mormons, Turner was convinced, were one more example of a phenomenon that repeated itself through the ages. It coupled the innate human desire to worship with people's perverse resistance to doctrinal orthodoxy. When a desire for power on the part of a few was added to these human traits, fanatical beliefs were bound to result. Fanaticism stretched back to antiquity. Mormonism, Turner thought, was one of the many hideous errors imposed by scheming charlatans on the credulous multitude throughout history. Mormonism's early success foreshadowed a time when it might unite with other delusions and dominate the nation. Mormonism, if suffered to spread extensively, and unite with atheism and Romanism, its natural allies, will soon have power to disturb, not single states only, but the entire Union. While Turner diagnosed the Mormon cancer sociologically, Bennett's contribution to anti-Mormon law was his description of the prophet's seraglio. The harem idea sparked Bennett's imagination, as it captivated sensationalist writers on Mormonism for the rest of the century. He imagined 3 orders of women dedicated to the pleasures of Mormon men, the Cyprian saints, the chambered sisters of charity, and in the highest degree, cloistered saints, or consecratees of the cloister. The levels measured degrees of honor and respect, beginning with prostitutes and rising to the secret, spiritual wives of eminent church leaders. Bennett saw in Mormonism licentious Oriental courts, where debauchery has been, for ages, systematized and sanctioned by law and religion on the most extensive scale. Like an Oriental despot, Joseph schemed to dominate the Gentiles and control the West. The New York Herald's James Gordon Bennett dismissed History of the Saints as a work of vengeance by a disappointed man. John C. Bennett may indeed have entertained ambitions for an inland empire under Mormon domination like the one he attributed to Joseph Smith. His charges against Joseph seem to have come out of his own fantasies. Bennett admitted he was the leading spirit in the Nauvoo Legion. He may have thought of himself as the brains of the Mormon kingdom, the one capable of organizing a city and protecting it with an army, while Joseph recruited the soldiers. Earlier, Bennett had spoken to the saints of armies of chariots and horsemen, and strong cohorts of footmen, great and terrible, with spears and banners, and the implements of war, forming to the sound of the clarion, implying these were Mormon forces. He had asserted that the master spirits of the age must rise, obviously himself and probably Joseph. Along with a military empire, He was well on his way to making Nauvoo his private harem. Bennett's fabulous exaggerations do not diminish the book's significance in the history of Mormonism. History of the Saints performed a notable cultural work in antebellum America. It dehumanized Joseph Smith. Bennett stripped Joseph of any human qualities, meaning that no sympathy or understanding had to be extended to him. Joseph was a fanatic, not a person, a threat and a horror, not a human being with feelings and rights. There need be no compunctions about using force against him. At the close of the book, Bennett urged his readers to stop Joseph Smith. If this Mormon villain is suffered to carry out his plans, I warn the people of these United States, that less than 20 years will see them involved in a civil war of the most formidable character. They will have to encounter a numerous and ferocious enemy, excited to the utmost by fanaticism and by pretended revelations from God, and led on by reckless, ambitious, and, in some respects, able scoundrels, who will not pause in the execution of their projects, even though to accomplish them they should deluge this fair land with the blood of her sons, and exterminate the results of the toil and the civilization of more than 2 centuries. Bennett appealed to his fellow citizens to overcome their apathy, quit the forum for the field, and, meeting the Mormons with their own arms, crush the reptile before it has grown powerful enough to sting them to the death. The editor of a Burlington, Iowa, newspaper, 30 miles from Nauvoo, concluded that if half of Bennett's charges were true, the Mormons were more diabolical, more dangerous and more deserving of destruction than any that can be found in the darkest dungeon in the land. Dissension. Besides poisoning the public mind, Bennett's attacks sowed dissension among the Mormons themselves. His letter in the July 15 issue of the Sangamo Journal accused Joseph of making advances to Sarah Pratt, wife of one of Joseph's longtime loyal associates, Orson Pratt. Bennett claimed that while Pratt was in England with the other apostles in 1841, Joseph had proposed marriage. In History of the Saints, Bennett claimed that Sarah replied, "I believe in no such revelations," and sent the prophet away. In a later private conversation, according to Bennett, who had become her confidant, she gave an impassioned speech about fearing and trembling for the weak and uneducated of my sex, in the clutches of an unprincipled libertine, sensualist, and debauchee. Bennett's disclosure stunned Orson Pratt. Had the prophet tried to seduce his wife? To make matters worse, a story circulated of Bennett's possible involvement with Sarah. Nauvoo residents swore they witnessed long nocturnal visits and glimpses of the two in compromising positions. The non-Mormon but friendly Nauvoo resident Jacob Backenstow signed an affidavit stating flatly that Bennett had illicit intercourse with Mrs. Orson Pratt. In public meeting, Joseph spoke openly about Bennett's relations with Sister Pratt. Orson Pratt faced 2 equally repulsive stories. Either his wife had received a proposal of marriage from the man Pratt thought was the Lord's anointed, Bennett's story, or she had compromised her virtue with John C. Bennett, Joseph's story. No contemporary report of Sarah's own version remains, save Bennett's account, but 40 years later, after Orson's death, and after she had left the church, she told a story that substantially supported Bennett against Joseph. If that was the story she gave at the time, Orson was forced to choose between his wife and the prophet, dreadful alternatives. On July 15, Orson Pratt left a note to his wife and disappeared. "My sorrows are greater than I can bear. Where I am henceforth it matters not," he wrote. For a day he could not be found. Fearing Pratt would take his own life, Joseph organized a search of the city. While the search went on, Joseph called meetings to explain Pratt's plight and to further expose Bennett's schemes. Pratt was finally discovered 5 miles down the river sitting dazed on a log. 2 days after the disappearance, Brigham Young wrote to Pratt's brother Polly, "Br. Orson Pratt is in trouble in consequence of his wife. His feelings are so roughed up that he does not know whether his wife is wrong, or whether Joseph's testimony and others are wrong and duly and he deceived for 12 years, or not. He is all but crazy about matters." Relating the incident later, Young said Pratt's mind became so darkened by the influence and statements of his wife, that he came out in rebellion against Joseph, refusing to believe his testimony or obey his counsel. He said he would believe his wife in preference to the prophet. Joseph told Pratt that if he did believe his wife and follow her suggestions, he would go to hell. In this rebellious mood, Orson Pratt refused to vote for a resolution supporting Joseph Smith's character. At a public meeting on July 22, Pratt rose to explain his opposition. In reply, Joseph asked, "Have you personally a knowledge of any immoral act in me toward the female sex, or in any other way?" Since Pratt was relying on the testimony of his wife and Bennett, his answer had to be no. After laboring with Pratt for days, the apostles decided he would not yield. On August 20, 1842, he was excommunicated. Bennett hoped to enlist Pratt and other disaffected Mormons in bringing Joseph down. George Robinson, Sidney Rigdon's son-in-law and once Joseph's clerk, connived with Bennett to rally the opposition. Robinson wrote on August 8 that Orson and Sarah Pratt, Rigdon, and probably others would soon come out with public denunciations. Rigdon, whose poor health had reduced his role in the presidency, has been further alienated by Joseph's proposal of plural marriage to his daughter Nancy. Through the fall, Robinson informed Bennett on the state of this incipient alliance. Joseph declared in a special conference on August 29, "As to all that Orson Pratt, Sidney Rigdon, or George W. Robinson can do to prevent me, I can kick them off my heels, as many as you can name." In early January, Bennett wrote to Rigdon and Orson Pratt as dear friends, detailing his plans to drag Joseph into Missouri to stand trial on the old charges of murder, burglary, and treason. In addition, "We shall try Smith on the Boggs case," Bennett confided as if he were a principal in the scheme. "The war goes bravely on," he reported cheerfully. And then more ominously, "Smith thinks he is now safe. The enemy is near, even at the door. He has awoke the wrong passenger." Bennett promised that when the officers came for Joseph, Bennett himself would be nearby. But back in Nauvoo, Orson Pratt began to mend. He published a statement in an October 1842 issue of the Nauvoo Wasp denying Bennett's claim that he and Sarah were leaving Nauvoo and planning to expose Mormonism. When Rigdon passed along Bennett's January letter, Pratt handed it to Joseph. Perhaps as a result of this visible sign of support, Pratt's case was reconsidered by the Council of the 12. Joseph ruled on a technicality that Pratt had not been officially excommunicated back in August. Then the two men spoke directly about Sarah. "She lied about me," said Joseph. "I never made the offer which she said I did." He advised Orson to divorce Sarah and begin another family. Orson, still loyal to his wife, demurred. He was reinstated as an apostle, and that afternoon both he and Sarah were rebaptized in the Mississippi. By the time Orson left Nauvoo in 1846, he had taken 4 additional wives. In hiding, Joseph was on the run during the summer of 1842, trying to elude arrest for his suspected complicity in the attempt to assassinate Lilburn W. Boggs, the former governor of Missouri. About 9 o'clock on the evening of May 6, 1842, while reading the newspaper in his Independence house, Boggs received a damaging but not fatal blast of buckshot to his head from a shot through the window. Suspicion was first directed to Boggs's rivals in a heated campaign for a state senate seat, but 2 weeks later, anti-Mormons in Illinois reported rumors that Joseph Smith was responsible. The Quincy Whig claimed Joseph had predicted Boggs's violent death a year before. Joseph denied the charge in a letter to the editor, but the rumors would not die. Governor Carlin told the Prophet his own followers had reported the supposed prophecy. In one of his letters to the Sangamo Journal, Bennett claimed Joseph had offered a $500 reward for Boggs's death. Still angry with the former governor for his treatment of the saints, the Wasp commented that who did the noble deed remains to be found out. Bennett named Orrin Porter Rockwell as the likely assassin. He reported that Joseph said months before that Rockwell had left Nauvoo to fulfill prophecy. Rockwell, a rough and ready loyalist of Joseph's, had been employed as the prophet's bodyguard on his trip to Washington in 1839. Joseph called Rockwell an innocent and a noble boy, but he was later to acquire a reputation as a gunslinging lawman in Utah. Months before the shooting, Rockwell had moved to Independence, the home of his in-laws, while awaiting the birth of his 4th child. There he worked as a stableman under an assumed name. Immediately after the shooting, he left for Nauvoo, arriving on May 14. Bennett's charges made Rockwell and Joseph prime suspects, and in late July, Bennett traveled to Missouri to publicize his suspicions. On July 20, Boggs charged Rockwell with the crime and asked Illinois to deliver him to Jackson County for trial. All the evidence was circumstantial, but against the history of the Boggs' treatment of the Mormons, the accusation seemed plausible. Not until Rockwell was arrested, tried, and acquitted a year later would his innocence be proven. Joseph was certain the Missourians would kill him the moment they had him in custody. He saw extradition proceedings as a pretext for kidnapping. To protect the prophet, Joseph's allies in Nauvoo erected all the legal protections possible, utilizing the Nauvoo municipal courts as the chief bastion. On July 5, the city council passed an ordinance empowering the city courts to examine all outside arrest warrants and issue writs of habeas corpus. A warrant for Joseph's extradition would fall under this law, which required the municipal court to review such cases. The city council appealed to Governor Carlin to disregard the false statements and seditious designs of John Cook Bennett, but all pleas were in vain. By August 8, the extradition papers had passed from Governor Thomas Reynolds of Missouri through Carlin to the deputy sheriff of Adams County. With 2 assistants, the sheriff arrested Rockwell in Nauvoo and took Joseph Smith into custody as an accessory before the fact. Now was the moment for putting the Nauvoo habeas corpus machinery to the test. The city council, which functioned as the municipal court, issued a writ, which gave the sheriff pause. Unsure of his legal grounds, he went back to Carlin for instructions. By the time he returned 2 days later, the prisoners were gone. Rockwell left for Philadelphia, and Joseph went into hiding. For the next 3 months, Joseph spent nearly half his time concealed in friends' houses outside of Nauvoo. He headed first for his uncle John Smith's across the river in the Mormon settlement of Zarahemla. From there, he sent word to Emma to meet him at an island in the Mississippi between Nauvoo and Montrose, bringing Hiram and 5 trusted friends. The party set off in a skiff at night and met Erastus Darby rowing Joseph in from the Iowa side. The 8 men and Emma sat in their skiffs near the mouth of a slough and discussed a course of action. They had heard that the governor of Iowa had issued a warrant for Joseph and Rockwell, making Iowa no more safe than Illinois. With little solid information to go on, the group surmised that Boggs was trying to extradite Joseph illegally, working through a justice of the peace instead of Governor Reynolds, turning the whole procedure into a legal sham. Boggs and the Missourians, the Mormons were sure, would do anything to get Joseph back, whether by legal or illegal means. The group agreed that for the time being Joseph should go into hiding at Edward Sayres's, outside of Nauvoo. Having decided on a plan, the party split up, and Jonathan Dunham rowed Joseph upstream while Albert Rockwood traveled upriver on foot to mark the landing place with signal fires. In order to visit her husband, Emma had to leave town without revealing her destination. She walked to Elizabeth Durfee's, where William Clayton, Joseph's clerk, picked her up and drove out of town in a carriage with the top down to advertise her departure. Clayton drove downstream 4 miles in the opposite direction from the hiding place, before turning off toward the prairie. They circled back north, staying away from Nauvoo, until they were near the farm. For the last mile, Emma and Clayton went through the timber on foot. After spending the night together at Sayres's, Joseph and Emma both felt in good spirits the next morning, Clayton noted, and were very cheerful. They talked, and Joseph read to Emma from his history. Emma carried back a letter from Joseph to Wilson Law, newly elected Major General of the Nauvoo Legion. Joseph was going into wartime mode. With memories of the Missouri expulsions in mind, he was convinced a mob spirit for the purpose of carrying out mob violence was rising once more. This time he was determined not to surrender. "I never would suffer myself to go into the hands of the Missourians alive," he told Law. "If I by any means should be taken, these are therefore to command you forthwith, without delay, regardless of life or death, to rescue me out of their hands." Perhaps uneasy about ordering the use of force, Joseph underscored the illegality of his arrest within Nauvoo, where the charter gave the saints control of all legal proceedings, nothing short of the Supreme Court of this state, having authority to disannul them. Wanting to preserve the peace if possible, he would go into hiding. "But if this policy cannot accomplish the desire, let our charter, and our municipality, free trade and sailors' rights be our motto, and go ahead David Crockett-like, and lay down our lives like men." He invoked George Washington, the spirit of 1976, Captain Maroney's title of liberty, and the eternal God. "Let us plead the justice of our cause, trusting in the arm of Jehovah the Elohim who sits enthroned in the heavens, that peradventure he may give us the victory." The next day, Rumors circulated that the sheriffs were returning to Nauvoo to search every house. The alarmed brethren decided they must talk to Joseph. 7 of them set off by different routes about 9 p.m. and converged on Sayers' farm. They sat huddled in the woods in the warm August night and discussed plans. Everything else failing, they would send Joseph to the Wisconsin pine country, where Mormon workers were cutting lumber for the temple. Joseph himself was undecided. He would go, he wrote Wilson Law, if I knew that they would oppress me alone and let the rest of you dwell peaceably and quietly. Departure would make sense if by that means we could prevent the profusion of blood. Law advised Joseph to remain in Nauvoo under shield of the municipal courts. If he stayed in hiding until the gubernatorial elections, his enemies would not guess he was there. Without Joseph as a prize, Law surmised, they will not attempt any violence on the city. Until he heard from Law, Joseph was serious about leaving Nauvoo. He told Emma he was tired of the mean, low, and unhallowed vulgarity of some portions of the society in which we live. 6 months away with his family would be a savor of life unto life. He gave Emma detailed instructions about how to pack saddlebags and a valise and put them in a buggy with a trunk containing his heavy clothes. William Clayton was to come along with the papers, books and histories, for we shall want a scribe in order that we may pour upon the world the truth like the lava of Mount Vesuvius. Household furniture, clothes, and store goods were to be put in a boat, manned by 20 or 30 of the best men, and then we will wend our way like larks up the Mississippi until the towering mountains and rocks shall remind us of the places of our nativity. Joseph was exhausted. He wanted to cast off everything, turn his back on his enemies, and retreat to his wife and children. Tongue cannot express the gratitude of my heart, for the warm and true-hearted friendship you have manifested in these things toward me. He urged Emma to tell the children that it is well with their father, as yet, and that he remains in fervent prayer to Almighty God for the safety of himself, and for you and for them. Sensible as always, Emma wrote back that Joseph could be protected without leaving Nauvoo, signing the letter yours affectionately forever, Emma. Fatigue and anxiety made Joseph vulnerable and a little emotional. He felt the need for comfort and friendship more than ever. One Tuesday, when all the company save for Clayton had left, Joseph dictated a blessing for Erastus Darby, his courier and boatman, and then began to speak of his pure and holy friends, who are faithful, just and true. He felt to bless them, and to say in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth that these are the ones that shall inherit eternal life. Joseph had been moved by the council in the skiffs at the mid-Mississippi island. As he thought of that meeting, his emotions, always near the surface, poured into the journal in the high sentimental language of his time. With what unspeakable delight, and what transports of joy swelled my bosom, when I took by the hand on that night, my beloved Emma, she that was my wife, even the wife of my youth, and the choice of my heart. He remembered all they had passed through together, the fatigues, and the toils, the sorrows, and sufferings, and the joys and consolations from time to time. Now here she was again. Oh! What a mingling of thought filled my mind for the moment. Again she is here, even in the 7th trouble, undaunted, firm and unwavering, unchangeable, affectionate Emma. He named other faithful friends. These I have met in prosperity and they were my friends. I now meet them in adversity, and they are still my warmer friends. These love the God that I serve. They love the truths that I promulge. They love those virtuous, and those holy doctrines that I cherish in my bosom with the warmest feelings of my heart. Joseph listed 15 men by name, and one unnamed oarsman. Many were my thoughts that swelled my aching heart, while they were toiling faithfully with their oars. Of all his friends, he said, my heart shall love those, and my hands shall toil for those, who love and toil for me, and shall ever be found faithful to my friends. Joseph may have been a lonely man who needed people around him every moment. He told the Relief Society in Nauvoo how important consolation was to husbands after bearing the burdens of the day. During his exile he wrote of fighting off loneliness. I have been kept from melancholy and dumps, by the kind-heartedness of Brother Erastus Darby, and his interesting chit-chat which has called my mind from the more strong contemplations of things, and subjects that would have preyed more earnestly upon my feelings. On August 18, Joseph wrote to Newell and Elizabeth Whitney asking them to come with their 17-year-old daughter Sarah Ann. 3 weeks before, on July 27, Joseph had married Sarah Ann. The Whitneys had reacted to the marriage request with the usual horror, but had agreed to pray about it. They prayed unceasingly, until finally we were seemingly wrapped in a heavenly vision. A halo of light encircled us, and we were convinced in our minds that God heard and approved our prayers. When Joseph invited the three to visit him in hiding, he told them his feelings were so strong for you since what has passed lately between us. Then he spoke of his loneliness after just a few days without company. If you three would come and see me in this my lonely retreat, it would afford me great relief of mind. If those with whom I am allied do love me, now is the time to afford me succor, in the days of exile. The Whitneys stole away from Nauvoo without Emma knowing. She was unaware of this marriage, and perhaps most of the others. Joseph would have preferred to take new wives with her consent, and may have asked for her cooperation. The later marriage revelation required men to consult with their wives, and allowed them to go ahead on their own only if their wives refused. In 1843 Joseph would approach Emma for consent, but her earlier opposition meant the 1842 marriages entangled Joseph in subterfuge and deception. Newell was to come ahead of the women and knock at Joseph's window, taking care to arrive when Emma was not there. The letter was to be burned upon receipt, though it survived to tell its tale. Keep all locked up in your breasts, my life depends upon it, he warned them. The main reason for coming, he said, was to get the fullness of my blessings sealed upon our heads, a reference perhaps to the sealing of Newell and Elizabeth in eternal marriage 3 days later. In closing, he appealed to them to consider how lonesome I must be. Despite the concealment that lay between him and Emma, Joseph relied on her judgment and ability. Though he knew she would disapprove of his other wives, she was his chief contact with the city. While he remained in hiding, when rumors went around that his whereabouts were known, she was the one who warned him to move from the Sayerses to Carlos Granger's. When she was not with him, her letters conveyed information about business matters, showing her familiarity with real estate transactions. In August, Emma wrote 2 letters to Governor Carlin. She had met the governor in July when a delegation of Relief Society women conveyed a petition on behalf of the Saints. In hopes of ending the extradition proceedings, Emma pled with the governor on behalf of a people who are not guilty of any offense against the laws of the country, and also, the life of my husband, who has not committed any crime whatever. When the governor professed himself bound by the law to deliver Joseph to Missouri, she wrote again asking him to thoroughly acquaint yourself with the illegality of the prosecution instituted against Mr. Smith. This time she examined the Nauvoo Charter and the ordinance granting authority to issue writs of habeas corpus. Now, dear sir, where can be the justice in depriving us of these rights which are lawfully ours, as well as they are the lawful rights of the inhabitants of Quincy and Springfield? Emma argued that Joseph could not be extradited to Missouri as a fugitive from justice. He had been in Illinois when Boggs was shot and could not be a fugitive from Missouri justice. She presented legal arguments and then appealed to the governor's common sense. It only requires a knowledge of the outrages committed by some of the inhabitants of that state upon the people called Mormons, and that passed unpunished by the administrators of the law, to know that there is not the least confidence to be placed in any of those men that were engaged in those disgraceful transactions. Emma's brisk letter evoked a sharp reply from Carlin. Laying aside the usual niceties due a lady correspondent, he launched an attack on her legal arguments. The charter authorized Nauvoo's municipal courts to issue writs in cases arising from city ordinances. He wrote Emma, not those originating in state or constitutional law. The claim to issue writs for all charges, Carlin erupted, is most absurd and ridiculous, and an attempt to exercise it is a gross usurpation of power. Carlin dismissed the assertion that kidnappers from Jackson County lay in wait to abduct Joseph. Not one word of it is true. In his impatience, the governor neglected to deal with Emma's argument that the extradition was illegal because Joseph was not a fugitive from Missouri justice, having been in Illinois at the time of the Boggs shooting. After 2 weeks in hiding, Joseph was told to come home. Clayton noted that Joseph received a few lines from Sister Emma informing him that she would expect him home this evening, believing that she could take care of him better at home than elsewhere. Joseph came as instructed. Emma may have sensed that Joseph was sinking into melancholy. The day before his return, his ruminations about friends had turned his mind to the past. I have remembered the scenes of my childhood. I have thought of my father who is dead, who died by disease which was brought upon him through suffering by the hands of ruthless mobs. Death lay heavy on his mind. He apparently was building a tomb for his family, and spoke of his father in elegiac language akin to the needlework depictions of tombs and weeping willows stitched by young ladies. Sacred to me is his dust, and the spot where he is laid. Sacred to me is the tomb I have made to encircle o'er his head. He went over the names of other family members, living and dead. He wanted to bring them all together in death. Let my father, Don Carlos, and Alvin, and children that I have buried be brought and laid in the tomb I have built. Let my mother, and my brethren, and my sisters be laid there also, and let it be called the tomb of Joseph, a descendant of Jacob. Strategy. Once Joseph was back in Nauvoo, his spirits revived. He organized the corps of missionaries going out to counteract John Bennett's charges and saw to the publication of affidavits attesting to Bennett's corruption. When he showed up on the podium in the middle of a meeting in the Grove, his sudden appearance caused much animation and joy. Joseph felt that between the Nauvoo courts and his exile, he had outmaneuvered his enemies. He had not fought them with the sword nor by carnal weapons, he had done it by stratagem or by outwitting them. He told the congregation, "We don't want or mean to fight with the sword of the flesh, but we will fight with the broadsword of the Spirit," perhaps a caution to men in the congregation who were all too ready to take up arms. Joseph made a show of strength. It was not in his nature to back down, but he veered from outright warfare. "I will fight them," he assured his hearers. "If they don't take off oppression from me, I will do as I have done this time. I will run into the woods. I will fight them in my own way." He could never settle the issue in his own mind, to run or to fight. With his one-time advisor John C. Bennett out of the picture, Joseph needed a counselor wise in the ways of the world. In September, Joseph explained his dilemma in a letter to James Arlington Bennett, who besides being an author was a former military officer. James Arlington, 54, had come on the Nauvoo scene through his American System of Practical Bookkeeping, a well-known textbook adopted by the University of Nauvoo. Later the university bestowed an honorary degree on him. Through this correspondence, an acquaintance with the Mormons began. Though he had encountered the saints through John C. Bennett, the university's chancellor, James Arlington Bennett took Joseph's side. From then on, James Arlington remained a friend of the prophets, though little more. Bennett told Joseph frankly that I have been long a Mormon in sympathy alone and probably can never be one in any other way, yet I feel that I am a friend of the people. He lightheartedly underwent baptism at Brigham Young's hands in 1842. Bennett called it a glorious frolic in the clear blue ocean, but refused to go west or become more involved. In his letter, Joseph spoke candidly to this man he had never met. "My bosom swells with unutterable anguish," Joseph wrote in September 1842, "when I contemplate the scenes of horror that we have passed through in the state of Missouri, and then look, and behold, and see the storm and cloud gathering 10 times blacker, ready to burst upon the heads of this innocent people. What was he to do? Shall we bow down and be slaves?" He wished the nation would come to the saints' rescue and wrench these shackles from the feet of our fellow citizens, but, failing that, should the Mormons defend themselves? On balance, he thought not. The Legion would all willingly die in the defense of their rights. But what would that accomplish? Joseph had tried to calm the more militant Mormons. "I have kept down their indignation, and kept a quiet submission on all hands, and am determined to do so, at all hazards." He knew the attempt to drive away the mob in Davis County had backfired. He did not want another extermination order. "Our enemies shall not have it to say that we rebel against government, or commit treason, however much they may lift their hands in oppression and tyranny." He was willing to submit to the government, he said, although it leads us to the slaughter and to beggary. Restraint seemed the best policy. And yet, with his instincts running in the opposite direction, he was not sure. "I wish you would write to me in answer to this and let me know your views." He was not concerned for himself. "I am ready to be offered up a sacrifice, in that way that can bring to pass the greatest benefit and good." But was that right? He needed advice. "I would to God that you could know all my feelings on this subject and the real facts in relation to this people." He suggested an investigating committee made up of wise outsiders to offer an impartial judgment to an enlightened world on whether the Mormons deserved such high-handed treatment. Bennett had kept up with Mormon affairs through the newspapers and visitors like Willard Richards. Based on what he knew, He concurred in Joseph's conviction about Missouri justice, how easy it would be to suborn witnesses against you who would seal your fate. On the other hand, it will not do to oppose force to force, for your protection, as this in the present case would be treason against the state and would ultimately bring to ruin all those concerned. Avoiding the sheriff was the best Joseph could do for the moment. Yet after this cautious counsel, Bennett went off on a speculation worthy of John C. Bennett. I most ardently wish that you had 100,000 true men at Nauvoo and that I had the command of them. Times and things would soon alter. I hope to see the day before I die that such an army will dictate times from Nauvoo to the enemies of the Mormon people. What was he thinking? Was Bennett imagining a Mormon kingdom in the midsection of the nation, defended by a huge army, with himself at the head? Was Bennett thinking along the same lines as Bennett? After all the persecution, Bennett told Joseph, you will only be made a greater prophet and a greater man, a greater emperor. The open spaces of the West seemed to spark dreams of empire, and Joseph struck one observer after another as a likely leader of a great inland kingdom. Reflections. While brooding over the saint's predicament and reflecting on friendship and death, Joseph meditated on doctrine. In early September, he submitted 2 letters to the saints about regulating baptism for the dead. In the first he grew philosophical. The envy and the wrath of man have been my common lot all the days of my life, and for what cause it seems mysterious, unless I was ordained from before the foundation of the world for some good end, or bad as you may choose to call it. He seemed resigned. Deep water is what I am wont to swim in, it all has become a second nature to me. He reflected on the doctrine and particularly the management of baptisms for the dead, instructing the saints to appoint a recorder to witness the baptisms. As usual, Joseph elevated this seemingly perfunctory procedure into something much larger. The witness was appointed that in all your recordings it may be recorded in heaven that whatsoever you bind on earth may be bound in heaven, and whatsoever you loose on earth may be loosed in heaven. The letter is an example of Joseph's remarkable power to make religion a clerical process. Recording the baptisms, Joseph said, involved binding in heaven, the authority granted to Peter in the New Testament. Joseph said these very records would be opened when the dead, small and great, stand before God. In other words, the baptismal records were the books to be reviewed on Judgment Day. In a move typical of Joseph, he made the transcendent literal and the mundane heavenly. The simple practice of noting the names of people being baptized for the dead became a heavenly act, a performance or sealing and judging. Whatsoever you record on earth shall be recorded in heaven, and whatsoever you do not record on earth, shall not be recorded in heaven. He knew this would strike many as a very bold doctrine, but then, in another typical move, he planted this present practice in history. In all ages of the world, whenever the Lord has given a dispensation of the priesthood to any man, by actual revelation, or any set of men, this power has always been given. The practice you are to follow now, he said, is practice of the people of God in all ages. History and heaven converged in the simple practice of recording names and actions at a baptism. In the space of a few paragraphs, the baptismal record became the book of life, recording became sealing, and the great powers promised to Peter were requisitioned for the saints. Nowhere in his revelations does Joseph show more enthusiasm for his own work than in this letter. Whatever the miseries of the moment, he thrilled to think how the past had been welded to the present through the visions of the previous 20 years. Even after all the tension, fear, and melancholy of the summer, his unbounded enthusiasm for his revelations could not be suppressed. Now what do we hear in the gospel which we have received? A voice of gladness, a voice of mercy from heaven, a voice of truth out of the earth, glad tidings for the dead, a voice of gladness for the living and the dead, glad tidings of great joy. What do we hear? Glad tidings from Qumran, Moroni, an angel from heaven, declaring the fulfillment of the prophets, the book to be revealed. A voice of the Lord in the wilderness of Fayette, Seneca County, declaring the 3 witnesses to bear record of the book. The voice of Michael on the banks of the Susquehanna, detecting the devil when he appeared as an angel of light. The voice of Peter, James and John, in the wilderness, between Harmony, Susquehanna County, and Colesville, Broome County, on the Susquehanna River, declaring themselves as possessing the keys of the kingdom, and of the dispensation of the fullness of times. And again, the voice of God in the chamber of Old Father Whitmer in Fayette, Seneca County, and at sundry times, and in divers places, through all the travails and tribulations of this Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and the voice of Michael the Archangel, the voice of Gabriel, and of Raphael, and of divers angels, from Michael or Adam, down to the present time, all declaring, each one their dispensation, their rights, their keys, their honors, their majesty and glory, and the power of their priesthood, giving line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little and there a little, giving us consolation by holding forth that which is to come, confirming our hope. No passage better captures Joseph Smith's restoration than this one, mingling the names of divers angels Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, with specific, mundane places that one could locate on a map: Fayette, Seneca County, Colesville, Broome County, and the banks of the Susquehanna River. That mixing of the mystical with the plain was pure Joseph Smith. This very concreteness gave him his highest pleasure. After the doleful days in exile, the memory of angels delivering their keys to places where he had stood cheered his heart. Trials. On September 3, Joseph went into hiding again. At noon on the first Saturday in September, a well-armed deputy sheriff with 2 other men appeared at the Smiths' front door. Joseph was at the table eating dinner with his family when the threesome knocked. While John Boynton delayed the officers, Joseph slipped out the back and ran through a cornfield to the Whitneys. The sheriff asked Emma for permission to search the house. She inquired if he had a warrant, which he did not, but she gave permission anyway. 2 more men returned to search again after sundown. After dark, Joseph left the Whitneys for Edward Hunter's. Joseph remained out of sight the next week, returning again when Emma said she wanted him back home. The next 3 months followed that pattern, times at home alternating with times away. In late September, he was back. Emma fell ill with a fever, and Joseph sat with her day after day. The news that Governor Carlin had offered a $200 reward for Joseph's capture did not send him into hiding. After a week, Emma was so ill that she was baptized twice in the river, doing her much good. Still she grew worse and continued very sick indeed. After 2 weeks, she began to mend a little, allowing Joseph to go into hiding again. This time he traveled through the night and part of the next day to the house of James Taylor. He returned home again on October 20 for a short visit with Emma and then returned to Taylor's. Finally on October 28, he returned for a longer stay, Emma being some worse. She was up and down through the fall. In December 1842, this in and out life ended. The extradition proceedings were halted when Justin Butterfield, the United States District Attorney for Illinois, passed along his opinion that the extradition of the prophet was unconstitutional. Ironically, Butterfield was then prosecuting Joseph for payment on the steamboat that the federal government had sold to Peter Hawes and that Joseph had co-signed for. The constitutional provision for extradition, Butterfield told Sidney Rigdon, allowed a state to recover a fugitive from justice, that is, a suspect who had fled the state, but Joseph was not in Missouri on May 6, when the crime occurred. If he had committed a crime, it occurred in Illinois, and Illinois officials, not the Missourians, would have to prosecute, a sophisticated version of Emma's position. Illinois' newly elected governor, Thomas Ford, accepted Butterfield's opinion, but was reluctant to reverse the action of his predecessor. Butterfield advised Joseph to take his case to the state Supreme Court, assuring him the justices were unanimously in his favor. On December 27, Joseph, surrounded by 15 supporters, left for the state capitol in Springfield. At Joseph's request, Butterfield himself presented the petition, not to the Illinois Supreme Court, as it happened, but to the United States Circuit Court. On January 5, Judge Nathaniel Pope handed down a favorable judgment. The Missouri writ for Joseph's extradition on charges of conspiring to kill Boggs was dead. The case was argued at great length by Butterfield and then summarized and analyzed with equal intensity by Judge Pope. The judge delivered his opinion to a courtroom filled with spectators of a very respectable class. Though doubtless curious about the fate of a man who called himself a prophet, the spectators were aware that the case had broader significance. In delivering an opinion on Joseph as a fugitive from justice, Pope linked the case to a far more controversial group of fugitives, runaway slaves. The abolitionist attack on slavery had been mounting for the past half-dozen years, and in many northern states, the opposition focused on southern attempts to recover fugitive slaves. Just months before Joseph's hearing, The U.S. Supreme Court had ruled in Prigg v. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that state governments should not pass laws interfering with the Fugitive Slave Act of 1793. That was federal business, and the states were not to interfere. Joseph was in the same position as a fugitive slave. Butterfield asked at one point if Joseph Smith had the rights of a Negro, by which he meant whether federal law applied in this case, rather than the actions of the Missouri chief executive. Rather than give way to Missouri's wishes, Butterfield argued, Illinois must abide by the U.S. Constitution, which provided for extradition only for those who had fled justice. Judge Pope's ruling said a criminal, fugitive from the one state to the other, could not be claimed as of right to be given up. Joseph, like a fugitive slave, could not be recalled by state action. During the time in Springfield, Willard Richards, the clerk for the trip, kept track of public opinion. When Josiah Lamban, the Illinois Attorney General who was arguing that Joseph should be turned over to Missouri, observed that Mr. Smith is a very good-looking, jovial man, Richards put it down. As usual, Joseph won over the people he dealt with personally. A peculiarly pleasant and conciliatory feeling prevailed through the company, Richards said of an informal gathering that included Lamban and the marshal who had Joseph in custody. The marshal invited Joseph to a family dinner when he was freed. A New York reporter was impressed with the figure he cut. The prophet is a large, portly, and fine-looking man, he wrote, 6 feet without shoes, looks about 40 or 42, and weighs 220 pounds, eyes light blue, approaching to gray, light brown hair, peaked nose, large head. Strangely, the reporter judged Joseph had little self-esteem, but did see in him more of the intellectual than the animal. Joseph was dressed in the costume he so often wears in posthumous portraits, box coat, black, blue dress coat and pants, black silk velvet vest, white cravat, a large gold ring on the finger next to the little one of his left hand, a black cane, and wears a continual smile on his countenance. From the Mormon's point of view, the hearing was a success. Besides receiving a favorable verdict, the utmost decorum and good feeling prevailed. Much prejudice was allayed. After the hearing, Judge Pope, obviously curious, invited Joseph into his room. Pope and Butterfield wanted to know if Joseph really believed himself to be a prophet. Joseph dodged the question by referring to a biblical passage about the testimony of Jesus being the spirit of prophecy. Every preacher should be a prophet. Butterfield asked about the price of lots in Nauvoo, and the other lawyers laughed, saying he would be a Mormon in 6 weeks if he would go to Nauvoo. Joseph came away from Springfield happy. I have met with less prejudice and better and more noble and liberal feelings on the part of the people generally than I expected. On the way home, Wilson Law composed a song that began, "And are you sure the news is true? And are you sure he's free? Then let us join with one accord, and have a jubilee." The song was sung over and over, the company adding new verses as they went. "We'll have a jubilee, my friends, we'll have a jubilee with heart and voice, we'll all rejoice in that our prophet's free." The jubilation went beyond their relief about Joseph. The Missouri extradition, combined with John C. Bennett's charges, had threatened the church. The legal struggle could have ignited more persecution. After just 3 years in Illinois, the Saints foresaw another Missouri. But, for the moment, the fear was lifted. The law had come down on their side. The whole party were very cheerful, Richards noted, and sang over and over, "And now we're bound for home, my friend, a bond of brothers true to cheer the heart of those we love in beautiful Nauvoo." 27, Thickets, 1843. "It is my meditation all the day and more than my meat and drink to know how I shall make the saints of God to comprehend the visions that roll like an overflowing surge before my mind." Joseph Smith, April 16, 1843. Back in Nauvoo after the Springfield hearing, Joseph continued in an exultant mood. The charges against him had been heard in the state capitol and dismissed, the Missourian plots to recapture him had been defeated, and John Bennett had failed to gain allies in the church. On Tuesday, January 17, Joseph declared a day of humiliation, fasting and prayer and thanksgiving, with meetings held in each city ward. The next day, he and Emma entertained over 50 invited guests at 4 long tables in his Nauvoo mansion. Joseph handed out cards printed with new verses of the Jubilee song celebrating his vindication in Springfield. While he and Emma served the guests, Joseph announced that this was their 16th wedding anniversary. There were many jokes, and after dinner people told stories. The description of the dinner came from Willard Richards, Joseph's personal secretary from December 1842 to the end of his life in June 1844. Since Joseph wrote so little about himself, we must rely on images filtered through the eyes of the people who knew him, and Richards, who virtually shadowed Joseph for the last year and a half of his life, wrote more about him than anyone. Richards was a close observer of Joseph's idiosyncrasies, noting his manners, his originality, his bravado. Richards picked up on details like the announcement of the wedding anniversary and the fact that Emma and Joseph waited on the guests. He wrote down Joseph's colorful phrases like the opinions of men, so far as I am concerned, are to me as the crackling of the thorns under the pot, or the whistling of the wind. He noted Joseph's broad humor, as when he laid down on the writing table with back of the head on law books saying, "Write and tell the world I acknowledge myself a very great lawyer. I am going to study law and this is the way I study," and fell asleep and went to snoring. A stout man with dark brows and piercing eyes, Richards came from rural Massachusetts. As a young man, he had lectured on electricity and other scientific subjects, until he decided to study the Thomsonian method of treating illness with herbs. He was practicing near Boston in 1836 when he read the Book of Mormon and was converted. 6 months later Richards was on his way to Britain with the first party of Mormon missionaries. There he was ordained an apostle. After 4 years, he returned to the United States with his bride, Janetta, a British convert. Sensing capacity, Joseph appointed Richards a recorder and historian of church business. Though Richards suffered from a tremor that must have affected his handwriting, in December 1842 he took on the responsibility of keeping Joseph's journal. Richards gives us the playful Joseph Smith. Richards tells us when Joseph pulled up Brother Moses with one hand pulling sticks, or throwed the bully of Ram's wrestling. Although the incidents went into Richards's record, one cannot tell if he was amused or shocked by the prophet's behavior. About 4 Joseph took a game of ball east of Main Street. Another day, he went out with Frederick, his 6-year-old son, to slide on the ice. Richards has Joseph cutting down a tree, attending Mr. Vickers' performance of wire dancing, legerdemain magic, drinking a glass of wine with Sister Richards of her mother's make in England. One day in May, Joseph set off with a party of 100 on the church's new steamboat, the Maid of Iowa, for 12 hours of merriment. Now that the Smiths had a house large enough for company, they entertained. We hear of large crowds for Christmas and another wedding anniversary celebration the next year. Richards does not betray his own feelings about a prophet who wrestled and went to magic shows, but some visitors were dismayed. Charlotte Haven, an observant young lady from New Hampshire who heard Joseph report on his Springfield adventures, was appalled. His language and the manner were the coarsest possible. His object seemed to be to amuse and excite laughter in his audience. Expecting more from a man who claimed to be a prophet, she thought nothing he said impressed upon his people the great object of life. Joseph appeared raucous and impious. He uttered not a word calculated to create devotional feelings. Haven did not happen upon a heavy doctrinal sermon like the one Wilford Woodruff recorded a week later in 3 compact pages of notes. She caught Joseph entertaining his audience with the broad humor of the frontier orator. Abraham Lincoln used the same kind of rough talk to hold the attention of the crowd in New Salem and Springfield. Joseph seemed to be aware of the seeming incongruity. Many think a prophet must be a great deal better than anybody else, he told a congregation. But if he were that much better, Joseph said with characteristic hyperbole, I would be raised up to the highest heaven, and who should I have to accompany me? That half-humorous exaggeration kept Joseph on a level with his audience. He spoke their rough language and shared their rough work. When 70 men gathered one cold February day to saw wood for the prophet, he went with them to cut and draw a 5-foot log. Rather than watching from behind a curtained window, he entered into the pleasantry, good humor, and feeling. Richards seemed a little uncomfortable when Joseph began to boast. At Springfield, Richards noted that Joseph was criticized for lacking meekness. In the aftermath of his triumph, he cut loose with extravagant comments about his mastery. I am a lawyer. I am a big lawyer and comprehend heaven, earth, and hell to bring forth knowledge which shall cover up all lawyers and doctors. Theologically, it was true that prophetic knowledge outranked legal knowledge. But did Joseph believe he was a master lawyer? Richards elsewhere recorded Joseph saying that by his doctoring he had never failed to administer comfort to thousands of sick people. Later, in an otherwise sober appeal for Vermont support of the Mormon petitions to Congress, Joseph inserted an extravagant aside about how people of various tongues expressed dismay. Were I a Chaldean I would exclaim, Keed now Talmarun Lahomelaheudesha my an Egyptian, Su-eam, what other persons are those? A Grecian, Diabolos Basilui, the devil reigns, a Frenchman, Messieurs sans Dieu, gentlemen without God, a Turk, Ancients, the fountain of light, and so on through 17 languages. Among his other skills, the passage implied, Joseph was fluent in many tongues. The bragging is so exaggerated and so comical, one wonders what lay behind it. The literary scholar Kenneth Lynn, in a meditation on frontier humor, asks what motivated classic frontier boasts like I am a man, I am a horse, I am a team. I can whip any man in all Kentucky, by God. For the frontiersman, Lynn speculates, tall talk that began in whimsicality and ended in blasphemy was a way of beating the wilderness at its own game, of converting terror into joie de vivre and helplessness into an exhilarating sense of power. One can glimpse in Joseph's boasts not horror at the wilderness but a desperate realization of the saints' lowly social station. They were outcasts, subject to unending ridicule and scorn. Joseph's boasts made fantastic claims to learning and position, as a lawyer, a doctor, a linguist, a politician, the positions in respectable society from which his family and the church were excluded. Lynn says frontiersmen sometimes staged a ludicrously savage exhibition to purposely shock Eastern visitors, gaining a splendid revenge on sophisticates and thus making would-be laughers laughable. Joseph's extravagant claims punctured the pretensions of the learned who looked down their noses at his pitiful collection of followers. Lynn said of Davy Crockett, every defeat, big or small, was an unforgivable insult. In that spirit, Joseph summed up his feelings once by declaring, I bear record this morning that all the combined powers of earth and hell shall not overcome this boy. He could not bear to be degraded, and he craved respect. Richards noted the times when Joseph received unexpected regard. In February 1843, some 7 or 8 young men called to see me, part of them from the city of New York. They treated me with the greatest respect. Soon after his return from Springfield, Joseph reported a violent dream. I dreamed this morning that I was in the lobby of the Representative House at Springfield when some of the members who did not like my being there began to mar and cut and pound my shins with pieces of iron. I bore it as long as I could, then jumped over the rail into the hall, caught a rod of iron and went at them cursing and swearing at them in the most awful manner and drove them all out of the house. I went to the door and told them to send me a clerk and I would make some laws that would do good. There was quite a collection around the State House trying to raise an army to take me and there were many horses tied around the square. I thought they would not have the privilege of getting me so I took a rod of iron and mowed my way through their ranks, looking after their best racehorse thinking they might catch me when they could find me when I was awoke. Joseph dreamed he had to fight his way out of the hall at Springfield. If he felt this way about a triumph, how must he have felt when actually besieged? Was he under constant pressure to either fight or flee? Joseph was happiest in the company of plain men. I love that man better who swears a stream as long as my arm and is attentive to administering to the poor and dividing his substance, than the long smooth-faced hypocrites. Having plain folks around him as his kind of heaven. He once said, that same sociality which exists amongst us here will exist among us there only it will be coupled with eternal glory which glory we do not now enjoy. Company comforted him. He would feel blessed, he said, if I am to be afflicted in this world to have my lot cast where I can find brothers and friends all around me. But even among his friends he felt cut off. He wanted desperately to express my feelings once to my friends, but I never expect to. Separation from family and friends worried him. If I had no expectation of seeing my mother, brothers, and sisters and friends again my heart would burst in a moment and I should go down to my grave. He was concerned about saints who died in a strange land, away from the company of their friends. His theological passion to weld families together extended to being buried close to the people he loved. He told a Nauvoo congregation that if buried together in the morn of the resurrection they may come forth in a body and come right up out of their graves and strike hands immediately in eternal glory. He feared being left alone. Mysteries. Joseph's comments about resurrection registered with Richard's because he was attuned to doctrine. He considered it his job to gather the pearls that Joseph strewed and to deposit them in a diary. Ever since Joseph emerged from Liberty Jail, he had dispensed doctrinal knowledge through sermons, letters, and comments. Earlier the saints had thought of Joseph knocking at heaven's door and learning from God through formal revelations. By Nauvoo, he was considered an experienced heavenly traveler, who knew the ways of the ancient prophets, conversed with angels, and might at any moment pass along gems of truth. William Clayton, another of Joseph's confidants, who served as a second diarist from 1842 to 1844, was even more alert to doctrine than Richards. One of the first British converts, Clayton had resigned his job as a textile mill accountant soon after his baptism in 1837. To work full-time as a missionary. He arrived in Nauvoo in November 1840 and was called as assistant temple recorder to Richards in January 1842. In September, Joseph asked Clayton to record revelations that came along in the course of his conversation. Until Joseph's death, Clayton was with the prophet most days, paying particular heed to doctrinal statements. Accounts by the sensitive and emotional Clayton were often more poetic than Richards's staccato, abbreviated notes. Richards recorded one famous epigram as the earth in its sanctified and immortal state will be Urim and Thummim for all things below it in the scale of creation, but not above it. Clayton elaborated the sentence to read: the earth when it is purified will be made like unto crystal and will be Urim and Thummim whereby all things pertaining to an inferior kingdom on all kingdoms of a lower order will be manifest to those who dwell on it. Clayton had a great relish for mysteries. On the day when Joseph commented on the earth as a Urim and Thummim, Clayton was the one who posed the question: is not the reckoning of God's time, angels' time, prophets' time and man's time according to the planet on which they reside? Yes, answered Joseph, and then extended the answer, but there is no angel ministers to this earth. Only what either does belong or has belonged to this earth, and the angels do not reside on a planet like our earth, but they dwell with God, and the planet where he dwells is like crystal, and like a sea of glass before the throne. This is the great Urim and Thummim whereon all things are manifest, both things past, present and future, and are continually before the Lord. Then the white stone mentioned in Revelation chapter 2 verse 17 is the Urim and Thummim whereby all things pertaining to an higher order of kingdoms, even all kingdoms, will be made known, and a white stone is given to each of those who come into this celestial kingdom, whereon is a new name written which no man knoweth save he that receiveth it. The new name is the key word. Sayings like these, drawing on the imagery in the Revelation of St. John, fascinated the saints. Joseph had said, could you gaze into heaven 5 minutes you would know more than you would by reading all that ever was written on the subject, and his descriptions proved the point. His words were noted, circulated, and eventually printed. The view of heaven as a crystalline sea of glass seemed like a departure from Joseph's earlier ideas. He stood in the tradition of heavenly speculators who saw heaven more as an extension of earth than as an ascetic existence devoted to contemplation of God. A sea of glass and fire, while glorious, sounded severe and inhospitable. Emanuel Swedenborg, the most imaginative of the 18th century seers, pictured a heaven with houses and gardens, a view that later dominated 19th century speculations. In that vein, Joseph had earlier said that the earth itself would be celestialized and celestial beings would possess it like inheritances in the city of Zion. Earth, it was implied, would be an Eden-like green rather than a sea of glass and fire. On the other hand, an earth that was a Urim and Thummim and a white stone that revealed higher kingdoms had its appeal. The Urim and Thummim coming with the plates had thrilled Joseph. It allowed him to see anything. With his characteristic generosity, he wanted everyone to have a seer stone. What better heaven than access to boundless knowledge? Joseph considered revelations like these to be of immense importance. In his last years more than ever, he stressed that knowledge is power. The man who has the most knowledge has the greatest power. The reason why God is greater than all others is he knows how to subject all things to himself. Knowledge was power over evil, power over matter. God has more power than all other beings, because he has greater knowledge, and hence he knows how to subject all other beings to him. Joseph said in a sermon in 1843 that the principle of knowledge is the principle of salvation. Knowledge was the way to ascend. One declaration that reached the doctrine and governance was, whatever principle of intelligence we obtain in this life will rise with us in the resurrection, and if a person gains more knowledge in this life through his diligence and obedience than another, he will have so much the advantage in the world to come. In the meantime, in a more human way, knowledge was also comfort. I am glad I have the privilege of communicating to you some things which, if grasped closely, will be a help to you when the clouds are gathering and the storms are ready to burst upon you like peals of thunder. Lay hold of these things and let not your knees tremble, nor hearts faint. Godly knowledge stabilized and reassured Joseph. It was his salvation, and he believed it would redeem the saints. During the spring of 1843, he and Willard Richards became absorbed in another kind of knowledge. On March 10 at 6:50 p.m., they observed a light in the form of a sword in the southwest sky for about 2 hours. Richards also described a large circle seen around the moon with 4 other circles of light, and drew diagrams with notes about their colors. Entry after entry for the next few days noted this strange phenomenon. According to Richards, Joseph said that the above is a diagram of one of the signs of the times designed to represent a union of power and combination of nations. The morning after the sword appeared, Joseph interpreted it to mean that there will be a speedy and bloody war, and the broadsword seen last evening is the sure sign thereof. The two were sensitized to signs in the sky because of widespread speculation that the Second Coming would occur in 1843. Orson Pratt said at the April General Conference that the advent of the Son of God is a subject which occupies the attention of the people of this day. The reason was the popular fascination with the widely publicized predictions of William Miller, an unlearned Baptist preacher from Massachusetts. Miller, who was converted from deism in 1816, thought the Bible contained a complete outline of human history down to the end of the world, all written in code. The scholars were to crack the code by matching clues in the scripture to actual historical events. Miller began his calculations with a passage in Daniel 8:14 about 2,300 days passing before the sanctuary would be cleansed. Like many students of the millennium, Miller assumed that in biblical code a day equaled a year, permitting him to measure the time to the end once he fixed on a beginning point. Miller selected the declaration of Artaxerxes I of Persia in 458 BCE, permitting the exiled Jewish priest Ezra to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. With this date as the baseline, Miller calculated that the cleansing of the sanctuary, interpreted to mean the coming of Christ, would occur in 1843, 2,300 years later. In 1836, he laid out the scheme in evidence from scripture and history of the second coming of Christ about the year 1843. Miller was one of many millenarians who predicted that the second coming would happen in the mid-1840s. He had presented his ideas for years with little effect when a Boston preacher, Joshua V. Himes, began promoting Miller's analysis in the periodical Signs of the Times, first published in March 1840. Miller was reluctant to specify an exact date, but finally concluded that it would be between March 1843 and March 1844. The identification of a specific time for the end of the world caused a sensation. Newspaper editors poked fun at Miller, a palsied, graying, self-taught farmer preacher, but people packed the meeting houses when he spoke. Even skeptics were watching and waiting. In the general excitement over Miller's predictions, Joseph's followers wanted his opinion on the second coming. Seeking light on the subject, he received a partial answer. On a Sunday morning in April, 3 weeks before one of the Millerite dates, he told the people what he had learned. I earnestly desired to know concerning the coming of the Son of Man and prayed, when a voice said to me, Joseph my son, if thou livest until thou art 85 years old thou shalt see the face of the Son of Man. Therefore let this suffice and trouble me no more on this matter. A few days later at a conference in the temple, he ventured an interpretation. I took the liberty to conclude that if I did live till that time he would make his appearance, but I do not say whether he will make his appearance or I shall go where he is. That put the second coming at least 48 years away and left time, Joseph observed, for prophesied events like the return of Judah and the healing of the Dead Sea. Besides that, the saints had yet to build cities, establish stakes, and preach the gospel in every land. Most rode out the year without being swept up in the millennial furor. Not long after the Miller excitement, Joseph's prophetic powers were put to the test. In April, a dozen men in Kinderhook, Pike County, Illinois, said they had dug 12 feet into a mound on the property of a local merchant, Robert Wiley, and found 6 small bell-shaped brass plates with undecipherable writing on them. Within a few weeks, the plates were in Joseph's hands with a request for a translation. Wiley claimed he began the dig after dreaming about treasure in the mound 3 nights in succession. The more likely story is that Wiley, 1W. Fugate, and a local blacksmith named Witten counterfeited the plates by engraving the characters with acid. They cast this lure before the Mormon prophet in hopes of catching him in a feigned translation. A letter was sent to the Times and Seasons explaining the find, and the plates were taken to Nauvoo. An editorial in the Quincy Whig, a paper hostile to the Mormons, baited the prophet by saying that some pretend to say that Smith, the Mormon leader, has the ability to read them. In a classic temptation, the paper observed that if he could, it would go to prove the authenticity of the Book of Mormon. John Taylor, editor of the Times and Seasons, classed the Kinderhook plates with the discoveries of Mayan ruins recently described in John Lloyd Stevens and Frederick Catherwood's immensely popular Incidents of Travel in Central America. Taylor, like all Mormons at the time, counted every building and artwork in ancient Mexico as evidence for the Book of Mormon. When the Book of Mormon first came out, Taylor pointed out, the inhabitants of the Americas were thought to have been a rude, barbarous race, uncouth, unlettered, and without civilization. The Book of Mormon appeared like a wild speculation. Now the picture was changing daily. The various relics that have been found indicative of civilization, intelligence, and learning give testimony to the authenticity of the book. The Kinderhook find, showing that ancient people wrote on plates, should convince the skeptical that such things have been used and that even the obnoxious Book of Mormon may be true. Taylor had no doubt but Mr. Smith will be able to translate them. Taylor said he had not ascertained Joseph's opinion, but the prophet had his chance when several gentlemen showed him the plates. Richards said Joseph sent William Smith for a Hebrew Bible and lexicon, as if he was going to translate conventionally. Clayton, in a conflicting account, wrote that Joseph has translated a portion and says they contain the history of the person with whom they were found, and he was a descendant of Ham through the loins of Pharaoh king of Egypt, and that he received his kingdom from the ruler of heaven and earth. Joseph seemed to be stepping into the trap, but then he pulled back. Pressure from Taylor and the Quincy Whig did not push him any further. After the first meeting, no further mention was made of translation, and the Kinderhook plates dropped out of sight. Joseph may not have detected the fraud, but he did not swing into a full-fledged translation as he had with the Egyptian scrolls. The trap did not quite spring shut, which foiled the conspirators' original plan. Instead of exposing the plot immediately, as they had probably intended to do, they said nothing until 1879, when one of them signed an affidavit describing the fabrication. Church historians continued to insist on the authenticity of the Kinderhook plates until 1980, when an examination conducted by the Chicago Historical Society, possessor of one plate, proved it was a 19th century creation. Emma and Joseph, plural marriage, was the most difficult trial of 1843. Nothing Joseph had done put the church and his own reputation in great jeopardy. The doctrine shocked his faithful followers, while Emma vacillated between acceptance and rejection. Yet Joseph would not, and probably felt that he could not stop. He saw himself in the tradition of Abraham and Solomon, Old Testament patriarchs commanded by God to marry plurally. In the first 6 months of 1843, Joseph married 12 women. 2 of them already married to other men, 1 single and 58 years old. 5 of the women boarded in Joseph's household when he married them. Emma probably knew nothing of these marriages at first and then temporarily accepted them before regretting her action and demanding that all 5 leave. Plural marriage was practiced secretly in 1843 and would be until well after Joseph's death. The doctrine was not publicly announced until 1852. In Joseph's journal, Willard Richards recorded Joseph's marriages in code. Some marriages he omitted, probably because he did not know that they had taken place. To safeguard his burdensome secret, Joseph publicly and repeatedly denied he was advocating polygamy. In his mind, he wasn't. He distinguished between authorized celestial marriage and the illegal practice of bigamy or the radical ideology of spiritual wives. By denying his involvement, Joseph was trying to wall off John C. Bennett's lascivious schemes for enticing women into illicit relations from the carefully regulated performance of priesthood marriages. To admit he was practicing polygamy would have authorized behavior he condemned. He taught his complicated religious version privately to trusted individuals and small groups, telling the 12 apostles about the doctrine in the summer of 1841 after their return from Great Britain, and others one by one. The message was always the same: this is a revelation from God to your prophet. Seek your own inspiration, and you will know for yourself. If you deny it, you will lose your blessings. The reaction was almost invariably negative. One young woman, Lucy Walker, was struck with horror on hearing the doctrine. She was 15 when the prophet invited her to live in his house. Her parents had joined the Mormons in 1832 in Vermont and later migrated to New York, to Missouri, and then on to Illinois, where Lucy's mother died of malarial fevers. Joseph told Lucy's father he would look after the children while John Walker went on a mission. Lucy's older brother Lorin, a worker on Joseph's farm, was fast becoming a favorite. The children were treated like sons and daughters. Lucy worked as Emma's maid while going to school. In 1842, when Lucy was 15 or 16, Joseph told her, "I have a message for you. I have been commanded of God to take another wife, and you are the woman." Lucy was astounded. This announcement was indeed a thunderbolt to me. "Do you believe me to be a prophet of God?" Joseph asked. "Most assuredly I do," she reported herself as saying in her later autobiography. "He fully explained to me the principle of plural or celestial marriage. Said this principle was again to be restored for the benefit of the human family. That it would prove an everlasting blessing to my father's house and form a chain that could never be broken, worlds without end." "What have you to say?" Joseph asked her. "Nothing," she replied. Rather than exert more pressure, Joseph backed away. "If you will pray sincerely for light and understanding in relation thereto, you shall receive a testimony of the correctness of this principle." Lucy felt tempted and tortured beyond endurance until life was not desirable. "Oh, let this bitter cup pass," she moaned. For months Joseph said nothing more. Then in the spring of 1843, he spoke with Lucy's brother William, following the usual pattern of asking for permission from a relative. William told Joseph that Lucy must decide for herself. In April 1843, Joseph spoke again and this time he exerted pressure. "I will give you until tomorrow to decide this matter. If you reject this message, the gate will be closed forever against you." Lucy hated that. This aroused every drop of Scotch in my veins. I felt at this moment that I was called to place myself upon the altar a living sacrifice, perhaps to brook the world in disgrace and incur the displeasure and contempt of my youthful companions. All my dreams of happiness blown to the four winds. This was too much. The thought was unbearable. Facing an ultimatum, Lucy bluntly refused, unless God himself told her otherwise, and emphatically forbid him speaking again to me on this subject. Joseph blithely replied, "God Almighty bless you," promised her a manifestation, and left. After a sleepless night in prayer, Lucy felt something in her room. My room became filled with a heavenly influence. To me it was in comparison like the brilliant sunshine bursting through the darkest cloud. My soul was filled with the calm sweet peace that I never knew. Supreme happiness took possession of my whole being. Going down the stairs to go out into the morning air, she met Joseph, who took her by the hand, led her to a chair, and placed his hands upon my head, and blessed me with every blessing my heart could possibly desire. On May 1, 1843, William Clayton married Joseph to Lucy. "It was not a love matter," she wrote later, "but simply the giving up of myself as a sacrifice to establish that grand and glorious principle that God had revealed to the world." After Joseph's death, Lucy bore 9 children as the plural wife of Heber C. Kimball. Lucy's autobiography fits the standard pattern for the celestial marriage narratives written in Utah a quarter of a century or more after Nauvoo. The circumstances encouraged the plural wives of Joseph, now married to other men, to be candid about their torment when the prophet made his proposal. The revulsion the women felt at first made the subsequent confirmation all the more compelling. Women were free to enlarge upon their initial anguish, which must have been real, especially for the younger women. 10 of Joseph's wives were under 20, they had to give up romance, cut themselves off from friends, perhaps suffer disgrace if they became pregnant. Their dreams of happiness, as Lucy said, were blown to the four winds. The point of the narratives was that spiritual confirmation alone persuaded them to comply. Emma was more resistant. She probably knew of plural marriage but had no idea of the extent of her husband's practice. Aware of her opposition, Joseph could not bring himself to explain what he was doing. Caught between the plural marriage revelation and Emma's opposition, he moved ahead surreptitiously, making the recovery of his domestic life almost impossible. One story told in Utah in the 1880s had Emma pushing one of Mormondom's most honored women, Eliza Roxy Snow, down the stairs upon discovering she was married to Joseph, but the evidence for the incident is shaky. Snow was a refined, intelligent woman who had been brought into the Smith household to teach their children. She joined the Mormons in 1835 along with her sister Leonora and moved to Kirtland, where she boarded with the Smiths and taught school. Slender and ramrod straight, Snow was the most intellectual of all the women converts. She wrote poetry and prepared a constitution for the Female Relief Society. Repelled at first by the practice of plural marriage, she concluded that she was living in the dispensation of the fullness of times, embracing all other dispensations, and so surely plural marriage must necessarily be included. Brigham Young performed the ceremony for Joseph and Eliza on June 29, 1842. She was 38, 2 years older than Joseph. She later spoke of him as my beloved husband, the choice of my heart and the crown of my life. In August 1842, Emma invited Eliza to move back into the Smith household. In December, Eliza began teaching the Smith children and ran a school for them and others until March 1843. Eliza noted in her diary that on February 11, 1843, while still teaching, she moved out of the Smiths' house without saying why, though the reason could well be that on the same day, Joseph's mother, Lucy Mack Smith, moved in. Later gossip blamed Emma. All the versions of the Eliza story, however, were attenuated. Most of them were tales told many decades after the fact and were second or third-hand hearsay. Some had Emma pushing Eliza, others said she beat her. None hold up under scrutiny. They have to be read skeptically because of the widespread dislike for Emma among the Utah Mormons. Brigham Young never forgave her for breaking with the church and not coming west. She was considered a traitor to Mormonism because she remained behind and denied, in carefully worded statements that skirted the truth, that Joseph took additional wives. When her sons, then leaders of a rival branch of Mormonism, the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, came to Utah on missions in the 1860s, they tried to trace and discredit every claim that Joseph had multiple wives. In response, the Utah Church secured scores of affidavits from people who knew of the practice in Nauvoo. Besides proving the existence of plural marriage, the affidavits attempted to refute the hypothesis that Joseph's relations with his plural wives were purely spiritual. Some members of the Reorganized Church accepted ceremonial marriages but thought Joseph never slept with his wives. To rebut that view, the affidavits noted the occasions when Joseph occupied the same room with a wife, facts that might have been omitted had not the Utah Mormons been determined to prove that Joseph and his plural wives were married as completely as the later polygamists under Brigham Young. While Joseph was alive, there were times when Emma countenanced plural marriage. In May 1843 she approved 2 wives, Eliza and Emily Partridge, daughters of Edward Partridge and helpers in the Smith household. The sisters were an awkward selection because Joseph had already married them 2 months earlier in March without Emma's knowledge. When Joseph proposed, Emily and Eliza, 19 and 23, went through the usual turmoil. At first they turned Joseph down, but by the time he told Emily that the Lord had commanded him to enter into plural marriage and had given me to him, she was prepared. They married on March 4, 1843. Well, I was married there and then, she wrote many years later. Joseph went home his way and I going my way alone. A strange way of getting married, wasn't it? Eliza Partridge married him 4 days later. In May, they both went through the ceremony again with Emma present. About the same time, Emma agreed to accept Maria and Sarah Lawrence, 2 other young women living in the Smiths' house. Emma's concurrence brought about a reconciliation, which led in turn to her and Joseph's priesthood marriage. Joseph probably would not have had the sealing performed while Emma opposed the plural marriage revelation. But on a cold Sunday evening, May 28, 1843, in the upper room of Joseph's red brick store, Joseph and Emma were sealed for eternity by the power of the priesthood. Unfortunately, the reconciliation did not last. Emma had agreed to the plural marriages, but she immediately regretted it, Before the day was over she turned around or repented of what she had done and kept Joseph up till very late in the night talking to him. Emily Patriarch wrote in the 1880s, when revealing Emma's faults was thought to aid the Utah church. She kept close watch of us. If we were missing for a few minutes, and Joseph was not at home, the house was searched from top to bottom and from one end to the other, and if we were not found, the neighborhood was searched until we were found. One day Emma heard Joseph talking to Eliza Patriarch in an upstairs room. Joseph closed the door and held it shut, while Emma called Eliza's name and tried to open the door. She seemed much irritated, he reported to William Clayton. The situation deteriorated. In her 1884 reminiscence, Emily wrote of Emma, "She sent for us one day to come to her room. Joseph was present, looking like a martyr. Emma said some very hard things. Joseph should give us up or blood should flow. She would rather her blood would run pure than be polluted in this manner." Such interviews were quite common, but the last time she called us to her room, I felt quite indignant, and was determined it should be the last, for it was becoming monotonous, and I am ashamed to say, I felt indignant towards Joseph for submitting to Emma. Emma wanted the marriages to the Partridge girls ended. Emily said, Joseph asked her Emma if we made her the promises she required, if she would cease to trouble us, and not persist in our marrying someone else. She made the promise. Joseph came to us and shook hands with us, and the understanding was that all was ended between us. Later he said to Emily privately, "You know my hands are tied." And he looked as if he would sink into the earth. Emma wanted the girls out of the house and the city. Emily said later that my sister and I were cast off. Joseph was unsure how far the usually composed Emma would go in her anger. Near the end of June, he warned William Clayton that Emma wanted to lay a snare for me. Joseph said that he knew she was disposed to be revenged on him for something she thought that if he would indulge himself she would too. Clayton, trying to patch up relations with one of his own wives, was dumbfounded. Joseph warned him against getting involved. The staid and upright Emma, determined to regain her dignity, was looking for a way to punish her husband. Joseph was anxious and under pressure. Emma had always performed her duties as wife of the church president. She entertained housefuls of guests, appeared at reviews of the Nauvoo Legion, and took on multiple business duties, traveling to St. Louis in late April, for example, when Joseph dared not stir for fear of arrest. Emma believed in her husband's inspiration. She had been convinced ever since watching the Book of Mormon translation going on in her house in 1829. Late in life, she told a Mormon elder that the gold plates lay in a box under our bed for months. Knowing her basic faith, Hiram thought Joseph should show Emma a written revelation on plural marriage. Hiram had been reluctant to accept the principle himself until Brigham Young explained that it allowed him to be married to both Jerusha Barden, his deceased first wife, and to Mary Fielding, his current spouse. At the same time, he had the spiritual confirmation so many others reported. On May 29, the day after Joseph was sealed to Emma, Hiram was sealed to his two wives. In July, Hiram argued that writing the revelation would win over Emma. To be sure of its accuracy, he asked Joseph to use the Urim and Thummim, but the prophet said he knew it perfectly. On July 12, 1843, Joseph dictated to William Clayton for 3 hours in the upper office of his store. Emma once said Hiram's words were irresistible to her, but when he presented the revelation, she was adamant. He came away from Emma saying that he had never received a more severe talking to in his life. The next day, Joseph and Emma talked for hours. Clayton was called into the room near the end to hear an agreement they had mutually entered into. They both stated their feelings on many subjects and wept considerable. They were in impossible positions, Joseph caught between his revelation and his wife, Emma between a practice she detested and belief in her husband. The agreement represented some kind of compromise. Emma was beginning to think practically of the consequences of sharing her husband with other women. 2 days later, Clayton made a deed to her for half of the Steamboat Maid of Iowa, and 60 city lots. The assurance of financial security did not heal the breach. A month later, Joseph said that Emma had completely rejected plural marriage. She had given him the Partridge sisters, but he knew if he took them she would pitch on him and obtain a divorce and leave him. But Joseph told Clayton that he should not relinquish anything. He was unwilling to put away the women he had married. Even with his marriage at stake, he could not back down. Meanwhile, Emma kept watch for suspicious signs. She was vexed and angry when she found 2 letters from Eliza Snow in Joseph's pocket, and demanded to know if Clayton had delivered them. The next day, Emma learned from Flora Woodworth, another plural wife, that Joseph had given her a gold watch. Emma demanded its return. When Joseph learned of the incident, he reproved her, and on the return trip from the Woodworths, Emma abused him much, and also when he got home, Clayton reported he had to use harsh measures to put a stop to her abuse, but finally succeeded. These events exhausted both Emma and Joseph. In the fall they stopped fighting. Joseph's mother, Lucy, fell ill, and Emma tended her until she became ill herself. They managed at the end of August to move into the new wing built on their house, enlarging it to 17 or 18 rooms, big enough to open a hotel. Joseph put up a sign outside advertising the Nauvoo mansion. A month later they held an open house and dinner for 100 couples to mark the occasion. Other occupations and Emma's involvement in the elaboration of temple rituals may have combined to soften her on plural marriage for the moment. 3 weeks later, Joseph told Clayton, Emma was turned quite friendly and kind. She had been anointed. By anointed Joseph meant Emma had received an endowment, the first woman to take part in the ceremony offered to 9 men a year and a half before. The endowment was the heart of the temple rituals that had grown considerably since the Kirtland Temple dedication. For a year after the bestowal of the expanded endowment in May 1842, no one else was endowed. During that year, the central importance of marriage, and of women, had emerged. When he renewed the ceremony on May 26, 1843, Joseph taught the participants about the new and everlasting covenant, referring to marriage. By then he knew that men and women must marry by the power of the priesthood to reach the highest degree of celestial glory. The increased importance of marriage meant including women in the temple ceremonies. Emma was the natural choice to be endowed first. On or before September 28, she passed through the endowment ceremony. From then on, she initiated other women into washings, anointings, and sealings. Heber Kimball noted in his journal that January 1844 my wife Villate and many females was received into the holy order, and was washed and anointed by Emma. By the time of Joseph's death in June 1844, 65 persons had been endowed. Those who had been endowed met almost weekly to induct others, hear instruction, and offer prayers. Called the quorum, the anointed quorum, or the holy order, this small group of endowed members held prayer circles, probably dressed in special temple clothing and partially reenacting the ceremonies. A typical entry in Richards's record reads, prayer meeting at Joseph's. Quorum present. Hiram and his wife were blessed, ordained and anointed. Prayer and singing. Sometimes the notes on the anointings themselves were coded. Prayer meeting in the evening at S.E. Room, Joseph's old house. One entry began, our Cahoon and sequence in code wife anointed and Mother Smith. Although used intermittently, the coded words showed Richards's sense that the occasions were too sacred to be written for any eye to see. Joseph introduced a more advanced ordinance called the Second Anointing, between September 28 and February 26. This ceremony, given to 18 men and their wives, was Joseph's attempt to deal with the theological problem of assurance. How did a Christian, in the words of the first chapter of 2 Peter, give diligence to make your calling and election sure? Calvinist theologians had argued over the question of certain knowledge for centuries. Was it possible to end doubt about one's standing with the Lord? Preaching from 2 Peter 1 in May 1843, at the time he was reviving the endowment, Joseph had taught that the more sure word of prophecy meant a man's knowing that he was sealed up unto eternal life by revelation and the spirit of prophecy through the power of the holy priesthood. A few months later, the revelation on priesthood marriage had promised those who married eternally that they would surely enter into exaltation, even if they sinned, if once their bond was sealed by the Holy Spirit of promise. Characteristically, Joseph embodied this process of certification in a ritual whose details were never described but that involved ordination as king and priest. Words found in the Revelation of St. John, Christ hath made us kings and priests unto God and his Father. The couples given the second anointing were noticeably quiet about the proceedings. Elizabeth Ann Whitney, one of the initiated, later said Joseph had been strictly charged by the angel who committed these precious things into his keeping that he should only reveal them to such persons as were pure, full of integrity to the truth, and worthy to be entrusted with divine messages, that to spread them abroad would be like casting pearls before swine, and that the most profound secrecy must be maintained. Joseph was as tight-lipped as the rest. Through the late fall and winter of 1843 and 1844, Joseph and Emma's relationship broke down only once. During Sunday dinner on November 5, Joseph became ill, rushed to the door, and vomited so violently that he dislocated his jaw. Every symptom of poison, Richards noted in Joseph's diary. That night at the prayer meeting, Richards wrote in code that Joseph and Emma did not dress in the usual special clothing, a sign they were too much at odds to participate. The next day, Richards wrote that Joseph was busy with domestic concerns. Years later, in the anti-Emma atmosphere of Utah, Brigham Young spoke of a meeting where Joseph accused his wife of slipping poison into his coffee. Brigham interpreted Emma's refusal to answer as an admission of guilt. Though there probably was an argument, the poisoning accusation was unfounded. Joseph was susceptible to vomiting anyway. He had even dislocated his jaw while vomiting once before, and 5 weeks after the 1843 dinner episode, he was sick again, vomiting more violently than ever. During this last bout, Joseph said gratefully, "My wife waited on me." 3 days before the disrupted Sunday dinner, Joseph had taken another plural wife, 56-year-old Fanny Murray, Brigham Young's widowed older sister. According to Brigham's account 30 years later, Fanny insisted in conversation with Joseph and her brother that she would never marry again, though she knew this left her as a ministering spirit in heaven, the state of those not married by the priesthood. Joseph said she talked foolishly and offered to marry her right there, with Brigham performing the ceremony. Fanny changed her mind and agreed. At the end of December, she received her endowment and joined the anointed quorum. Fanny Murray was Joseph Smith's last plural wife. His marriages had dropped off sharply after July 1843. During his confrontation with Emma between July 12 and 16, Joseph may have agreed to add no more. He told Clayton she would divorce him if he did. Whatever the arrangement, Joseph wed Melissa Lott on September 20, perhaps because he had proposed earlier in the summer. Fanny Murray may have seemed like an innocent exception to him, but not to Emma. In the winter, Emma fulfilled her role as president's wife to the utmost. On Christmas Day 1843, the Smiths entertained a large party at their house, spending the evening in a most cheerful and friendly manner. In music, dancing, in the middle of the festivities a disheveled figure with long hair stumbled in, pretending to be a Missourian. Joseph scuffled with the man until he saw it was Orrin Porter Rockwell, now released from a Missouri prison where he had been held on suspicion of shooting Lilburn Boggs. Rockwell had been moved from jail to jail and was held for weeks before he was finally acquitted. After his release, he walked for 12 days to arrive in Nauvoo, as it happened, just in time for the party. The parties continued non-stop that winter. On New Year's Eve, a company of 50 musicians and singers serenaded the Smiths under their window with William Phelps's New Year hymn. On New Year's Day, another large party had supper at the Smiths and continued music and dancing till morning. On January 18, 1844, a cotillion party at the Nauvoo mansion marked Joseph and Emma's wedding anniversary. 2 weeks earlier, Joseph told Richards about Emma, "I was remarking to Brother Phelps what a kind, provident wife I had. That when I wanted a little bread and milk she would load the table with so many good things it would destroy my appetite." Emma entered the room at that moment, and Phelps said to her, "You must do as Bonaparte did, have a little table, just large enough for yourself and your order thereon." Phelps pictured the two of them, Joseph and Emma, dining quietly together. Emma knew better. "Mr. Smith is a bigger man than Bonaparte," came her retort, perhaps wistfully. "He can never eat without his friends." 28 City and Kingdom, 1843. It is just as Joseph Smith said to a certain man who asked him, "How do you govern such a vast people as this?" "Oh," says Joseph, "it is very easy." "Why?" says the man, "But we find it very difficult." "But," said Joseph, "it is very easy, for I teach them correct principles and they govern themselves." John Taylor, May 18, 1862. In early October 1843, Emma and Joseph hosted a luxurious feast for a pleasure party, celebrating the opening of a hotel in their newly expanded house. 100 couples dined at a well-spread board. After the cloth was removed, the hotel's proprietor Robert D. Foster, chair of the event, proposed toasts. One was to General Joseph Smith, whether we view him as a prophet at the head of the church, a general at the head of the legion, a mayor at the head of the city council, or as a landlord at the head of his table. Another was to the Nauvoo Legion, a faithful band of invincibles, ready at all times to defend their country, and a third to the Nauvoo Charter, a legislative decree for the protection of the saints. The longest toast was to Nauvoo itself, the great emporium of the West, the center of all centers, a city of 3 years' growth, a population of 18,000 souls, congregated from the 4 quarters of the globe, embracing the intelligence of all nations, with industry, frugality, economy, virtue, and brotherly love, unsurpassed in any age in the world, a suitable home for the saints. At the end of the proceedings, Joseph offered his gratitude for the pleasing prospects that surrounded him, and Foster thanked the guests on Emma's behalf. Ironically, the happy occasion presaged the coming conflicts. The institutions that Foster celebrated were the very ones the anti-Mormons most feared: the Charter, the Legion, and the Prophet's combination of religious and civil authority. Even the growth of Nauvoo disturbed other Hancock County residents who were fearful of Mormon domination at the polls. Foster's toast used the familiar language of boosterism. Hundreds of small Western American towns aimed to build a great emporium. But only Nauvoo had a prophet as mayor, uniting religion and the state. Bringing God into the government created an alliance most Americans had rejected after the Revolution. The Nauvoo merger was all the more offensive because Joseph commanded a military force, the Invincibles of Foster's toast, and possessed a city charter that gave the Mormons control over the municipal courts. By 1843, it was clear that this combination would not be tolerated. Anti-Mormon committees throughout the county were calling for state intervention. Some were already talking of expulsion. But despite the growing opposition, Joseph would not back down. A religious society under religious government had been his goal for 13 years. Instead of creating parishes, he built cities. Instead of leaving people to worship where they lived, he gathered them. He aimed for a new social order patterned after the order of heaven. Mormon sufferings and his months in prison had not weakened his resolve. The final campaign of his last 6 months was to frame the constitution of a political kingdom of God. Capitalism. Joseph had the authority in Nauvoo to have instituted the egalitarian society prescribed in the early revelations on Zion. In Jackson County, families had given their property to the church, receiving back a stewardship fitted to their needs and wants. Everyone was to receive an inheritance, with surplus income after the first redistribution deposited in the bishop's storehouse for public use. The consecration of properties aimed to end poverty and establish equality. The early revelations stressed that if ye are not equal in earthly things, ye cannot be equal in obtaining heavenly things, a criticism of the current economic order. Once in control of Nauvoo, Joseph might have replaced the existing system. He lived in a time of economic experimentation. As he was founding Nauvoo, a fellow Vermonter, Orestes Brownson, was blasting American capitalism. 2 years older than Joseph Smith, the orphaned Brownson was living in Royalton, Vermont, the year Joseph was born in neighboring Sharon. About the same time the Smiths moved to New York, Brownson, age 14, migrated too. A passionately bookish person, he passed through phases of skepticism, Unitarianism, and Transcendentalism, eventually advocating social reforms to end inequality and exploitation. In 1840, Brownson excoriated the capitalist economic order for the Boston Quarterly Review, a magazine he edited and largely wrote himself. Offended by the vast discrepancy in wealth between owners and laborers, he condemned the city nabobs, reveling in luxury, and the factory owners who employ workers toiling as so many slaves. In 1844, disillusioned by democracy's failure to address economic injustices, Brownson became a Roman Catholic. He came to think that only an organization with authority and benevolent purpose could right the world's wrongs. Joseph shared Brownson's egalitarianism, but not his diagnosis. Unlike many social reformers, Joseph had no language of political economy. He did not see the economic system in itself as the source of injustice. A decade earlier, he had spoken of the selfishness of the rich, but never of capital, labor, or exploitation, or nabobs reveling in luxury. Joseph did not base his reforms on a diagnosis of a diseased economic system. When property redistribution proved impractical, he adapted. He was interested enough in schemes of economic reform to invite John Finch to lecture in Nauvoo while visiting the city. Finch was associated with Robert Owen, the Scottish industrialist turned socialist who had founded a utopian community at New Harmony, Indiana. Prevailed on to stay 2 extra days, September 13th and 14th, 1843. Finch talked on the present wretched condition of the working classes, and the causes of their misery to an audience of nearly 2,000 people. On the second day, discussion went on for 5 hours. Though Joseph listened to Finch, the prophet said he did not believe the doctrine. A few weeks later Joseph preached on the folly of common stock, the idea of the communal sharing of property, much discussed in that decade. Joseph accepted the economy of private property and individual enterprise. Even under the consecration of properties, individual stewards operated independently in a market economy, though they were obligated to return their surplus to the bishop. More than once he tried his hand at business. In Nauvoo, Joseph opened a store with goods from St. Louis in a neat 2-story brick building with faux-grained pillars and drawers. For a few days, he stood behind the counter waiting on customers. Later he purchased a half interest in the 60-ton steamboat made of Iowa and obtained a monopoly on the ferry business from Nauvoo to Montrose, on the Iowa side of the Mississippi. The addition to his house permitted him to advertise the Nauvoo mansion and take in paying guests. In a still grander entrance into the hostelry business, a revelation authorized the formation of a joint stock corporation to erect the spacious Nauvoo House. He also encouraged industrial enterprise in Nauvoo. In 1841, the legislature chartered the Nauvoo Agricultural and Mechanical Association to pool capital for industrial purposes. Under its auspices, work began on a pottery to employ English immigrants from the pottery districts. Joseph's friends started small manufacturing establishments, and Joseph would have liked more. In England, the 12 apostles called for men of capital to go on first and make large purchases of land, and erect mills, machinery, manufactories. Joseph wanted converts from English factories to produce the cloth, boots, and pottery Nauvoo needed. He urged Edward Hunter, a rich Pennsylvania convert, to persuade manufacturers of wool or cotton to come on and establish their businesses. To facilitate manufacturing, Joseph proposed a canal down the middle of Main Street to create a mill race that could be tapped for water power. But capitalism never ruled Nauvoo as it did Chicago, a city that in 1844 was the same size as Nauvoo. The original name of the Nauvoo site, Commerce, was dropped after the Saints arrived. Rather than promising entrepreneurs great wealth, Joseph asked that money be brought here to pay the poor for manufacturing. Profits were secondary to creating jobs. He invited all the rich men of the Latter-day Saints from abroad to bring up some of their money and give to the temple. He practiced capitalism without the spirit of capitalism. Summing up a day of waiting on customers in the store, he mused, "I love to wait upon the saints, and be a servant to all, hoping that I may be exalted in the due time of the Lord." Joseph was not a successful entrepreneur. He sold goods on credit to every customer who walked in, whether or not they could pay, knowing that if he tried to collect, he risked being labeled a false prophet. Within 2 years, when competition from a second business district on the bluff pressured the store, it folded. The Nauvoo Mansion Hotel lasted only 5 months before Joseph leased the house to Ebenezer Robinson and confined his own family of 6 plus 2 servants to 3 rooms. After 2 years of operation, the Maid of Iowa was in debt $1,700. The Wisconsin pinery business was in debt $3,000 after its first year. Construction on the Nauvoo house was finally abandoned. None of these projects enriched Joseph, who invested too much money in land for the shiploads of new migrants. When he died, his estate was insolvent. Nauvoo's architecture revealed the city's non-capitalist nature. Nauvoo had shops, hotels, and houses, mostly with 1 or 2 rooms down and 1 up, and then the extravagant temple. That huge structure, 128 feet long, 88 feet wide, and 165 feet tall, captured the spiritual essence of the city. Nauvoo was a religious capital, not a commercial center. Amazingly, the Nauvoo temple, valued at roughly $750,000, was built without incurring much debt. Everyone contributed labor or money or both. The 10 wards into which the city was divided organized teams to cut stone, manage cranes, and install beams and floors. Every able-bodied man in the city was asked to work one day in 10. Fortuitously, the rock ledge whose extension into the Mississippi River diverted the stream and first brought the Nauvoo Peninsula into existence yielded the limestone for the walls, which were 4 to 6 feet thick. For internal framing, the church sent 150 men to the Black River in Wisconsin, 400 miles up the Mississippi, where they cut wood and sent down rafts of lumber annually. The full-time stone cutters and carpenters, all found among the church membership, were paid with temple scrip that could be exchanged for meat, grain, and cheese that had been contributed as tithing to the temple storehouse. Mormon merchants accepted the scrip as payment on goods, though it required them to redeem the scrip for whatever the storehouse happened to hold. Little money changed hands, and yet the temple kept rising. Architect William Weeks, a convert from Massachusetts, drew Joseph's design. When Weeks objected to a set of small round windows, thinking half windows suited the building better, Joseph reminded him that the building had been seen in a vision. Josiah Quincy, the Boston Brahmin who toured the city with Joseph in May 1844, called the architecture odd and striking. A New York paper said the design was entirely original, unlike anything in the world, or in the history of the world. Begun in October 1840, the building was ready for the performance of baptisms for the dead within a year. The saints began meeting in the building on a temporary floor in October 1842. Joseph never saw the completed temple. He died with the walls just halfway up, but construction continued on even when the saints knew they would be forced to leave. After the largest body departed in the winter and early spring of 1846, lingering members finished the interior and dedicated the temple in April. Then that remnant fled too. To ensure that the Mormons would never return, an arsonist burned the building in 1848. Before its destruction, the temple on the bluff was visible from far downriver. It was Nauvoo's equivalent of Chicago's Great Hall of the Board of Trade, erected 3 decades later. Each building represented its city's soul. A vast, elegantly ornamented space, the Board of Trade housed Chicago's central activity, trading commodities. The Great Hall, the essence of capitalism, shaped the activities of lumbermen, farmers, and cattlemen hundreds of miles away. They labored the year around to produce the commodities exchanged in the Great Hall. In Nauvoo, the temple was the magnet, attracting converts from all over North America and Great Britain who came to the temple for spiritual knowledge, the essence of the city's values. Extradition. Joseph was 200 miles north of Nauvoo in mid-June 1843 when he learned that Missouri was pursuing him again. He and Emma and the children were visiting her sister Elizabeth Wasson in Inlet Grove, near Dixon, Illinois, when news arrived from Judge James Adams in Springfield that Governor Thomas Ford had agreed to turn Joseph over to Missouri. A Missouri sheriff and an Illinois constable were on their way to arrest Joseph and carry him across the Mississippi. Within hours, William Clayton and Stephen Markham were galloping north with the warning. Leaving around midnight, they rode night and day, stopping only briefly to rest their horses, and arrived at the Wassons at 4 p.m. Wednesday, having covered 212 miles in 66 hours. The 2 law officers, Joseph Reynolds of Jackson County, Missouri, and Harmon Wilson of Carthage, Illinois, had hurried to Dixon, knowing that if Joseph heard they were coming he would slip away. They carried an extradition writ issued by Ford on behalf of the Missouri governor, requiring Joseph to answer the old charge of treason. Joseph had cleared himself of the attempted murder of Lilburn Boggs on the grounds he was not in Missouri when the attempt was made, but he had certainly been there during the Mormon War when he was accused of resisting the state militia. John C. Bennett and Boggs, both still furious, had persuaded Missouri's Governor Thomas Reynolds that the state's reputation depended on prosecuting Joseph, especially when the Mormons were publicizing their mistreatment. Thomas Ford reluctantly issued the writ. In Dixon, Reynolds and Wilson presented themselves as Mormon elders. On the way to the Wassons, they rode right by William Clayton and reached the house at 2 o'clock. While the family was eating, Joseph said the officers cocked pistols at his head and declared, "God damn you, I will shoot you." They bundled him into a wagon and with pistols in his sides headed to Dixon for fresh horses. Locked in a tavern, Joseph shouted through the window that he was being held prisoner. A lawyer who tried to get in had the door shut in his face, and Reynolds went back to "God damn you, I will shoot you." Joseph said, "I turned to him, opened my bosom and told him to shoot away." By this time, Word of the struggle had spread through the town. A group of citizens, including the tavern owner, insisted that a local judge determine the legality of the proceedings. Meanwhile, Stephen Markham had entered complaints against the officers for threatening life and abusive treatment, because of the gun barrels in the prophet's ribs, prompting Reynolds and Wilson to be taken into custody by local authorities. Both Joseph and his captors being under arrest, everyone slept that night under guard. The next day both parties obtained writs of habeas corpus from the local master in Chancery, returnable before the judge of the Ninth Circuit in Ottawa, 40 miles away. Finding him gone, the parties headed for Stephen Douglas's Fifth Circuit Court in Quincy. They set off on the 200-mile journey south, Joseph in the custody of Reynolds and Wilson, and the two of them in the custody of Sheriff Campbell of Lee County. Reynolds refused to let Joseph ride horseback, fearful he would bolt. Joseph feared the river. He was sure the officers wanted him aboard a steamboat that the Missouri kidnappers could raid. He sent Clayton to dispatch rescuers, hoping to stay inland long enough for help to arrive. When the message got to Nauvoo on Sunday, June 25, Hiram called a meeting at the Masonic Hall within 30 minutes. More men showed up than the building would hold. Upwards of 300 volunteered to ride, and 175 set out that night. One party went upstream in the Maid of Iowa, searching boats as they went in case the arresting officers took the river route. Another party split in two, sending some horsemen to Peoria and others to Monmouth. When two Mormons finally intercepted the convoy, Joseph greeted his friends with tears in his eyes. Then he turned to his captors. "I am not going to Missouri this time. These are my boys." Reynolds tried to divert the party to the river. He was the fearful one now, knowing people in Nauvoo would remember him from the Jackson County persecutions. He and Wilson drew their pistols as the party headed inland. "No, by God we won't. We will never go by Nauvoo alive." But with more Nauvoo men joining the party by the hour, the two were outnumbered. They were helpless when the decision was made to return the habeas corpus writs to the Nauvoo Municipal Court rather than to Quincy, which meant Joseph was as good as free. What had been a conveyance of prisoners became Joseph's triumphal return. Nauvoo sent out the brass band and a parade of carriages full of leading citizens. Joseph's guard of over 100 horsemen, seeing the group approach, entwined wild prairie flowers around their bridles. When the two contingents met, Joseph greeted Emma and Hiram, mounted his favorite horse, Old Charlie, and marched slowly into town. Emma rode by his side, as the band played Hail Columbia. Cheering citizens lined the streets while guns and cannons were fired. Said one onlooker, "We shouted him welcome and shed tears of joy to see him again delivered from his enemies." At the Nauvoo mansion, 50 people sat down for dinner. Joseph put Reynolds and Wilson at the head of the table. Later that afternoon Joseph addressed about 7,000 people at the temple site. Uppermost in his thoughts was gratitude for the city's charter and its municipal courts. The right to issue a writ of habeas corpus had saved his life. He was convinced that once taken across the river, he was doomed. In Missouri he would never be tried in court but ambushed, kidnapped, and murdered before Reynolds ever got him to Davis County. Those dangers made the charter's power to erect a court and militia priceless. Joseph said the Mormons had been deprived of our rights and privileges as citizens, driven from town to town, place to place, state to state, with the sacrifice of our homes and land and our blood been shed and many murdered. And it was true that the Missouri government had done little to protect Mormon rights. Generals Atchison and Doniphan were the only Missouri militia officers to defend them, and Atchison had been deprived of his command. Usually, state militias had turned on the Mormons rather than protecting them. No court had convicted or even tried a perpetrator for burning a Mormon house, whipping a Mormon man, or driving off Mormon cattle. As Governor Thomas Ford later wrote, "Democratic government is helpless to defend an unpopular group. The people cannot be used to put down the people." Joseph was grateful that Nauvoo's charter authorized a militia to ward off mobs and courts to prosecute persecutors, the only government protection the Mormons could count on. Joseph's speech at the temple was characteristically ambivalent on how to react to the threats. Joseph knew how close he had come to being dragged off to his enemy's lair, and his reaction was to fight back. "The time has come when forbearance is no longer a virtue," he declared. "If you are again taken unlawfully, you are at liberty to give loose to blood and thunder." He would take no more. Before I will bear this unhallowed persecution any longer, I will spill my blood. There is a time when bearing it longer is a sin. I will not bear it longer. I will spill the last drop of blood I have. Then he appealed to the audience. All that will not bear it longer say, and the cry of "Ah" rang throughout the congregation, as one report said, like a vast peal of thunder. Knowing he had support, Joseph told them, "I will lead you to battle, and if you are not afraid to die and feel disposed to spill your blood in your own defense, you will not offend me." Yet Joseph also talked of caution and restraint, boasting of his kindness toward Reynolds and Wilson. "I have brought them to Nauvoo and treated them kindly. I have had the privilege of rewarding them good for evil." He had not spilled their blood. After their attempts to run him to Missouri, he took them into his house and set the best before them my house afforded, and they were waited upon by my wife. Was that the model for treating one's enemies? He cautioned the crowd to restrain your hand from violence against these men. After saying he would lead the saints into battle, he warned them, "Be not the aggressor, bear until they strike on the one cheek, then offer the other." Joseph was advocating defensive war against an invading enemy. In his eyes, the Mormons were defending the same privileges and freedom which our fathers fought, bled and died for in the Revolution. The next day, Reynolds and Wilson delivered up Joseph to the Nauvoo Municipal Court, and stormed off to Carthage, demanding that the governor dispatch the militia to arrest the prophet. Fearing war, Ford refused. Reynolds returned to Missouri empty-handed. Although it was not clear immediately, the campaign to extradite Joseph Smith had ended. Politics. The political fallout lasted longer. Joseph's escape from the arresting officers outraged Illinois citizens. Thomas Ford thought that the summer's events brought about Joseph's downfall. From this time forth the Whigs generally, and a party of the Democrats, determined upon driving the Mormons out of the state, and everything connected with the Mormons became political. No matter what the Mormons did, trouble followed. Their political vacillations added to the enmity. Switching from the Democrats to the Whigs and back again annoyed both parties. Through the 1830s, Mormon candidates for public office generally ran on the Democratic ticket, but President Martin Van Buren's refusal to help the Mormons after their expulsion from Missouri turned Joseph to the Whig candidate, William Henry Harrison, in 1840. Stephen Douglas briefly won the Mormons back to the Democrats in 1841 until a Democrat, Governor Thomas Garlin, served Joseph with extradition papers in the 1842 Boggs shooting, and a Whig judge cleared Joseph in Springfield. That brought the Mormons back to their Whig camp. In June 1843, Cyrus Walker, Whig candidate for Congress and a leading defense lawyer in Illinois, agreed to defend Smith against Reynolds and Wilson after the Dixon arrest in return for the Mormon vote. Both candidates, Walker and Joseph Hoag, the Democrat, supported the Mormon contention that the Nauvoo Charter authorized the city's municipal court to issue writs of habeas corpus even on state charges contrary to most expert legal opinion, but Joseph had already pledged his support to the Whig Walker. Everyone assumed the Whigs had sewn up the Mormon vote in the August 1843 elections. Then events in Springfield reversed the picture. When Reynolds ran to the Democrat Governor Thomas Ford after Joseph was released, Nauvoo feared Ford would return with a militia to recapture the prophet. For a month that threat lingered over the city. Meanwhile the Whig Walker pled with Ford on the Mormons' behalf. Ford had no intention of invading the Mormon stronghold, but he was reluctant to deliver that happy news to Walker, who would surely claim the credit, and the Mormon vote for the Whigs. Instead, Ford said he needed to investigate and left for St. Louis on state business. When Nauvoo's emissary, Jacob Backenstoes, arrived in Springfield a few days later, however, the governor's aide informed him that no militia would be sent. The aide also implied that votes for the Whigs in the August elections might reverse the decision. Backenstoes returned to Nauvoo with the news that unless the Saints voted Democratic, the militia would be dispatched. Caught between Joseph's pledge and the threat of a militia invasion, the Mormons switched allegiances 2 days before the election. Joseph told the Saints he would vote for Walker, the Whig, as promised, but his brother Hiram would vote for Hoag, the Democrat. Bro Hiram tells me this morning that he has had a testimony that it will be better for this people to vote for Hoag. And I never knew Hiram to say he ever had a revelation and it failed. In the final count, Hoag received about 3,000 Mormon votes and won by just 574 in the district. The Whigs were furious and, according to Ford, henceforth resolved to expel the Mormons. The Mormons had an awkward relationship with the political parties. Joseph claimed he wanted to remain outside the parties. "The Lord has not given me revelation concerning politics," he said when explaining his vote for Walker. "I have not asked the Lord for it. I am a third party and stand independent and alone." The problem was that Mormons felt none of the usual obligations that parties counted on. In his History of Illinois, Ford described the little cliques of leaders in each county and the little big men in each neighborhood who relied on the party for their own advancement. Newspaper editors, merchants, and lawyers all benefited from such alliances and reliably stuck with their party. The parties consisted of networks of interwoven special interests. No such ties bound the Mormons. Their single issue was protection from mobs, whether through preservation of the city charter or forestalling extradition proceedings. The usual party loyalties meant nothing. Mormons voted for the good of the church, not for personal interest, so the huge Mormon vote, a majority in Hancock County, pivoted on this single factor. Mormons swung back and forth, tipping this way and that depending on extradition writs, militia threats, and attacks on the charter. The parties had no way of controlling or appealing to them except by promising favors like Walker's. Outsiders complained and asked Mormons to divide their vote, to join the network of personal interests and party connections that held both parties together. The practice of block voting, Ford said, arrayed against them in deadly hostility all aspirants for office who were not sure of their support, all who have been unsuccessful in elections, and all who were too proud to court their influence. Alarms, Ford said. The Mormons' betrayal of the Whigs opened the spigots of the party press. From then on nothing was too extreme to be charged against the Mormons. Every paper was loaded with account of the wickedness, corruptions, and enormities of Nauvoo. 2 weeks after the August 1843 election, anti-Mormons collected in a convention at Carthage and appointed a 9-man committee to draft resolutions. "A certain class of people have obtruded themselves upon us," the committee reported, "and have assumed the sacred garb of Christianity the better to perpetrate the most lawless and diabolical deeds, that have ever, in any age of the world, disgraced the human species. We find them yielding implicit obedience to the ostensible head and founder of this sect, who is a pretended prophet of the Lord, and under this heaven-daring assumption, claiming to set aside, by his vile and blasphemous lies, all those moral and religious institutions which have been established by the Bible, and which have, in all ages been cherished by men, as the only means of maintaining those social blessings, which are so indispensably necessary for our happiness. We believe that such an individual, regardless as he must be, of his obligations to God, and at the same time entertaining the most absolute contempt for the laws of man, cannot fail to become a most dangerous character, especially when he shall have been able to place himself at the head of a numerous horde, either equally reckless and unprincipled as himself, or else made his pliant tools by the most absurd credulity that has astonished the world since its foundation." That was the anti-Mormon argument. A pretended prophet, at the head of a numerous horde of unprincipled or credulous believers, sets aside the moral law. As one anxious editor put it, Revelation now has the balance of power in the county. Terrified of this latter-day would-be Mahomet, the convention resolved to assert their rights, peaceably, if we can, but forcibly if we must. As the pressure was turned up, nerves frayed in Nauvoo. Joseph, worried about a Missouri kidnapping attempt, turned on his own counselor, whom he suspected of selling out to his enemies. He had not entirely trusted Sidney Rigdon after John C. Bennett had solicited Rigdon's support to extradite Joseph for the Boggs shooting. At a public meeting in mid-August 1843, Joseph declared, "There is a certain man in this city who has made a covenant to betray me." A steamboat captain had told Orson Hyde about a close associate of Joseph's who had plotted to destroy him. When Governor Carlin issued the extradition writ in 1842, Joseph surmised that Rigdon was the guilty party. If the accusation proved true, Joseph exclaimed, "I most solemnly proclaim the withdrawal of my fellowship from this man." In his own defense, Rigdon obtained a letter from former Governor Carlin denying their correspondence, but Joseph's suspicions were not allayed. He thought the letter evasive and brought up the charges again at a conference in October. He complained of Rigdon's diminished role in the presidency and his failings as a postmaster. Rigdon defended himself on every count and pled with Joseph on the basis of their former friendship, associations and sufferings, and expressed his willingness to resign his place, though with sorrowful and indescribable feelings. Always the mediator, Hiram gave a discourse on the need for the saints to show mercy toward each other, and especially towards their aged companion and fellow servant. On a motion seconded by Hiram, the conference voted to retain Rigdon in the first presidency. Frustrated, Joseph told the conference he still lacked confidence in Rigdon's integrity and steadfastness. Joseph's anxiety showed itself in instance after instance through the fall. He paid a fine in August for striking Walter Bagby, the county tax collector. Joseph became enraged when he learned Bagby had been selling Mormon lots for late taxes. In September, he petitioned the state for more arms for the Nauvoo Legion and informed Governor Ford of the renewed anti-Mormon activity, which he feared would be linked to an invasion from Missouri. In early December, news came that two Mormons, a father and son, Daniel and Philander Avery, suspected of having stolen horses 3 years earlier in Missouri, had been kidnapped. Both were carried across the river and locked up. Joseph immediately informed Ford, appending a rumor that Missouri was coming after the prophet too. The Avery kidnappings threw Nauvoo into a panic. 2 days after hearing the news, Joseph ordered the Legion to stand ready to enforce city ordinances. The Nauvoo City Council passed an ordinance making it illegal to arrest Joseph Smith on the old Missouri charges on penalty of life imprisonment. On the same day, Joseph suggested the city petition Congress to make Nauvoo a territory with the right to call on federal troops in their own defense. Early the next week, the city council organized a police force of 40 men. The Mormons, sensing war, mobilized every Souths. Outsiders saw these measures as proof of Joseph Smith's megalomania. They could not understand his fear of attack. Even Ford did not understand. He told Joseph that only the judiciary, not the militia, could enforce laws. At the same time, he awkwardly attempted to reduce the excitement by mentioning that he had not yet read the voluminous accounts of Mormon suffering sent him the previous summer. And, he added, I probably never will. Ford wanted peace but seemed callous to suffering. "Oh, humanity, where hast thou hidden thyself?" Joseph lamented. On December 18, the Nauvoo Municipal Court convicted John Elliott, a schoolmaster, of kidnapping Daniel Avery. Joseph then brought charges against Elliott for threatening Joseph's life. The prophet was speaking at the second trial when news came that a mob was collecting in Warsaw to protect another alleged kidnapper, Colonel Levi Williams of Green Plains, whom the Mormons were trying to arrest. The news of a mob gave Joseph pause. He stopped in mid-trial, withdrew his action, forgave Elliott, and invited him home for supper and a night's lodgings. Joseph immediately ordered Major Wilson Law to dispatch backup troops for the constable pursuing Williams, and to stand ready to defend the city against mob attack. The crisis passed when the Mormons backed down after learning that armed men stood ready to defend the colonel. Gradually life returned to normal. When Joseph heard an alarm gun fired in late December, he decided it was nothing serious. On Christmas Eve, a Mr. Richards, who collaborated in the Avery kidnapping, called on Joseph, and they made their peace. He manifested some repentance and promised to use his influence to prevent Avery's conviction by the Missourians. In February, the ordinance forbidding the arrest of Joseph Smith was repealed at his suggestion. The city had calmed. Tactics. Joseph returned to strategizing about the Mormon future. By the fall of 1843 he understood that Nauvoo was not a secure fortress. The militia could not stand up to the state, and the municipal courts were legally contested. The saints needed broader support, and the Constitution of the United States seemed to hold the key, if interpreted properly. Joseph never lost hope that the federal government would come to the saints' aid. He continued to believe that beyond the local enemies who encircled them there was widespread goodwill toward the Mormons, which, if mobilized and brought to bear on the federal government, would lead to the desired protection. The oncoming presidential election offered an opening. The Mormon vote plus sympathy from around the country might catch the attention of national politicians. Church leaders were encouraged when Colonel John Frison of Quincy, a Calhoun backer, offered to write Congressman Robert Barnwell of South Carolina seeking congressional support for the Mormons. On the same day that Frison's proposal was discussed, the council decided to write 5 of the candidates for the presidency for their opinions on the Mormons: Whigs Lewis Cass, Richard M. Johnson, and Henry Clay, and Democrats Martin Van Buren and John C. Calhoun. Ironically, the successful candidate in the 1844 election, James K. Polk, then a Democratic dark horse, was not on the list. For the next month, the 12 and Joseph moved ahead on 3 fronts: petitions to Congress, letters to the candidates, and appeals to various states for public support. Although appeals were sent to Massachusetts, Maine, New York, Tennessee, and Pennsylvania, the longest was General Joseph Smith's appeal to the Green Mountain Boys, drafted by William Phelps, who had returned to the church in 1840, with input from the prophet. The document measured the distance Joseph had come politically since organizing the church in 1830. In the millenarian mood of the early years, the nation's destiny, its elections, even its history meant little in light of the Second Coming. The predicted calamities, preaching the gospel, and the gathering of Israel dwarfed talk about the Revolution, the Constitution, and the growth of the United States. That detachment had ended by the time of the appeal to the Vermonters. Joseph now depicted himself as a true blue American. I was born in Sharon, Vermont, in 1805, where the first quarter of my life grew with the growth, and strengthened with the strength of that firstborn state of the United 13. From the old French War to the final consummation of American independence, my fathers, heart to heart, and shoulder to shoulder, with the noble fathers of our liberty, fought and bled, and, with the most of that venerable band of patriots, they have gone to rest, bequeathing a glorious country with all her inherent rights to millions of posterity. Driven by political expediency, Joseph had made himself a son of America. That identification was a prelude to a description of the ironies of his situation. Loyal though he was, Joseph and his followers had received no relief from religious persecution. Mormons were deprived of the blessings and privileges of an American citizen. They did not enjoy life and religion according to the most virtuous and enlightened customs, rules, and etiquette of the 19th century. Joseph's rhetorical strategy paralleled that of Frederick Douglass in his 1852 address. What to the slave is the 4th of July? I am not included within the pale of this glorious anniversary, Douglass reminded his listeners. In the Vermont appeal, Joseph made common cause with slaves, asking, what must the manacled nations think of freemen's rights in the land of liberty? Neither slaves nor Mormons benefited from the nation's freedom. Joseph invited his Green Mountain brethren to help him obtain justice from Missouri. He asked for no direct political help, no votes in Congress, no soldiers for the Nauvoo Legion, only for support in coming conflicts. The appeal concluded on an apocalyptic note. Let everyone in the nation, rich, learned, wise, noble, poor, needy, black, white, cleave to the knowledge of God and prepare to meet the judge of the quick and the dead, for the hour of his coming is nigh. As the appeal to Vermont was launched, Colonel Friesen helped draft a memorial to Congress asking for reparations, one more in a long series of petitions that had been submitted since the Missouri War. This large document, termed the Scroll Petition, was carried to Washington by Orson Pratt, along with an appeal for territorial powers, and submitted to the Senate on April 5. Appended to it was a 50-foot-long sheet containing the signatures of 3,419 people injured by the Missouri persecutions. These efforts brought no results. The appeals, memorials, and petitions fell on deaf ears, as did the letters to the presidential candidates. On November 4, 1843, Joseph addressed letters containing a single question, to all 5 candidates: what will be your rule of action, relative to us, as a people? The replies were uniformly unsatisfactory. Clay was completely noncommittal. I can enter into no engagements, make no promises, give no pledges to any particular portion of the people. Calhoun delivered a small lesson in political theory. The case does not come within the jurisdiction of the federal government. Frustrated and disillusioned, Joseph replied to Calhoun on January 2, 1844. If the general government has no power to reinstate expelled citizens to their rights, there is a monstrous hypocrite fed and fostered from the hard earnings of the people. How could a government not protect its citizens against the flagrant violations the Mormons had suffered? Was it true that a government was powerless? The states' rights doctrine are what feed mobs, Joseph once said. They are a dead carcass, a stink, and they shall ascend up as a stink offering in the nose of the Almighty. Congress had the constitutional power to protect the nation against foreign invasion and internal broil. Why not protect the nation's citizens when their rights were trampled on? He urged Calhoun to ponder the sublime idea that Congress, with the President as executor, is as almighty in its sphere, as Jehovah is in his. Within 2 weeks of writing to Calhoun, Joseph was considering his own candidacy for the presidency. He lectured on the Constitution and the candidates in mid-January, and on January 29 the 12 apostles nominated him for the presidency of the United States. The Times and Seasons explained that Joseph ran because no other candidates met the church's needs. Under existing circumstances we have no other alternative, and if we can accomplish our object well, if not we shall have the satisfaction of knowing that we have acted conscientiously and have used our best judgment, and if we have to throw away our votes, we had better do so upon a worthy, rather than upon an unworthy individual, who might make use of the weapon we put in his hand to destroy us with. Joseph himself saw the need to assert the church's rights. I would not have suffered my name to have been used by my friends on any wise as President of the United States or candidate for that office if I and my friends could have had the privilege of enjoying our religious and civil rights. I feel it to be my right and privilege to obtain what influence and power I can lawfully in the United States for the protection of injured innocents. Although his candidacy may have been a gesture, Joseph immediately planned a campaign. He had the vast Mormon missionary force to stump for him, and he conceived of a series of conferences throughout the nation. There is oratory enough in the church, he told the 12, to carry me into the presidential chair. The first slide. With a large field of candidates and no clear favorite, he may have thought he could gain votes through convert baptisms and steal the victory in a split vote. In any event, a campaign would present the case for wrongs to the Mormons and spread the church's message. The candidacy pushed Joseph into the role of statesman, requiring him to take stands on issues outside the Mormon realm. To get up a platform, he put William Phelps to work on General Smith's views of the powers and policy of the government of the United States. He took positions on the great issues of the day, the National Bank, Andrew Jackson's Benoit, and the annexation of Texas as a slave state, which raised the question of slavery in the West. Both issues divided the parties internally. The Whigs had long favored the bank, but John Tyler, the nominally Whig president, had by twice vetoing bank bills relinquished control of the Whigs to the longtime party leader Henry Clay, who was pro-bank. The Democrats had opposed the National Bank for fear of favoring the rich and powerful, but they began to waffle on the issue as time went by and party members did better in the market economy. The more entrepreneurial wing favored paper money credit provided by banks. The idealists, led by Van Buren, stuck by hard money. On the vexed question of admitting Texas with its slaves, Northern and Southern Whigs divided. Clay, who took no clear stand, was eventually nominated by acclamation at the party's Baltimore convention in May. Among the Democrats, Calhoun strenuously favored a new state for slaveholders. Van Buren opposed it. Like Clay, Van Buren avoided the Texas question until passage of an annexation treaty smoked him out. Then he courageously opposed annexation, even though he knew that alienating the Democrats' southern wing would cost him the nomination. The party's eventual candidate was Tennessee's James K. Polk, an enthusiastic supporter of annexation. Joseph Smith's views proved him to be an independent candidate. His platform cut across party lines. Like the Whigs, he favored the National Bank. His statement that the economy needed the fostering care of government was standard Whig doctrine. But he would limit the National Bank to issuing bills only to the amount of its capital stock, a hard money practice contrary to the Whig position. As for the Democrats, he called Jackson's administration the acme of American glory, liberty and prosperity, and the Democratic Van Buren's presidency its nadir. At a time when party loyalties were near their zenith, his platform cast parties aside. We have had Democratic presidents, a pseudo-democratic president, and now it is time to have a president of the United States. On the Texas question, Joseph, like the Democrats, was an expansionist, but in his own way. Come Texas, come Mexico, come Canada, and come all the world, let us be brethren, let us be one great family, and let there be universal peace. He saw expansion as brotherhood. If Texas petitions Congress to be adopted among the Sons of Liberty, give her the right hand of fellowship, and refuse not the same friendly grip to Canada and Mexico. But he proposed to eliminate slavery in Texas once it was admitted, defeating the slaveholders' purpose. To further repel them, he was for ending slavery everywhere, break off the shackles from the poor black man, and hire them to labor like other human beings. Joseph blithely believed emancipation could be accomplished peacefully. He envisioned happy compliance, not war. The Southern people are hospitable and noble. They will help to rid so free a country of every vestige of slavery if they were compensated for their losses. He proposed to pay owners with revenues from the sale of public lands. Joseph's anti-slavery policy was not devised just for the campaign. When asked about slavery during his Springfield trial in December 1842, he had come out for manumission. Orson Hyde wanted to know, what would you advise a man to do who come in the church having 100 slaves? I have always advised such to bring their slaves into a free country, was Joseph's reply. Set them free, educate them and give them their equal rights. A few days later, Hyde pressed the question again, what is the situation of the Negro? He wanted to know. Joseph had a ready answer, they come into the world slaves, mentally and physically. Change their situation with the white and they would be like them. They have souls and are subjects of salvation. Go into Cincinnati and find one educated black man who rides in his carriage. He has risen by the power of his mind to his exalted state of respectability. Slaves in Washington are more refined than the president. Hyde was concerned that the blacks would try to rise above the whites. Of course they would. Joseph said, if I raised you to be my equal and then attempt to oppress you, would you not be indignant and try to rise above me? At that point Joseph's sympathy for the blacks began to waver. Had I anything to do with the Negro, he said, voicing the view of many anti-slavery partisans, I would confine them by strict laws to their own species and put them on a national equalization. Probably by confinement to their own species he meant no intermarriage. Joseph Smith was proud of his views. He read the pamphlet to visitors and printed 1,500 copies for distribution to politicians and newspaper editors. Idealistic but politically impractical, views revealed him at his exuberant best. Slavery seemed as solvable as every other social problem. Joseph believed he could sweep away stubborn selfish interests in magnanimous gestures for the general good. I would, as the universal friend of man, open the prisons, open the eyes, open the ears and open the hearts of all people, to behold and enjoy freedom, unadulterated freedom, and God, who once cleansed the violence of the earth with a flood, whose Son laid down his life for the salvation of all his Father gave him out of the world, and who has promised that he will come and purify the world again with fire in the last days, should be supplicated by me for the good of the people. He effectively expanded his Zion Society to the entire nation. The confidence that his own people could become godly was extended to all citizens, even prisoners. As prophet and priest, he would call down a heavenly blessing. The Times and Seasons promoted Joseph's merits in article after article, and letters were dispatched explaining his position on Texas, banking, and prison reform. In April 1844, 47 conferences were scheduled in 14 states, and 339 elders signed up to campaign. On May 17, the day that Democrats met in Baltimore to choose their candidates, a convention of the state was held in Joseph Smith's office. That night friends burned a barrel of tar in front of the mansion, lifted Joseph to their shoulders, and marched twice around the fire before escorting him home to the music of a band. The kingdom, with one eye on Washington, Joseph also looked west. During the spring of 1844, while the presidential campaign gathered momentum, plans for a Mormon outpost in Texas, Oregon, or California took shape. Mormons had faced west ever since an 1830 revelation instructed them to look for the site of the New Jerusalem on the borders of the Lamanites. Independence, the departure point for trading expeditions to Santa Fe and fur-trapping ventures up the Missouri, had been chosen as the site of Zion. The West had long served a role in the American imagination as a place for solving social problems. Labor reformers thought oppressed factory workers could find independence and dignity on farms of their own in the West. After Mark Twain's Huck Finn lost interest in life along the Mississippi, he lit out for the territories, as did Samuel Clemens himself. A half-dozen years after Joseph considered migration west, California drew thousands of Americans in search of gold and improved fortunes. When the Mormons began to move into Illinois in the aftermath of the Missouri War, Stephen Douglas, always westward thinking, suggested they move to Oregon. Joseph may have been considering California as early as 1842, when he realized Hancock County could never contain the stream of British immigrants flowing into Nauvoo. If the West was promise, it was also danger. When the new national government provided for Western settlement in the Land Ordinance of 1785, Congress worried about the degraded forms of life springing up in the West. They provided land for schools in every township to prevent Western settlers from regressing to savagery. Lyman Beecher urged Connecticut Congregationalists to send missionaries west to halt Roman Catholicism's encroachment into the vast empty Western spaces. The West was a stage for adventurers like Aaron Burr, whose filibustering expedition in the service of an inland empire caused his downfall. John C. Bennett played on long-standing fears when he informed the nation in 1842 that Joseph Smith planned to invade the West and establish a great inland empire dominated by a corrupt religion. The prospect of a Mormon empire evoked horror and wonder. Before his apostasy, Bennett tantalized the Mormons with visions of their armies claiming great spaces, revealing his own feverish dreams. But the Mormon's friend James Arlington Bennett also hinted that he would join the prophet on such a venture. The editor of the New York Herald, James Gordon Bennett, speculated in 1841 that we should not be surprised if Joe Smith were made governor of a new religious territory in the West, that may rival the Arabians one of these days, making reference to the Muslim Empire. Bennett thought the Mormons would one day control the whole valley of the Mississippi, from the peaks of the Alleghenies to the pinnacles of the Rocky Mountains. Because of these preconceptions, every Mormon move west seemed like an imperial scheme. The apprehensions were part fantasy and part reality. Eventually, the Saints did build a vast inland empire, but one they conquered by industry rather than by arms. On February 20, 1844, 3 weeks after being nominated for the presidency, Joseph told the 12 to send an exploring expedition to California and Oregon in search of locations where we can remove after the temple is completed and build a city in a day and have a government of our own in a healthy climate. He did not intend to abandon Nauvoo or the temple. Nauvoo would anchor the Mormon kingdom in the east while stakes were formed in the west. The next day the 12 selected 8 men for the assignment. All through the spring plans were made and information gathered. To survey the west, a party of 25 was to follow the Santa Fe Trail to New Mexico, press on to the Pacific, and then head north for Oregon, their mission to locate sites for large settlements. In March, Lyman White and George Miller, writing from the Mormons' Wisconsin logging camp at Black River Falls, proposed a move to Texas. The 12 sent a delegate to confer with Sam Houston, who assured them of a welcome in a region starved for inhabitants. To encompass these broad plans, Joseph revived his earlier conception of a greater Zion. The whole of America is Zion, he told the Saints. From henceforth the elders shall build churches wherever the people receive the gospel. In March 1844, the Western explorations led to the addition of a political arm to the governing structure of the church. Joseph may have been thinking of organizing a political kingdom for 2 years or even longer. He had become convinced that sympathetic outsiders would cooperate with the Mormon priesthood, not only for the benefit of the church but for the well-being of society as a whole. Westward explorations, which blended Mormon interests with the interests of other American migrants streaming toward Oregon, suggested the need for a body combining church members and friendly outsiders. Between March 10 and March 13, 1844, Joseph formed the Council of 50, mostly drawn from the established church elite but also including a handful of non-Mormons. The council was conceived as an initial step toward government for the kingdom of God. The council's immediate task was to oversee the exploration of the West, its main work during the Nauvoo period. It aimed, as William Clayton put it, to seek out a location and a home where the saints can dwell in peace and health, and where they can erect the ensign and standard of liberty for the nations, and live by the laws of God without being oppressed and mobbed under a tyrannical government without protection from the laws. Within 2 weeks of its organization, the council had devised a scheme for Western settlement on a large scale. They wanted to establish a force, authorized by the United States government, to guard American settlers moving west. In the name of Joseph Smith, the council asked Congress to authorize Smith to raise 100,000 armed volunteers to keep order, repel invasions by foreign powers, and protect settlers from Indians, robbers, and desperados. Not officially members of the United States Army, though acting in a military capacity, the volunteers were to save the cost of posting a standing army in the West. The council borrowed an idea from Benjamin Franklin, who decades earlier had suggested settling the West with civilian militias marching to their new homes under the conduct of the government to be established over them. More recently, Missouri Senator Lewis F. Linn had introduced a bill to militarize the overland route from Missouri to Oregon. Apparently the council's deeper motive was to provide an authorized defense force for the Saints in case of mob attack as they moved west. The memorial asked that no citizen of these United States shall obstruct, or attempt to obstruct, or hinder, so good, so great, so noble an enterprise. Orson Hyde, who carried the memorial to Congress in April, soon ran into problems. John Wentworth and James Semple, the Illinois congressmen who cooperated in submitting the memorial to Congress, warned Hyde that a bill favoring one particular group in the West would face insurmountable obstacles. The Mormon presence, moreover, would endanger the touchy relations with Britain over Oregon, where a treaty provided for joint occupancy by the two nations. Finally, President Tyler had already proposed a line of forts along the Oregon Trail. Aware of these obstacles, Stephen Douglas advised the Mormons to set out without authorization. He told Hyde that in 5 years a noble state might be formed, and then if they would not receive us into the Union, we would have a government of our own. Governor Ford later recommended California. No one understood that Mormons, fearing attacks from the Missourians, felt a need for military protection. In the middle of the negotiations, Hyde received a reprimand from the council. A provision in the memorial proposed to make Joseph Smith a member of the Army of these United States with authority to act in the Army's name. To overcome the objection that this was unconstitutional, Hyde had removed the offending clause. Learning of his unilateral decision, the council reprimanded Hyde for compromising its dignity. Stung by the criticism, Hyde wrote back a long apology that incidentally shed light on the council's conception of itself. I am aware that our council stands on the summit of all earthly powers, and that he who presides over it is God's messenger to execute justice and judgment in the earth, and that any seeming neglect to maintain his dignity and honor, and that also of the council generally, touches a very tender place, and renders the delinquent justly entitled to the censure and warm reproof of your dignified and honorable body. The words hint at the Council of 50's belief that it was more than a body to coordinate the activities of the Church with the United States. The Council was, theologically speaking, the summit of all earthly powers. In the same spirit, Parley Pratt wrote in April that the Council of 50 is the most exalted council with which our earth is at present dignified. Lyman White said to Joseph during the presidential campaign, "You are already president of the world." As the council's original records are not available to researchers, its exact nature is hard to determine, but the council may have considered itself the incipient organization for millennial rule, a shadow government awaiting the demise of worldly political authority and the beginning of Christ's earthly reign. In early April 1844, Joseph prophesied the entire overthrow of this nation in a few years. Perhaps he believed that provision had to be made for impending chaos and, practical as always, took the first step. George Miller, a member of the council, said Joseph appointed some of the brethren as princes in the kingdom of God. The phrase kingdom of God, usually understood to mean the church or the regime of righteousness, was interpreted in 1844 to mean an actual government of the whole society. In a general conference address a month after the Council of 50's organization, Sidney Rigdon described the literal nature of the kingdom. When God sets up a system of salvation, he sets up a system of government. When I speak of a government, I mean what I say. I mean a government that shall rule over temporal and spiritual affairs. It would be typical of the literal-minded Joseph Smith to bring such a kingdom into being. While most millenarians waited for God to establish millennial rule, Joseph formed an actual government, just as he constructed an actual city rather than waiting for the New Jerusalem to descend from heaven. Taking his lead from Daniel's prophecy of a kingdom in the last days, Joseph told the saints, "I calculate to be one of the instruments for setting up the kingdom of Daniel, by the word of the Lord, and I intend to lay a foundation that will revolutionize the whole world. It will not be by sword or gun that this kingdom will roll on. The power of truth is such that all nations will be under the necessity of obeying the gospel." The mystical name for the Council of 50 given by revelation was the Kingdom of God and His law, with the keys and power thereof and judgments in the hands of His servants. Amen. Christ. One historian has called Joseph's political involvement the dreamlike politics of utopia, which it may well be considered. But this was a century of dreamlike politics. Marx dreamed of government withering away. Dostoevsky envisioned a theocratic kingdom of God on earth. Inspired by dreams like these, Revolutions tore up most of Europe in 1848. In the United States, the issue of God in government was still alive. Timothy Dwight, grandson of Jonathan Edwards and president of Yale College, had not long before lamented that the United States formed its constitution without any acknowledgement of God, without any recognition of his mercies to us, as a people, of his government, or even of his existence. How could the nation not be a smoke in the nostrils of Jehovah? Orestes Brownson thought that church should be dissolved into state in order to infuse moral and religious values into everything. Our views, if carried out, Brownson wrote, would realize not a union, but the unity, the identity, of church and state. Different in detail, these schemes shared a dream of a God-backed, righteous government. In forming a godly government, Joseph did not cite Dwight or the reformers, of whom likely he knew nothing, but relied on the Bible, the inspiration for the godly kingdoms. It has been the design of Jehovah, from the commencement of the world, and is his purpose now, an 1842 editorial in the Times and Seasons argued, to take the reins of government into his own hand. Under Moses, the motto of Israel was "The Lord is our lawgiver." This is the only thing that can bring about the restitution of all things, spoken of by all the holy prophets since the world was. Other attempts to promote universal peace and happiness in the human family have proved abortive. Every effort was failed, every plan and design has fallen to the ground. It needs the wisdom of God, the intelligence of God, and the power of God to accomplish this. From a certain Christian perspective, government under God was logical and natural. To critics, of course, Joseph's plan for the kingdom of God looked like a program for Mormon dominance. The council included only 3 outsiders, and Joseph was, as Hyde noted in his letter, God's messenger to execute justice and judgment in the earth. Did not that put all power in his hands? Joseph never understood this difficulty, thinking his authority and democracy entirely compatible. When a St. Louis reporter asked by what principle I got so much power, Joseph answered, on the principle of truth and virtue which would last when I was dead. I go emphatically, virtuously, and humanely for a theodemocracy, he wrote in the spring of 1844, where God and the people hold the power to conduct the affairs of men in righteousness, and where liberty, free trade, and sailors' right, and the protection of life and property shall be maintained inviolate, for the benefit of all. He did not intend to force his religion on anyone. He thought of himself as the champion of free worship. Nauvoo's ordinance for religious freedom listed a dozen religions allowed to practice in the city. Josiah Quincy was surprised to hear Joseph invite a Methodist to preach from a Mormon pulpit. The socialist John Finch noted that Joe Smith was in the practice of inviting strangers who visited Nauvoo, of every shade of politics and religion, to lecture to his people. Joseph could honestly say that it is one of the first principles of my life and one that I have cultivated from my childhood, having been taught it of my father, to allow everyone the liberty of conscience. He made it an article of faith to allow people to worship how, where, or what they may. He declared, I am an advocate of unadulterated freedom. But Joseph's kingdom had no place for electoral politics. He saw in politics disappointed ambition, thirst for power, pride, corruption, party spirit, faction, patronage, perquisites, fame, tangling alliances, priestcraft and spiritual wickedness in high places. He would never consider holding elections for seats on the Council of 50, whose members were called by revelation. Worthiness meant more than popularity. Joseph would substitute solus republicae suprema exesto, the good of the commonwealth is the highest law, for vox populi vox Dei, the voice of the people is the voice of God. As he told the Nauvoo High Council, it was the principles of democracy that the people's voice should be heard when the voice was just, but when it was not just it was no longer democratic. But if the minority views are more just, then aristocracy should be the governing principle. The wisest and best laws should be made. He was more devoted to rights and justice than to government by elections. Rule by the wise seemed more sensible than government by the mistaken. Instinctively, Joseph had returned to an older, more paternalistic political theory, exemplified in the Patriarch King ideal of government championed by Henry Street. John Bolingbroke, the 18th century Tory, whose writings influenced American political philosophy down to Andrew Jackson. The Patriarch King, a true father of his people, stood above party and ruled selflessly in their behalf. In an act shocking to democratic sensibilities, at the Council of 50 meeting on April 11, 1844, Joseph was voted our prophet, priest, and king with loud hosannas. The office of king came out of temple rituals where other saints were anointed kings and priests, according to the prescriptions in the Revelation of St. John, but here the title had overt political implications. Joseph was to be king in the kingdom of God, or king and ruler over Israel. His election as king did not alter his behavior or give him additional power. He was still called chairman of the council, but it did indicate Joseph's frame of mind. Monarchy did not repel Joseph as it did other Americans. A righteous king was the best kind of ruler, the Book of Mormon had taught. Although it now seems like a far remove from American political reality, the idea of a benevolent ruler governing according to his best judgment rather than popular will was not foreign to political culture in the 19th century, when monarchs still govern most of Europe. Nothing can so surely and so effectually restore the virtue and public spirit, essential to the preservation of liberty and national prosperity, as the reign of such a prince. Bolingbroke had written a century earlier, and that ideal of the virtuous ruler was perpetuated by the first 5 presidents of the United States. Joseph saw even more in kingship. By returning to the Bible for inspiration, he evoked an ancient idea that the king must rule as a priest as well. Joseph admired Melchizedek, a king and priest to the Most High God, who blessed the people in every way under a perfect law of theocracy. Holding keys of power and blessings stood as God to give laws to the people, administering endless lives to the sons and daughters of Adam. Joseph's aim was sacred kingship, a side of monarchy Britain had sloughed off by the 18th century. He was for redemptive authority. Judging by his practice, Joseph was drawn to constitutional, not absolute, monarchy. He was voted king, according to William Clayton, suggesting that the council elected its monarch. As a further limitation, Joseph ran the church through councils, governing much like the traditional king in council. Non-Mormon as well as Mormon members of the Council of 50 had a full and free opportunity of representing their views, interests and principles. A right to the ear of the king rather than outright voting power was the basis of their influence. Besides the restraint of conciliar government, an impeachment process provided for a trial of the president should he go astray. All these formed the rudiments of a constitution. But the emphasis was not on constitutional mechanisms for checking power. The Council of 50 made an effort to write a constitution and then gave up. The virtuous men on the council constituted a living constitution, as they were called, their character guarded against the misuse of power rather than relying on counterbalancing branches of government. It was a traditional idea. Timothy Dwight had said the ruler's goodwill to mankind accomplishes directly most of those desirable objects, at which the political constitutions, and the laws, of society aim. Joseph had voiced this principle in his 1839 letter from Liberty Jail. No power or influence can or ought to be maintained by virtue of the priesthood, only by persuasion, by long-suffering, by gentleness and meekness and by love unfeigned. He had reverted to the Puritan, the biblical, and the patriot king ideal of the righteous ruler. Perhaps not coincidentally, Joseph set up the council at the very moment when United States presidents were giving up the idea of government by the virtuous in exchange for rule by party. Joseph spoke for those who lamented the passing of an old ideal of righteous government. To critics, the high sentiments gave little assurance that Joseph's authority would be held in check. They saw kingship not as the recovery of an ideal, but as an arrogant power grab. For Mormons, anointing Joseph a king held no terrors. William Clayton, clerk of the council, remembered that the principles of eternal truths rolled forth to the hearers without reserve and the hearts of the servants of God were made to rejoice exceedingly. On April 18, 1844, Clayton recorded the 52 names of those who have been called upon to form the grand kingdom of God by revelation. He noted that it seems like heaven began on earth and the power of God is with us. The Council of 50 met nearly every week in the spring of 1844. Temporarily, it became the leading council in church government. In the last days of Nauvoo, the members continued to meet, but in Utah, Brigham Young let the council lapse, reviving it only infrequently. In the 1880s, in an apocalyptic period when the church was under pressure from the polygamy prosecutions and anticipating the millennium, President John Taylor renewed the council's meetings. Lacking a purpose in the 20th century, the Council of 50 became a historical artifact of Joseph's dream of organizing the kingdom of God on earth. 29. Confrontations. January to June 1844, Joseph called upon the citizens to defend the lives of their wives and children, fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters from being murdered by the mob. He urged them in strong terms not to shed innocent blood. Not to act in the least on the offensive but invariably in the defensive, and if we die like men of God and secure a glorious resurrection. He concluded by invoking the great God to bless the people. William Clayton, Diary, June 18, 1844. Joseph's political business alone was enough to keep him busy in the hectic last 6 months of his life. He was mayor and chief magistrate of the municipal court. In January he was nominated for the presidency of the United States and began his campaign. In February, the search for a refuge in the West began in earnest. In March he organized the political Kingdom of God and began meeting weekly with a council of 50. Besides mounting exploring expeditions, the council sent 3 delegates to Washington to ask permission to send a volunteer military force into Texas, California, and Oregon. The combination of grand operations and the pedestrian duties of his civic officers seems more than one man could handle. Adding to his worries, he had to deal with the fallout from plural marriage. Rogue missionaries teaching spiritual wives had to be disciplined. A notice in the February 1, 1844, issue of the Times and Seasons announced, "As we have lately been credibly informed, that an elder of the Church of Jesus Christ, of Latter-day Saints, by the name of Hiram Brown, has been preaching polygamy, and other false and corrupt doctrines, in the county of Lapeer, state of Michigan. This is to notify him and the church in general, that he has been cut off from the church, for his iniquity." Joseph and Hiram taught against the doctrine from the pulpit. Joseph insisted the church had not received any license from him to commit adultery, fornication or any such thing. But to the contrary, if any man commit adultery he could not receive the celestial kingdom of God. The distinction between priesthood calls to take additional wives and unlicensed indulgence was clear to him, if not always to others. Through the spring, immigrants arrived by the boatload and had to be accommodated. 210 souls from Liverpool came on the Maid of Iowa in mid-April. A smaller company arrived the week before. Joseph had tried to greet each vessel personally, but in 1844 the press of other duties prevented his attendance at the wharf. He tried to find land for the newcomers where he could, but for the most part, they shifted for themselves, moving in with friends and family while getting settled. Sickness interrupted the flow of business with merciless regularity. When Willard Richards's wife fell ill, Joseph was called to her house, laid on hands, directed some raspberry tea, and she was better. The pregnant Emma required more attention. He attended to her closely during a sick spell in mid-May. Still, he got away to the theater for performances of Damon and Pythias and Idiot Witness. His 2 ongoing building projects, the Temple and the Nauvoo House, required constant attention. A single revelation in January 1841 had commanded construction of both buildings, and the 2 remained linked in Joseph's mind. The 1841 revelation commanded the church to make a solemn proclamation to all the kings of the world, the president, and the state governors. The temple, he was sure, would undoubtedly attract the attention of the great men of the earth. He anticipated visits from eminent leaders, like Josiah Quincy and his friend Charles Francis Adams, who stopped in Nauvoo in May 1844. The city lacked a place where men of wealth, character, and influence can go to repose themselves, and it is necessary we should have such a place. For 3 years, he pressed vigorously for construction on the Nauvoo House. In March 1844, finally recognizing that the double construction project exceeded the capacity of Nauvoo's economy, he suspended construction. Rational calculation could not justify 2 such vast projects as the Temple and the Nauvoo House, any more than it made sense to practice plural marriage or gather to Zion. Joseph's revelations drove him beyond prudence. Once a doctrine or project came to him by revelation, he was indomitable. In 1844, he was more expansive than ever. Despite the overload of business, he saw himself as a rough stone rolling down a hill. In the summer, he came to an abrupt halt. Descent, along with the rush of business, Joseph faced growing opposition within his own ranks. He was stunned by the defections of loyal followers. In the last 6 months of his life, both a counselor in the First Presidency and the commanding officer of the Nauvoo Legion turned against him. The Surgeon General of the Legion and 2 sons of his old friend and legal counsel Elias Higbee joined the group. By mid-spring 1844, A half-dozen of his closest associates had publicly denounced him as a fallen prophet. In his anger and frustration, he berated them and cut them off. William Law gained Joseph's confidence after he came to Nauvoo in 1839. An immigrant from Northern Ireland who had converted to Mormonism in Canada, Law was one of the few saints to arrive with capital. He and his brother Wilson Law purchased land and constructed steam-powered mills to produce flour and lumber. William Law, said to have great suavity of manners and amiability of character, impressed Joseph. When Hiram left the first presidency to move into his father's position as Patriarch, Law was made Joseph's counselor. Law admired Joseph. "I have carefully watched his movements since I have been here," he wrote a friend after a year, "and I assure you I have found him honest and honorable in all our transactions which have been very considerable. I believe he is an honest upright man, and as to his follies let whoever is guiltless throw the first stone." Law was one of the 9 trusted men given the endowment in May 1842, and he and his wife, Jane, were members of the anointed quorum that met regularly in prayer meetings in the fall of 1843. Law's disaffection began when Hiram showed him the plural marriage revelation. Law had disputed John Bennett's charges of Nauvoo polygamy and temporarily allied with Hiram and William Marks to deny the existence of the practice. After Hiram accepted the revelation, he tried to persuade Law. Although they considered plural marriage, William and Jane eventually decided Joseph had gone too far. On January 1, 1844, Law wrote in his diary that what he had learned paralyzes the nerves, chills the currents of the heart, and drives the brain almost to madness. Stories were later told of William pleading with Joseph, his hands around the prophet's neck. Joseph had made the acceptance of plural marriage in principle a prerequisite to couples being sealed for eternity. William and Jane were torn, but by the end of 1843, they had made their decision against plural marriage. On January 8, 1844, Law learned he had been dropped from the first presidency. Attempts at reconciliation failed, and he was excommunicated in April. Another dissenter, Robert Foster, a convert from England, had accompanied Joseph to Washington in 1839 as Sidney Rigdon's physician. In Nauvoo, Foster was appointed Surgeon General in the Nauvoo Legion and Justice of the Peace in the municipal court. Like Law, he invested in real estate near the temple, where he built the Mammoth Hotel. An early sign of trouble came when Joseph publicly taunted Foster for resisting Joseph's efforts to give first priority to land on the flat on Main Street near his house. The church owned property there and Joseph wanted it developed first. "This is the way people swell like the ox or a toad," he said of Foster and the Hill developers. When Joseph required new immigrants to buy from him, Foster and Law accused him of managing the real estate to his own advantage. His retort: "They are fools and ought to hide their heads in a hollow pumpkin." Joseph also resented the diversion of lumber and resources to private house building rather than to the construction of the temple and Nauvoo house. "People like Foster," Joseph said, "build a great many little skeletons but there is no flesh on them." Joseph and Foster still remain friendly. Foster gave the gracious toast at the Smiths' party in October 1843. More a civic figure than a religious leader, he was elected school commissioner in Hancock County in August 1843 with the Mormon vote and braved armed opposition from anti-Mormons when he tried to take office. Though Foster was firmly identified with the Mormons, he joined the dissidents in the winter of 1843–44. When a Reform church was organized, Foster was selected one of its 12 apostles. Opposition to Joseph brought together men of diverse character. Chauncey Higbee, aged 23, son of Joseph's deceased legal advisor Elias Higbee, had been accused of seducing women during the time when John Bennett was operating in Nauvoo. His brother Francis Higbee felt threatened when Joseph proposed to a woman Higbee was courting. Joseph Jackson had been given a job as a real estate clerk when he arrived destitute in Nauvoo. After he was spurned in his suit for Lavina Smith, Hiram's daughter, he became a borderline criminal. Robert Foster and William and Wilson Law were respectable men. The heart of their controversy with Joseph was plural marriage. Joseph had predicted his people would turn against him if he told them all he knew. In this instance, he was right. The dissenters troubled Joseph mainly because he feared plots to haul him away to certain death in Missouri. The previous December, Porter Rockwell had brought back reports of plans to ensnare Joseph. Rumors of traitors conspiring with his enemies made him wary. The dissenters, equally suspicious, feared harassment from the Nauvoo police, a force recently organized to protect the prophet. William Marks, the president of the Nauvoo Stake High Council, who had rejected the plural marriage revelation, became excited when a bonfire was built near his house, fearing the police had been sworn to do away with him. During the city council's investigation of the occurrence in January 1844, even Hiram was concerned that secret Danite bands were organizing as they had in Far West in 1838. People on both sides suspected plots and counterplots. The hearing in the council dissipated some of the tension. At the end Wilson Law declared, "I'm Joseph's friend, he has no better friend in the world." But the reconciliation was temporary. The deep disagreement on principles went unresolved. Francis Higbee testified that Mr. Law, Mr. Marks and probably one or two others could not subscribe to all things in the church. Francis Higbee thought Joseph had cast a slur on his character during the January City Council hearing, and wrote a furious letter demanding vindication in ecclesiastical court. "Sir, you have struck a blow at everything which renders existence sweet," Higbee stormed. "You have sought to blast every proud hope, and every fond expectation, by throwing into free circulation reports, the truth of which, God is some day to judge." In retribution, Joseph brought Higbee before the municipal court for slanderous and abusive language. There the prophet's method of airing all grievances worked temporarily. At a city council meeting, Higbee acknowledged that he had said many hard things against Joseph and was forgiven. Joseph's journal says that all difficulties between me and Francis M. Higbee are eternally buried and I am to be his friend forever. To which F. M. Higbee replied, "I will be his friend forever and his right-hand man." Joseph ordered his criticisms of Higbee stricken from previous minutes. Trouble broke out again when Joseph spoke in public meeting against one of his critics. In a speech at the temple, he suggested by innuendo that Charles Foster, Robert Foster's brother, had written a critical letter to the New York Tribune about misappropriation of temple funds and the impossibility of completing the huge building. When Charles Foster asked from the audience if he was the man, Joseph indicated he was. Insulted, Foster retorted, "You shall hear from me." Joseph whipped back, "I fine you $20 for that threat and disturbing the meeting." Robert Foster rose to calm the situation and defend his brother. "No one has heard him threaten you," he insisted. But hundreds of voices in the audience cried, "I have." Joseph called for order and threatened to fine the doctor if he did not stop talking. By this time the dissidents were organizing. In mid-March, Joseph Jackson tried to recruit two Nauvoo citizens, Manus G. Eaton and Abiathar Williams, with horror stories about men tied hand and foot and run through the heart with a sword, and their heads taken off, and then buried. Eaton accompanied Jackson to the back room of the Keystone store on the hill, where Robert Foster and Chauncey Higbee added tales of many wives. They told Eaton that Joseph had tried to seduce Foster's wife with the spiritual wife doctrine. Foster caught the meeting together and, after Joseph departed, demanded to know what was going on. When his wife said nothing, he threatened to shoot her, but she claimed innocence. Then he thrust a double-barreled pistol into her hand and demanded, "Defend yourself, for if you don't tell me, either you or I would shoot," whereupon she fainted. Finally, she told him what he had believed all along. Joseph, by preaching the spiritual wife system to her, had endeavored to seduce her. When Joseph heard the story, he went to see Mrs. Foster with William Clayton and the German-speaking dentist, Alexander Nabel. In the presence of the witnesses, Joseph asked Mrs. Foster if she ever in her life knew him guilty of an immoral or indecent act. She answered no, and he asked if he used indecent language or preached the spiritual wife doctrine to her or proposed illicit conduct when he had dinner with her during Robert Foster's absence. Clayton said all the answers were no. The next day from the stand, Joseph told the congregation that a caucus planned to destroy all the Smith family in a few weeks. He named Chauncey Higbee, Robert Foster, Joseph Jackson, and William and Wilson Law. Joseph made one more attempt at reconciliation with Robert Foster. In municipal court on April 13, he asked, "Have I ever misused you in any way?" Foster responded, "I do not feel at liberty to answer." "Did I ever wrong you in dealing personally?" "Still not at liberty." "Tell me where I have done wrong and I will ask your forgiveness." "I want to prove to this company by your own testimony that I have treated you honorably." All Foster would say was, "I shall testify no further at present." After the exchange, Joseph brought charges against Foster for abusing my character privately, for throwing out slanderous insinuation against me, for conspiring against my peace and safety, for conspiring against my life, for conspiring against the peace of my family. On April 18, 4 dissenters were excommunicated: Robert Foster, Wilson Law, William Law, and Jane Law. They were given no opportunity to defend themselves or bring witnesses. Contrary to standard protocol in church courts, the defendants were not present. Cutting off the dissidents did not end the wrangling. A week after the excommunications, a city marshal arrested Augustus Spencer, another dissenter, for assaulting Spencer's brother Orson. Robert and Charles Foster and Chauncey Higby came charging down the hill to complain. Charles Foster drew a pistol on Joseph in front of his office and had to be restrained. Foster and Higby said that they would be goddamned if they would not shoot the mayor. Robert Foster swore by God they would see the mayor in hell before they would go. They all suspected Joseph of conniving at their destruction. Robert Foster told Joseph there was Danitism in Nauvoo. Suspicion ran high. The dissidents thought the secret police were after them, and Joseph believed the dissenters were plotting against his life. Charles Foster wanted to open the case before the public and publish the results in the Warsaw Signal. Joseph said he would agree if Foster would publish in a Nauvoo paper only and not attempt to raise a mob. When Foster would not agree to be quiet, Joseph said he had made the last overtures of peace and delivered him into the hand of God. The dissidents were relieved of their offices in the Legion and proceedings were brought against them in the Nauvoo Masonic Lodge. On April 21, 1844, the dissenters organized a reform church. Enemies, mounting opposition outside of Nauvoo made dissension within the city doubly troubling. The Warsaw Signal would be delighted to print news of Mormon squabbling, and Joseph feared that advertising internal criticism would feed the anti-Mormon flames. Anti-Mormon committees organized prior to the elections of 1842 and 1843 came together again in January 1844 following an attempt by Nauvoo law enforcement officers to arrest Milton Cook, a non-Mormon, in Carthage on bastardy charges. Believing a non-Mormon would never receive justice in a Mormon court, a group of Carthaginians prevented the arrest. When the Nauvoo officers tried again, they faced a half-dozen men with bayonets. In the ensuing melee, one Nauvoo man was injured. The Carthage Anti-Mormon Committee promised to defend citizens like Cook at the point of the bayonet if necessary. Not everyone was as virulent as the extremists on the committees. A number of newspaper editors, bellwethers of public opinion, tried to calm the hotheads. The Alton Telegraph, a Democratic paper published in the prosperous riverport town 180 miles downstream from Nauvoo, was appalled at the kidnapping of the Averys in November 1843. No matter how great the injury inflicted by those who have been kidnapped, upon their captors, the act is alike arbitrary, illegal and oppressive. The headline read "Unheard of outrage." Thomas Gregg, the editor of the Warsaw Message, assured his readers of his contempt for Joseph Smith but recommended moderation. "We feel sure that a majority even of his most firm supporters, would prefer peace and quietness, to rapine and violence." The Quaker-eared Gregg proposed a public meeting in Carthage where grievances could be aired and a compromise effected. A correspondent from the Firebrands absolutely refused. "I say, no. Never. Just as well might you call upon us to strike hands with pirates, or to compromise with the powers of darkness." But the moderate Gregg persisted, "We see no use in attempting to disguise the fact, that many in our midst contemplate a total extermination of that people, that the thousands of defenseless women and children, aged and infirm, who are congregated at Nauvoo, must be driven out, driven, scattered, like the leaves before the autumn blast." But what good citizen, let us ask, what lover of his country and his race, but contemplates such an event with horror? Through the spring of 1844, the Quincy Whig and the Alton Telegraph continued their cautious course, but the Warsaw Message fell into the hands of the anti-Mormon faction. On February 14, Thomas Sharp took over the editor's chair from Gregg and issued the paper under its old name of the Warsaw Signal. The Alton Telegraph editorially urged the Signal to go easy on the Mormons and allay, as far as possible, the excitement against that people. Sharp would have none of it. "Now, Mr. Telegraph, you know but little of the circumstances by which the people of this county are surrounded. You know nothing of the repeated insults and injuries received by our citizens from the heads of the Mormon Church. We say, Mr. Telegraph, you can know nothing of these things, or you could not undertake to lecture us, for endeavoring to expose such a gang of outlaws, blacklegs and bloodsuckers. The moderates could not understand the extremists' fear and anger. According to the extremists, Mormons were not just a nuisance. They were a threat and an insult. Joseph's escape from arrest through habeas corpus writs in the Nauvoo Municipal Court and the prosecution of non-Mormons like Cook in Nauvoo courts became to the anti-Mormons examples of galling oppression. Although Thomas Gregg thought Joseph was steeped up to the very eyes in sin, Gregg was not personally insulted like Sharp, who felt invaded by the repeated insults and injuries of this monster in human shape. After breaking with Joseph, the more obstreperous dissenters, Charles Foster and the Higbees, joined forces with the anti-Mormons. A long letter from Foster detailing his complaints was printed in the Signal, and Chauncey Higbee became the Nauvoo precinct leader of the county anti-Mormon committee. William Law spoke on the usurpations in Nauvoo at a Carthage anti-Mormon meeting. At a similar meeting in Warsaw in June, Francis Higbee's name was loudly called for. He recounted a Mormon history characterized by the darkest and the most diabolical deeds which has ever disgraced humanity. Exactly what the meeting wanted to hear. King Follett's sermon, with bombshells bursting around him. Joseph continued to meet weekly with the Council of 50 to plan Western explorations and keep the presidential campaign moving. Temple construction resumed as the spring weather allowed, and in the groves around the temple Joseph delivered theological addresses to his people. At the annual conference in April, he gave what the literary critic Harold Bloom has called one of the truly remarkable sermons ever preached in America. Though never canonized as scripture, the King Follett's sermon, known only through the overlapping notes of 4 diarists, has been called the culminating statement of Joseph Smith's theology. The April 7, 1844, morning session of the annual church conference, held in a grove a quarter-mile east of the temple, attracted the largest congregation ever assembled in Nauvoo. That afternoon, Joseph spoke for more than 2 hours, straining to speak over a high wind. The next day his voice was gone, and he could not speak at all. The occasion of the afternoon meeting was the accidental death of City Constable King Follett, crushed when a tub of rocks fell on him in a well. Joseph was in a contemplative mood. He was 38 and taking stock. Perhaps he was a little melancholy, perhaps lonely. "You never knew my heart. No man knows my history," he ruminated at the end. How could they know him, separated as he was by his visionary experiences? Sometime, somewhere, they would know one another. "When I am called at the trump and weighed in the balance, you will know me then." Joseph said he would speak on the subject of death, but soon veered to the nature of God. His authority was being challenged. He was being called a false prophet, he admitted, but it was never in any nearer relationship to God than at the present time. He asked the congregation to consider this important subject. If he could explain the nature of God, let everyone sit in silence and never lift your voice against the servants of God again. He spoke confidently, as if he was giving the obvious meaning of the Bible, even in making the most startling assertions. To begin, he wanted to refute the idea that God was God from all eternity. "God that sits enthroned is a man like one of yourselves." The statement so astounded Thomas Bullock that he recorded the reverse: he was God from the beginning of all eternity. But the other manuscripts concur in the opposite. Joseph wanted to say that God had a history. "We suppose that God was God from eternity. I will refute that idea," Wilford Woodruff has Joseph declaring. "It is the first principle to know that we may converse with him and that he once was a man like us." The scriptural basis for the doctrine was Jesus's statement about doing nothing but what he saw the Father do. God was once as one of us and was on a planet as Jesus was in the flesh. It was so obvious, Joseph asserted, I defy all hell and earth to refute it. The point of this radical doctrine was obvious. God was one of the free intelligences who had learned to become God. The other free intelligences were to take the same path. You have got to learn how to make yourselves God, king and priest, by going from a small capacity to a great capacity to the resurrection of the dead to dwelling in everlasting burnings. Souls were meant to grow from smaller to greater. You have got to learn how to be a god yourself in order to save yourself, to be priests and kings as all gods has done, by going from a small degree to another, from exaltation to exaltation, till they are able to sit in glory as with those who sit enthroned. Christ was the model. What did Christ do? Joseph asked. Christ said, I do the things that I saw the Father do when worlds came into existence. I saw the Father work out a kingdom with fear and trembling, and I can do the same, and when I get my kingdom worked out I will present it to the Father and it will exalt his glory, and Jesus steps into his tracks to inherit what God did before. The words evoked a hierarchy of gods, succeeding to higher stations of greater glory as kingdoms are presented to them and as rising souls below them ascend to godhood. As humankind's advocate and leader, Christ is the one through whom humans are saved. The kingdom prepared on earth is presented to him, and he presents it to the Father, Elohim. In the light of this doctrine, the early statement from the 1830 revelations of Moses took on new depth. This is my work and my glory, to bring to pass the immortality and eternal life of man, God had said to Moses. Now it could be seen that God's creation of humans contributed to his own glory as kingdoms of the rising gods were presented to him. As he glorified them, they glorified him. Critics are wrong when they say Joseph Smith created a heaven of multiple gods like the pagan pantheons of Zeus and Thor. The gods in Joseph Smith's heaven are not distinct, willful personalities pursuing their own purposes. The Christian Trinity was Joseph's model. The gods are one as Christ and the Father are one, distinct personalities unified in purpose and will. A free intelligence had to become one with God in order to become as God. The gods had formed an eternal alliance, welding their wills into one. The idea of earth life was to join that alliance and participate in the glory and power of the gods. The way to become a god was to conform to the order of heaven and receive light and truth. The unity and order Joseph strove to instill in the church was a type of the higher unity among the gods in their heavens. The King Follett Discourse was the final and the most complete presentation of Joseph Smith's dramaturgical theology. Joseph filled out the creation story he had been telling in various forms ever since Liberty Jail. The creation came under the oversight of a grand council of gods who came together and concocted the plan of making the world and the inhabitants. These gods made the world not out of nothing, but from eternal matter, which they organized out of chaos. Intelligence existed eternally too. God was a self-existing being. Man exists upon the same principle. God never had power to create the spirit of man. God himself could not create himself. Intelligence is eternal and it is self-existing. That made individual persons radically free. Their nature was not predetermined by their creator. They were what they were, not what God made them. Rather than God being the sovereign creator of all things from nothing, he was the most intelligent of the free intelligences. The universe is a school for these free, self-existing intelligences. God, finding himself in the midst of spirit and glory because he was greater, saw proper to institute laws whereby the rest could have a privilege to advance like himself. God nurtures the intelligences, giving them laws to help them progress to greater capacity. God has power to institute laws to instruct the weaker intelligences that they may be exalted with himself. He is their teacher, not their maker. Each one is free to choose. The intelligences have independent, self-existing wills, and each one must make the decision to ally with God or not, to join the order of the gods or not. This discourse envisioned a far different universe than the God-created universe of traditional Christian theology. Instead of one overwhelming, all-pervasive power governing the universe, making it essentially simple, the universe was composed of a congeries of intelligences and self-existent matter that God organized rather than made. He was bringing order out of chaos rather than making something from nothing. Existence had an openness and freedom impossible under a theology of an omnipotent creator God. Mormons later picked out a statement by William James as capturing the spirit of Joseph's theology. James pictured God saying to other spirits, "I am going to make a world not certain to be saved, a world the perfection of which shall be conditional merely, the condition being that each several agent does its own level best. I offer you the chance of taking part in such a world. Its safety, you see, is unwarranted. It is a real adventure, with real danger, yet it may win through. It is a social scheme of cooperative work genuinely to be done. Will you join the procession? Will you trust yourself and trust the other agents enough to face the risk?" Though emphasizing risks and dangers more than most Mormons would like, James's statement approached Joseph's organizer-teacher God. The discourse came in a spring when Joseph was running for president and had organized the kingdom of God in anticipation of the millennial coming of Christ. Teaching about the gods seemed miles away from the hard realities of politics and the plans for an earthly kingdom. but the two were related. Joseph's ordination as king took on an entirely different meaning when viewed against the King Follett sermon. Kingship in the 19th century context implied a royal line and aristocratic rule. The king was set apart from the people as God is set apart from his creations. Both occupied distinct and inaccessible realms and exercised powers peculiar to themselves. In having himself ordained king, Joseph appeared to set himself above his people, reinstating the great chain of being with fixed subordinations and superordinations. But the relationship took on a new meaning if people were invited to become kings, priests, and gods themselves. They remained subjects, to be sure, owing all deference and obedience to their sovereign, but they were subject to the monarch as princes and princesses are subject to their mothers and fathers. They subordinated themselves to the higher power in preparation for assuming that power themselves. The purpose of allegiance and obedience was not order and happiness but training. The subjects of the king were learning to become kings. King and subjects were separated by rank, not by class. All were members of the same order of beings as children are of the same order as their parents. Family became the ultimate and truest model of the heavenly order. The King Follett doctrines can sound profoundly American. Every man a god and a king fulfilled democratic aspirations to a degree unknown in any other religion. Joseph's assertion that all mind is susceptible of improvement opened up the possibility of limitless growth. Mormons themselves have labeled the doctrine of eternal spirits eternal progression, as if it meant rising ever higher in society, the essence of the American dream. It is the one teaching of Joseph Smith that Americans are most likely to admire. True as these readings may be, they overlook the hierarchical elements in the King Follett doctrine. The sermon actually restores subordination and superordination in the spirit of the great chain of being. God is superior to all other intelligences, and the kingdom of God is made up of ranks of intelligent beings ruling under his authority. The rising free intelligences must submit to God, take upon them the name of Christ, conform to the order of heaven, and even obey priesthood authorities on the earth. Hierarchy, though certainly a benevolent one, is installed at the center of intelligent existence. Reform. In the stormy spring of 1844, the King Follett discourse rose like a castle in the weeds, a splendid, mysterious heterodoxy standing amid the bitterness in Nauvoo. The sermon thrilled many of the city's Mormons. Joseph Fielding, one of the prophet's listeners, said, "Anyone that could not see in him the spirit of inspiration of God must be dark." They might have known that he was not a fallen prophet even if they thought he was fallen. People like Fielding loved accounts of the heavenly order. Not so the Laws, Fosters, and Higbees. William Law said the annual conference brought out some of the most blasphemous doctrines ever heard of, such as other gods as far above our God as he is above us. At the first formal meeting of their Reformed Church on April 28, the dissenters chose William Law to preside and selected 2 apostles. The dissenters did not aim to overthrow Mormonism. In their view, Joseph was a fallen prophet, not a fraud. They held on to the Book of Mormon and the more conventional Christian doctrines of the early church. What they hated was polygamy, the kingdom of God, and the tyranny of Joseph Smith. They wanted to reform Mormonism from within by purging it of its excrescences. Law insisted he was only president of the new church, not a prophet, but otherwise their principles were meant to appeal to alienated Mormons who were offended by the rumors of spiritual wives and Joseph's merger of church and state. By canvassing the city, the dissenters by mid-May were attracting 300 listeners to their meetings. To put teeth in their campaign, the seceders brought charges against Joseph in Carthage courts. On May 1, Francis Higbee charged Joseph in circuit court with speaking false, scandalous, malicious and defamatory words concerning Higbee's character. 3 weeks later, William Law charged Joseph with living in adultery with a plural wife, Maria Lawrence. A Carthage grand jury issued indictments for perjury and polygamy on the witness of Joseph Jackson, Robert Foster, and William Law. Joseph could elude these court actions by the familiar device of taking them before the Nauvoo Municipal Court, but that could not stop the county sheriff. Twice during the month Joseph had to hide while officers waited around his house. These awkward disappearances displeased Emma, who was still suspicious of his whereabouts. When out of sight, Joseph sent William Clayton to find Emma's mind about him going home, and Clayton found her crying with rage and fury because he had gone away. She was not well, and Joseph promptly hurried home. Joseph ultimately faced his accusers. At the Sunday meeting on May 26, before the entire congregation, He answered the specific charges about spiritual wives and malfeasance levied against him in the Nauvoo Municipal Court. His main point as always was that he was not committing adultery, nor was he practicing spiritual wifism, another name for polygamy. To Joseph's enemies, the speech was blatant hypocrisy, but in his own mind, priesthood plural marriage was based on another principle than polygamy. He reassured the people about his state of mind. The Lord has constituted me so curiously that I glory in persecution. All hell, boil over. Ye burning mountains, roll down your lava. For I will come out on top at last. That was only one side of his feelings. At the end of the talk, he revealed his need for their love. Don't forsake me. I want the friendship of the brethren. He would do all he could to be worthy of their loyalty. As I grow older, my heart grows tenderer for you. I am at all times willing to give up everything that is wrong, for I wish this people to have a virtuous leader. About 8 o'clock on the morning of Monday, May 27, Joseph, though not yet arrested, left for Carthage, to have the grand jury indictments investigated. For safety's sake, 24 brethren joined him along the way. At noon, they arrived at Hamilton's Carthage Hotel, where Joseph Jackson, Francis Higbee, and Chauncey Higbee were also lodging. To Joseph's surprise, Charles Foster joined his party, speaking more mildly than before. In the hotel, Foster took Joseph aside and told him that Joseph Jackson planned to kill him. Joseph later swore in court to the truth of Charles Foster's surprising behavior, adding that Foster had warned Joseph not to go out of doors or blood would be shed. There were those who were determined I should not go out of the village alive. Apparently when Foster saw the cold-blooded Jackson loading his pistol, his animosity disappeared. Joseph went ahead with the court proceedings, but one of the prosecution's material witnesses being absent, the case was deferred until the next term. Joseph's party watched Jackson closely as they left town, but he made no move. They arrived home about 9 that evening. By the end of May, everyone involved seemed determined to drive through to the cataclysmic conclusion. The dissenters proceeded with their campaign to pull down Joseph Smith, even though they must have known that a revelation of his faults would provoke his enemies in surrounding towns. An expose of evil doings in Nauvoo would fan the flames in Warsaw. The dissenters obtained a press in May, issued a prospectus, and on June 7, 1844, published 1,000 copies of the one and only issue of the Nauvoo Expositor. The Expositor consisted of 7 essays, some addressing potential Mormon converts, and others appealing more directly to the county's anti-Mormons. The preamble was written to potential converts in a religious voice, likely William Laws, the Reformed Church's leader and Joseph's former counselor in the first presidency. It is with the greatest solicitude for the salvation of the human family, the first line began. The essayist, though turning against the prophet, did not want to destroy the church. Many of us have sought a reformation in the church, the editor wrote, but, failing that, had been driven to a desperate action. In the face of Joseph's moral crimes, he asked, shall we lie supinely and suffer ourselves to be metamorphosed into beasts by the Syrian tongue? The writer assured his readers that the new church advocated the religion originally taught by Joseph Smith. The reformers opposed only the recent doctrines. The paper aimed to explode the vicious principles of Joseph Smith, and those who practice the same abominations and whoredoms, meaning primarily polygamy. On top of that scandalous practice, the editor objected to the doctrine that there are innumerable gods as much above the God that presides over this universe, as he is above us. The more political voice in the Expositor wrote to gratify the county's anti-Mormons. The editors promised everything the anti-Mormons had been calling for, including the rights of the old citizens of the county to control elections. The people who had borne the heat and burden of the day as pioneers should not have men imposed upon them, who were obnoxious, for good and sufficient reasons. The paper rallied the county to oppose Hiram's candidacy for the state legislature in the August 1844 election on the grounds that he would be the pawn of Joseph Smith. In condemning the prophet, Francis Higbee, the one editor to sign his essay, referred to the prophet in one heading as Joe Smith, a name never used in Nauvoo. The political editors favored repeal of the charter and limits on the power of municipal courts. The editors had no worries about an attack of Nauvoo. The saints' mob anxieties were a bugaboo. The question is asked, will you bring a mob upon us? The answer was that the use of armed men to enforce the law did not constitute a mob. It will create no sympathy in that case to cry out, we are mobbed. Willard Richards wrote nothing about the prophet's feelings at the appearance of the expositor. William Clayton revealed little more. Truly, he wrote, the paper seems to be a source of falsehood and bitter misrepresentation. Both diarists recorded a visit from Robert Foster seeking reconciliation with Joseph, perhaps feeling he had the upper hand now with the anti-Mormons in the county behind him. Foster wrote what Clayton called a very saucy letter, refusing to deal with Joseph and his unworthy, unprincipled clan. At the city council meeting the next day, Joseph argued the paper was a nuisance, a greater nuisance than a dead carcass. The term nuisance came from a passage in Blackstone that he would use to justify suppression of the paper. The expositor was a nuisance because it threatened to bring the countryside down on the Mormons. It is not safe that such things should exist, on account of the mob spirit which they tend to produce. Joseph would later quote Blackstone to Governor Thomas Ford to prove the city council acted legally. The legal fine points were lost in the subsequent chaos. The city council met for 6.5 hours on Monday, June 10, investigating the merits of the Nauvoo expositor. They seemed to realize they were taking a huge risk when they finally passed an ordinance concerning libels, but they concluded that the action was necessary and legally justified. Joseph, as mayor, ordered the city marshal, John P. Green, to destroy the expositor and the Major General of the Nauvoo Legion to assist. About 8 p.m. the marshal returned and reported that he had removed the press, type, and printed papers, and fixtures into the street, and fired them. The posse, consisting of about 100 men, gathered in front of Joseph's house after the work was done to hear a speech. I would never submit to have another libelous publication established in this city, he told them. I cared not how many papers there were in the city if they would print the truth but would submit to no libels or slander. In the considerable excitement the day after, the dissenters stormed about saying the temple shall be thrown down, Joseph's house burned and the printing office torn down, possibly thinking of an anti-Mormon invasion. Francis Higbee predicted in 10 days there will not be a Mormon left in Nauvoo. Joseph's enemies were persuaded that he had crossed the line in closing the expositor. Whether or not the law of libels or abatement of a nuisance justified the action, he had trespassed freedom of the press, which had become nearly a sacred right in the United States. Joseph was deaf to these ideas. He did not grasp the enormity of destroying a press, especially one that was attacking him. Fear of another mob drove his action. In municipal court, Joseph spoke for more than an hour to a large assembly about his willingness to fight if the mob compel me to it. In a proclamation issued on June 11, Joseph gave his reason for suppressing the expositor. The paper was, he thought, an attempt to excite the jealousy and prejudice of the people of the surrounding country, by libels and slanderous articles upon the citizens and city council, for the purpose of destroying the charter of said city, and for the purpose of raising suspicion, wrath, and indignation among a certain class of the less honorable portion of mankind, to commit acts of violence upon the innocent and unsuspecting. Joseph failed to see that suppression of the paper was far more likely to arouse a mob than the libels. It was a fatal mistake. The next day Francis Higbee entered a complaint before a Carthage justice of the peace, and 2 days after the event, Constable David Bettysworth was in Nauvoo to arrest the prophet and his accomplices for riot in suppressing the press. The accused were released by the municipal court as usual, but the constable, who was very wrathy, according to Clayton, was certain to return. Charles Foster immediately alerted the seceders' allies by reporting the press's destruction to the Warsaw Signal. Sharp was ready with suitable rhetoric. Citizens arise, one and all! Can you stand by and suffer such infernal devils to rob men of their property and rights, without avenging them? We have no time for comment, every man will make his own. Let it be made with powder and ball. To rid tender consciences of any compunction about taking up their guns, Sharp characterized Joseph and Hiram as hellish fiends. Yes, Hiram and Joe are as devils, as though they had sowed an apprenticeship of half of eternity in the infernal pit. Anti-Mormon committees gathered immediately, setting off rumors that there were plans to expel the Mormons. At the Warsaw meeting, Sharp told the people that if the safety of our lives and property cannot be ensured to us by legal means, the only recourse left us is to take up arms. The county-wide meeting in Carthage on June 13 resolved to drive all the saints in the outlying settlements into Nauvoo. At the same time, the Laws and Robert Foster fled the city. 3 days after suppressing the expositor, Joseph wrote to Isaac Morley about how to react to anti-Mormon demands that the Mormons in Lima, Illinois, give up their arms. The instructions were to give up their lives first. The same day news arrived of 40 anti-Mormons drilling in Carthage and of an arms shipment landing in Warsaw. In the morning, Joseph wrote to Governor Ford explaining the reasons for shutting down the expositor. In the middle of the afternoon, Joseph took a moment for examining Benjamin West's Death on the Pale Horse, on display in the reading room of his store. A favorite work by the expatriate American painter, Death had been touring the country to attract paying customers. The title was taken from the Revelation of St. John, where the pale horse follows 3 other horses carrying on their backs a conqueror, a rider who takes peace from the earth, and a third carrying a pair of balances. And I looked, and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the 4th part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. West depicted this apocalyptic scene as a swirl of half-naked, contorted bodies about to be slain by armed riders on horseback. In the center, a dark, misty figure on a white horse is about to trample a man supporting a dead or dying woman with a child kneeling at her side. In the background, storm clouds rile the sky. Perhaps for no other viewer of West's painting did art more accurately imitate life. In his final 2 weeks, Joseph was cornered. 2 forces bore down on him, law and order represented by Governor Thomas Ford, and the conspiracy to assassinate him led by Thomas Sharp. Ford, sensible and restrained, struggled to keep passions in Hancock County in check. He wanted Joseph to answer in court for destroying the expositor, and the anti-Mormons to rely on the law for redress. Ford was convinced that one mistake would trigger a war. The passionate Sharp had gone beyond law and order, thinking Joseph had eluded the law too many times. He had founded the Warsaw Signal, he said, for the purpose of either correcting the unhallowed usurpation power of that band of villains, ad Nauvoo, or their extermination from civilized society. All he waited for was an occasion to strike. It should be the firm determination of everyone holding in veneration the institutions of his country, upon the first outrage against a citizen of this county, to give those latter-day devils a scathing that will eclipse the Missouri persecutions, or in other words Missouri justice. The closing of the expositor was a perfect excuse. The long campaign against Joseph and the Mormons made their extermination from civilized society the logical course of action. In an open letter to Joseph on June 5, Sharp had said that no one can picture a wretch so depraved and loathsome as yourself. Yes, Joe. We have that confidence in your saintship, that we do not believe that the concentrated extract of all the abominations of the infernal regions can add one stain to the blackness of your character. Look in a mirror, Joe, and you will see the reflection of the most detestable wretch that the earth contains. His followers were not that much better, gathered as they are from all parts of the world, and bound together by religious fanaticism and rascality. 2 weeks before the expositor was destroyed, Sharp warned that Joe Smith is not safe out of Nauvoo, and we would not be surprised to hear of his death by violent means in a short time. In advocating force, Sharp appealed to the primitive law of communal self-defense that had authorized mob actions from the Revolution to the killing of the abolitionist printer Elijah Lovejoy in Alton, Illinois, in 1837, ironically the same principle underlying the wrecking of the expositor. The theory that a community had the right to enforce its will against impending danger had authorized vigilantism and lynchings in one community after another in every section of the nation. Relying on it to make his case, Sharp was sure of support when on June 12 he called for Joseph's assassination and the extermination of the Mormons. Sometimes Joseph sensed his doom approaching and foretold his imminent death. Then his native optimism would return and he predicted survival. The 2 people closest to him, Emma and Hiram, believed he should submit to the law. They wanted him to go before the court and vindicate himself, as he had in the Boggs case. Joseph believed that Carthage meant death. For 2 weeks, he thrashed about seeking an alternative, using the Legion to defend the city, going to Washington for aid, fleeing to the west, anything but submission to the mob collecting in Carthage. On Sunday, June 16, on a rainy morning at the East Grove, Joseph preached his last sermon. He took for his text the biblical verse that had governed his teachings for the past year, and hath made us kings and priests unto God and his Father, to him be glory and dominion forever and ever. He did not intend the sermon to be a concluding statement, it was an answer to the seceders. The expositor had listed the plurality of gods among Joseph's doctrinal errors, and rather than smoothing away the doctrine's sharp edges to soothe his opponents, he was defiant. The plurality of gods is as prominent in the Bible as any doctrine, it is all over the face of the Bible, he proclaimed. He was thinking of Paul's statement, there be gods many, and lords many, but to us there is but one God. Moreover, the Hebrew word Elohim ought to be in the plural all the way through, gods the heads of the gods appointed one God for us. Likewise, the progression to godhood could be found everywhere in the scriptures. Christ's prayer in the garden for his followers to be one with the Father meant, in Joseph's reading, we shall be as God, and he as the God of his Father. As Christ becomes God the Father, we become one with Christ and rise up the ranks. This succession implied God had a Father to whom he had ascended. Paul says that which is earthly is in likeness of that which is heavenly, hence if Jesus has a Father, can we not believe that he had a Father also? Joseph knew his leaps would terrify less intrepid souls. I despise the idea of being scared to death, he said upon completing his proof of God the Father having a Father. When things that are great are passed over without even a thought, I want to see all in all its bearings and hug it to my bosom. Then came a sentence that captured his spirit perfectly. I never heard of a man being damned for believing too much, but they are damned for unbelief. A few minutes later he stopped talking. The sky was pouring rain. Monday, June 17th, began Joseph's final week in Nauvoo. Feeling the noose tightening, he turned Nauvoo into an armed camp. When news came on Tuesday that the mob threatened extermination to the whole church in Nauvoo, he assembled the legion and addressed them from the platform of a partially constructed building across from the Nauvoo mansion. Standing in full military dress, he raised his sword to the sky and declared he would not give up without a fight. Clayton said that Joseph urged them in strong terms not to shed innocent blood, not to act in the least on the offensive but invariably on the defensive, and if we die, die like men of God and secure a glorious resurrection. Then he put the city under martial law and marched the troops up Main Street. Through the week, armed Mormons moved in from the outlying settlements to prepare for battle. Reports of armed attack on Mormon farms arrived almost daily. Joseph deployed the troops throughout the city to prevent invasions by water or land. Joseph naively believed that benevolent higher officials would rescue him. That week he penned a letter to U.S. President John Tyler asking for aid while keeping Governor Ford informed of mob action in hopes he would intervene. Joseph had earlier explained to Ford the rationale for closing the expositor, confident that he had acted legally. He never thought of himself as a lawbreaker. His reliance on the much disputed municipal court, he said, came from his desire to observe legal procedures established under the Nauvoo Charter. He admitted he may have erred in judgment. If it be so that we have erred in this thing, let the Supreme Court correct the evil. Ford acknowledged that Joseph could have been deceived by self-serving politicians into believing the municipal court was authorized to hear all cases. Joseph's great error in the expositor suppression, Ford said, was acting without allowing the proprietors to defend themselves. Joseph conceived of the suppression as an executive action of the city council. Ford thought it should have been a judicial proceeding with both sides heard. Joseph was quite willing to argue his position, but not before a Carthage court. I have ever held myself in readiness to comply with your orders and answer for my proceedings before any legal tribunal in the state, but not where the witnesses would put themselves into the power of an infuriated, bloodthirsty mob. In Missouri, witnesses sympathetic to the Mormons were subjected to intimidation. They would fare no better in Carthage. Ford did not want a repeat of the expulsion that had brought so much condemnation on Missouri. I was determined, if possible, he wrote afterwards, that the forms of law should not be made the cat's paw of a mob, to seduce these people to a quiet surrender, as the convenient victims of popular fury. On the other hand, outrage in Hancock County was fast getting out of control. Ford had to speak forcefully to the Mormons and above all bring Joseph Smith to justice or the populace would seize control. Ford dared not even call out the county militias, knowing they would turn into a mob and take vengeance on the saints. A large armed force assembled from 3 counties had turned Carthage into an armed camp as bristling as Nauvoo. These militants did not want a peaceful settlement. Even the Mormon sympathizers, the so-called Jack Mormons, would suffer in the inevitable slaughter. Ford feared for his own safety. If Joseph Smith was mistreated in court or by a mob, Would the Mormons take vengeance? Ford rather bravely thrust himself into the center of events in the futile belief he might negotiate a settlement. On Friday, June 21st, Ford arrived in Carthage and sent for Mormon representatives to tell their side of the story. Fearing to venture into the camp of his sworn enemies, Joseph sent John Taylor to speak for him. On Saturday, Ford conveyed his conclusions to the prophet. The governor dismissed the widespread rumors about Mormons burning houses or stealing horses. Only one crime stood out to Ford. Joseph had broken the law in shutting down the press without a fair hearing and must come to Carthage to stand trial. I now express to you my opinion that your conduct in the destruction of the press was a very gross outrage upon the laws and liberties of the people. It may have been full of libels, but this did not authorize you to destroy it. If Joseph did not submit to the law, there would be war. If you, by refusing to submit, shall make it necessary to call out the militia, I have great fears that your city will be destroyed and your people, many of them, exterminated. And yet the governor had no choice. If no such submission is made as I have indicated, I will be obliged to call out the militia, and if a few thousands will not be sufficient, many thousands will be. Joseph was hesitant. He wrote Ford on Saturday at noon, "We dare not come, though your excellency promises protection. Yet at the same time you have expressed fears that you could not control the mob. In which case we are left to the mercy of the merciless." But staying home was also dangerous. The militia would invade the city to capture the prophet and bloodshed would follow. Faced with this dilemma, Joseph chose to flee. In the noon letter, he told Ford that we shall leave the city forthwith, to lay the facts before the general government. Then in a rushed, broken sentence, he pleaded, "By everything that is sacred we implore your excellency to come our helpless women and children to protected from mob violence." Late Saturday night, he crossed the swollen Mississippi River. He and Hiram and Willard Richards bailed the leaky boat with their boots. While Porter Rockwell rowed. About daybreak, Joseph wrote Emma from Montrose that he was on his way to Washington. Joseph remained on the Iowa side less than 12 hours. When Rockwell returned for horses, he found frightened people in Nauvoo. They feared the posse would tear up the city in search of the prophet. Villate Kimball wrote Heber that some were tried almost to death to think Joseph should leave them in the hour of danger. 3 Mormons crossed the river with a message from the governor saying he would hunt Joseph down if he hid, and guaranteeing him a safe trial if he submitted. Hiram and Emma favored trusting to God and the courts. At 2 p.m., Joseph wrote Ford from the riverbank that he was coming in, if a protective posse could be provided. All he asked was that all be done in due form of law. By 5 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, June 23, Joseph was back in Nauvoo. He left for Carthage on Monday morning, June 24, with the 14 others charged with closing the expositor. 4 miles from his destination, he met Captain James Dunn of the McDonough County Militia with 60 mounted men under orders from Ford to collect state-issued arms in Nauvoo. Joseph countersigned the order and then returned to Nauvoo with Dunn to aid in the collection. The return gave Joseph another chance to bid his family farewell. Clayton observed that Joseph appeared to feel solemn and thoughtful, and from expressions made to several individuals he expects nothing but to be massacred. His choice was to give himself up or the city be massacred by a lawless mob. After seeing Emma one last time, Joseph again departed for Carthage, arriving at Hamilton's hotel around midnight. All the next day, Tuesday, June 25, rumors circulated about plots to kill the prophet and carry the violence to Nauvoo. To placate the armed militia in town, Ford practiced a little political theater, marching Joseph and Hiram between lines of troops curious to see the object of their hatred. In the early afternoon, Joseph wrote Emma that the governor introduced Hiram and himself in a very appropriate manner as Gen. Joseph Smith and General Hiram Smith. Joseph appreciated the use of a military title rather than the usual Joe. Optimistic for the moment, he told Emma, "I think the GIF has and will succeed in enforcing the laws. I do hope the people of Nauvoo will continue placid, pacific and prayerful." The court business of the day was to hear the charge of riot against Nauvoo's town officers. The defendants were released on bail of $500 each and bound over to the next term of the circuit court. Before the hearing, however, another charge, this one for treason, was brought against Joseph and Hiram. Not the government, but dissenter Augustine Spencer accused them of calling out the Legion to resist the state militia. The Mormons could see the dissenters were determined to keep Joseph and Hiram in Carthage on one pretext or other. Ford considered the treason charge groundless since the city had had reason to fear a mob invasion, but he refused to intervene in a judicial proceeding. The Justice of the Peace, Robert Smith, committed Joseph and Hiram to prison without a hearing, claiming he did so for their safety. John Taylor, the Mormon apostle, was furious. He told Ford if Joseph could be dragged to prison at the instance of every infernal scoundrel whose oath could be bought for a dram of whiskey, his protection availed very little. Joseph's first action the next day, Wednesday, June 26, was to appeal to the governor for release from prison. He wanted to return to the safety of Nauvoo. Every time he was escorted through town, he was in danger. Joseph was searching for any venue where a fair and safe hearing was possible. At a meeting later in the morning, he assured Governor Ford of his willingness to appear in court, but not a court controlled by enemies. Ford told Joseph he planned to take a large body of armed militia to Nauvoo the next day to search the town for the counterfeiting equipment the Mormons were suspected of operating. The show of force would placate the angry citizens, Ford initially thought, and perhaps end the crisis. The next day he changed his mind when he learned that his own officers apparently proposed taking an armed band into Nauvoo, provoking a conflict, and then driving out the Mormons or slaughtering them. Later, in his History of Illinois, Ford tells of convincing his officers that such wanton and unprovoked barbarity on their part would turn the sympathy of the people in the surrounding counties in favor of the Mormons. As Ford told the tale, a majority voted in favor of the invasion anyway. Overruling them, he decided instead to go to Nauvoo with a small number of men to search for the counterfeiting gear. A few Mormons believed that under pressure Ford agreed to sacrifice 2 lives to prevent the murder of more. Jonathan C. Wright, a Nauvoo city marshal, later testified that one of the officers urged Ford to placate the restive old citizens by allowing Joseph and Hiram to be killed. According to Wright, Colonel Enoch Marsh of Alton told Ford, "You have now got the principal men here under your own control. They are all you want. What more do you want? When they are out of the way the thing is settled, and the people will be satisfied, and that is the easiest way you can dispose of it." Wright said Marsh told him that Governor Ford concluded upon the whole that was the best policy, and I know it will be done. The affidavit, sworn to in Utah in 1855, was far from proof that Ford was complicit in the assassination, but attests to the violent proposals then in the air. At 4 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon, Joseph and Hiram were brought before Robert Smith, the Justice of the Peace, to be examined on the treason charge. The hearing was postponed until noon the next day, and later to Saturday, while the defense collected witnesses from Nauvoo, and meanwhile Joseph and Hiram returned to jail. A great deal of lore has grown up around Joseph's last night in prison where 5 friends kept him and his brother company. Hiram read passages from the Book of Mormon about prophets in prison. Joseph preached to the guards. Willard Richards went on writing until his candle gutted out. Joseph lay on the floor between John Fulmer and Dan Jones and offered Fulmer his arm for a pillow. To Jones he whispered, "Are you afraid to die?" Early on Thursday morning, June 27, Joseph wrote Emma to tell her that Ford had decided to leave his troops in Carthage rather than indulge their wish to search Nauvoo. Still trusting the governor, Joseph instructed the people to stay at home and attend to their own business and let there be no groups or gathering together unless by permission of the governor. He assured Emma that there is no danger of any exterminating order, though he was stoic about his own fate. "I am very much resigned to my lot knowing I am justified and have done the best that could be done. Give my love to the children." His last known letter was addressed to a lawyer he wished to add to his counsel. He believed his innocence could be proven in court. Thomas Ford later tried to excuse himself for leaving the Carthage Greys, one of the militia units in town, to protect the prisoners while he left for Nauvoo. The Greys had been the most hostile of the armed men gathered in Carthage. Ford admitted that he knew that this company were the enemies of the Smiths, yet I had confidence in their loyalty and integrity, because their captain was universally spoken of as a most respectable citizen and honorable man. Ford said he turned down frequent appeals to make a clean and thorough work of the matter, by exterminating the Mormons, or expelling them from the state. When the Greys assured him they would not act without his permission, he believed them. As he told the story later, He did not think they would endanger the governor's life by killing the prophet while he was in Nauvoo exposed to Mormon wrath. Ford heard rumors of assassination plots all the way to Nauvoo. Perhaps growing anxious, he postponed the search for the counterfeiting equipment and stayed only long enough to address the citizens. Arriving about 4, he went to the mansion house, shaved, and climbed on the platform of the unfinished building across the street to address the citizens. He advised the saints to lay aside their arms and warned them not to attack the dissenters' property. If they made a move, thousands would assemble for the total destruction of their city. If he attempted to protect the Mormons with force, he warned, both he and they would be exterminated. When he asked the crowd if they would abide by the law, everyone raised their hands, but secretly every breast was filled with indignation. Clayton noted in his journal, "The brethren generally have forebodings that the governor is treacherous and full of prejudice against us." They invited him to stay the night, but he left before sundown. In Carthage, the friendly jailer had moved the prisoners into his own upstairs bedroom, a room without bars on the windows. Joseph spent Thursday, June 27, preparing for the treason trial scheduled for Saturday. He gave a long list of witnesses to Cyrus Wheelock, who earlier in the day had smuggled in a 6-shooter in his overcoat. John Fulmer had previously given Joseph a single-shot pistol, which he passed along to Hiram. In mid-afternoon, according to a familiar story, John Taylor sang a poor wayfaring man of grief whether all 14 verses or not is not recorded, and then sang it again. Hiram read extracts from Josephus. At 4 a new set of 8 men replaced the afternoon guard while the main body of Carthage Greys camped a quarter of a mile away on the public square. Late in the afternoon, the jailer's boy told the prisoners the guards wanted wine. Willard Richards gave him $1. When the wine was returned, the prisoners, their spirits dull and heavy, all partook. The guard turned to leave with the bottle. At the top of the stairs, someone called him 2 or 3 times, and he went down. The prisoners heard rustling and cries, then 3 or 4 shots. Looking through the curtain from the second-story bedroom window, Willard Richards saw 100 armed men around the door. Men ran up the stairs and shots were fired through the open windows. The 4 men in the room sprang for their weapons, Joseph for the 6-shooter, Hiram for the single shot, Richards and Taylor for canes. As they threw their weight against the door, musket balls from the landing punched through. Hiram was the first to fall. A ball through the door struck him on the left side of the nose, throwing him to the floor. 3 more balls entered his thigh, torso, and shin, killing him. John Taylor was hit in the thigh and fell against the windowsill, breaking his watch. Crawling toward the bed, he was struck again in the hip. Joseph pulled the trigger 6 times into the hall, dropped the pistol on the floor, and sprang to the window. With one leg over the sill, he raised his arms in the Masonic sign of distress. A ball from the doorway struck his hip, and a shot from the outside entered his chest. Another hit under the heart and a 4th his collarbone. He fell outward crying, "Oh Lord my God!" Landing on his left side, he struggled to sit up against the curb of the well and died within seconds. Richards raised his head above the sill far enough to see that Joseph was dead and then turned to help John Taylor. Taylor's watch had stopped at 16 minutes past 5. Epilogue. You don't know me, you never will. I don't blame you for not believing my history. Had I not experienced it, I could not believe it myself. Joseph Smith, Journal, April 7, 1844. When Thomas Ford got to Carthage about 10 p.m. on June 27, many citizens were fleeing and more preparing to go. Ford himself soon hurried away, traveling through the night to arrive at Quincy on June 29. The people of Warsaw had already evacuated women and children across the river. All expected an assault from vengeful Mormons. The anti-Mormons hoped the Mormons would attack, believing it would secure their downfall. The Warsaw Signal reported that the Legion would kill Ford in Nauvoo. To have the governor of the state assassinated by the Mormons, Ford explained in his History of Illinois, the public excitement would be greatly increased against that people, and would result in their expulsion from the state at least. When nothing happened, the Signal tried to justify the murders. Is it not better that the blood of 2 guilty wretches, whose crimes have long awaited the vengeance of heaven, has been shed, and thus by cutting off the fountainhead to dry up the stream of corruption? Unfazed by the enormity of the assassination, the anti-Mormons openly asked Governor Ford for support in evicting the remaining Mormons. Weeks after the killing, the governor's agents found the temper of the people still greatly aroused against the Mormons. Ford was almost speechless with anger. In an open letter, he wrote, "I could not believe that so much stupidity and baseness, as was necessary for such an enterprise as the murder of defenseless prisoners in jail would be, could be mustered in Hancock County." In this atmosphere, the chances of convicting anyone were slight. The assassination had been a group effort with no single perpetrator obviously responsible. The mob at the jail on June 27 was composed of the militia from Warsaw and Green Plains, where Sharp's influence was paramount, and recruits from the other armed bands who had assembled in Carthage before Joseph's death. Governor Ford had disbanded both the 1,400 troops in Carthage and the 300 in Warsaw before proceeding to Nauvoo on June 27, but they reconstituted themselves as a posse comitatus, commissioned by the will of the community to rid the county of an offending nuisance. With the Carthage Greys 700 yards away on the town square, 100 or more men, their faces black to hide their identities, sneaked into town in the late afternoon, hiding behind a rail fence and then suddenly rushing the jail. In the confusion of the attack, it would have been difficult even for those present to know which of the men killed the two Smiths. Willard Richards and John Taylor compiled a list of 16 people they recognized in the mob. Sheriff Jacob Backensters, a friendly non-Mormon, provided the names of 60 men, largely from Warsaw, Green Plains and Carthage, who took an active part. Rather than charging everyone involved, Governor Ford recommended bringing charges against the vigilante leaders. Eventually the first 5 men on Backensters' list stood trial in May 1845, Thomas Sharp, editor of the Warsaw Signal, Colonel Levi Williams of Green Plains, Jacob C. Davis, a Warsaw lawyer and state senator, Mark Aldrich, a Warsaw land agent, and William N. Grover, a Warsaw lawyer. At the trial, the defense argued that no single individual could be held responsible for the deaths of Joseph and Hiram when the assassins were carrying out their will of the people. If the defendants were guilty, then so too were every man, woman and child in the county guilty. After 6 days of testimony, the jury acquitted the defendants. O. H. Browning, the skillful attorney for the defense, had persuaded the judge, Richard M. Young, to dismiss the impaneled jury because of bias and to select special court agents, called elicers, to choose potential jurors from the onlookers. Since, to avoid confrontations, Mormons had decided not to attend the trial, none of them were in the pool. By this clever device, Mormons were excluded from the jury, though they were nearly a majority in the county. After his acquittal, Sharp continued to lead the opposition until the Mormons evacuated Nauvoo in the spring of 1846. Then he and the other anti-Mormon leaders receded back into the ordinary routines of small-town life. Sharp gave up the Warsaw Signal and became a justice of the peace. He served 3 terms as mayor of Warsaw, and a term as judge of Hancock County. No further causes aroused anything near the passion of his anti-Mormon campaign. The other defendants led similarly conventional lives. 2 of the accused were elected to state and territorial legislatures. 2 were postmasters. 1 was appointed U.S. District Attorney. Anti-Mormon fury had erupted out of these otherwise unexceptional lives. Quite ordinary people were roused to levels of hatred and fear they never reached at any other time. The unfortunate victims of this assassination were generally and thoroughly hated throughout the country, Ford told the Mormons, thinking of the area around Hancock County. Among their nearest neighbors, Mormons were as generally detested as abolitionists in the antebellum South and, later, black freedmen during Reconstruction. One can only speculate on the reasons. It was not a hatred of the alien. The role of a prophet was well known to every believer in the Bible. It was more a fear of the familiar gone awry. Joseph was hated for twisting the common faith in biblical prophets into the visage of the arrogant fanatic, just as the abolitionists twisted the principle of equal rights into an attack on property and slaves. Both turned something powerful and valued into something dangerous. Frustrated and infuriated, ordinary people trampled down law and democratic order to destroy their imagined enemies. The Mormons scarcely knew how to react to the hatred and violence of the old citizens. After binding up John Taylor's wounds, Willard Richards wrote from the jail, "Joseph and Hiram are dead. The citizens here are afraid of the Mormons attacking them. I promised them no." At midnight he wrote again repeating his warning to Emma and Jonathan Dunham of the Nauvoo Legion, "I have pledged my word the Mormons will stay at home and no violence will be on their part." The governor's aides helped wash Joseph's and Hiram's bodies, and in the morning, They were placed in oak boxes, loaded onto 2 wagons, and covered with brush to shade them from the sun. A mile from Nauvoo, the cortege was met by several thousand people who followed the wagons to the Nauvoo mansion. Speakers mounted the platform on the unfinished buildings across the street where 10 days earlier Joseph had rallied the Legion and just the day before Governor Ford had addressed the saints. Willard Richards spoke with the earnestness of a hungry man begging for bread, to trust in the law for redress, and when that failed, to call upon God to avenge us of our wrongs. In the mansion house, the bodies were washed again, and George Cannon took impressions for death masks. The bodies were dressed in white, shirt, pants, stockings, neckerchief, and shroud, and from early Saturday morning until late afternoon the saints passed through the house. "Joseph looks very natural," Clayton commented, "except being pale through loss of blood. Hiram, who had been hit in the nose by a musket ball, does not look so natural." To foil any attempts to steal the bodies, the coffins were removed from the outer boxes, sandbags put in their places, and the boxes buried in the city graveyard. The actual coffins with the bodies inside were buried in the basement of the unfinished Nauvoo house. In the fall, the coffins were reburied in unmarked graves near the Smiths' original Nauvoo homestead on the banks of the Mississippi. The tomb near the temple where Joseph had hoped to be buried alongside his family did not receive him after all. In 1928, he was reinterred near the original graves with Hiram on his left and Emma on his right. Tossed by a storm of conflicting feelings, Nauvoo was caught between an impulse to seek vengeance and a realistic fear of the consequences. "A few words," Clayton wrote on June 28, "would raise the city in arms and massacre the cities of Carthage, Warsaw, lay them in ashes, but it is wisdom to be quiet." The saints were still surrounded by a mob and threatened to be exterminated. When leaders spoke, the city was exhorted to be peaceable and calm and use no threats. Most fell back into mournful resignation. All seemed to hang on the mercy of God and wait further events. The 2 agents sent by the governor to size up the situation in Nauvoo found everything quiet. The Mormons were disposed to obey the laws, neither to retaliate the deaths of the Smiths. Richards said the saints entered into covenants with the governor not to avenge the blood of the martyrs. Emma, whose tortured relationship with Joseph had blighted her last years as his wife, struggled between her belief in him as a prophet and her love for him as a man. Her affection remained. Her son remembered her saying softly over his dead body, "Oh, Joseph, Joseph, my husband, have they taken you from me at last?" When the bodies of Hiram and Joseph were moved to the homestead site, she had a lock of her husband's hair snipped for a locket she wore all her life. Emma's alienation from the main body of the church began almost immediately. Joseph left behind 5 children, the adopted Julia Murdoch, age 13, Joseph III, 11, Frederick Granger Williams, nearly 8, Alexander Hale, 6, and the unborn David Hiram. Emma thought immediately of her family's security. At issue was property. She wanted to preserve her assets from inclusion with the churches, a nearly impossible distinction to maintain. William Clayton felt she was grasping and unreasonable, and Brigham Young was suspicious. Uneasy in dealing with this powerful, willful woman, they left her out of their councils and even their socials. Her known opposition to plural marriage made her doubly troublesome. When most of the saints moved west, she stayed behind. Knowing her life was in danger when anti-Mormon forces laid siege to the city, she moved temporarily to Fulton, Illinois, but returned to Nauvoo after 6 months and remained there the rest of her life. She lived to the end in the house she and Joseph had occupied and where his portrait hung on the wall. The property she held on to, the Nauvoo mansion, the Nauvoo house, the homestead, and the farm, provided her a living but not an easy one. Responsibility for many of Joseph's debts reduced her resources drastically. In 1847, Emma married Major Louis Biderman, who had taken the Mormons' part during the battle for Nauvoo without becoming a believer. He was an enterprising man who made good use of Emma's property. At a low point after the Mormons left, he spent a fruitless year in the California goldfields. Biderman had fathered an illegitimate child before marrying Emma, his 3rd wife, and at age 62 sired another. Emma generously brought up the youngest. Despite these lapses, the couple showed genuine affection for each other. Emma's children called Biderman aka Pa. With Joseph gone from her life, Emma withdrew from religion. She was reluctant to talk about Mormonism. Approached by representatives of one of the Mormon churches that sprang up after the Exodus, She told them, "I have always avoided talking to my children about having anything to do in the church, for I have suffered so much I have dreaded to have them take any part in it." Her sons grew up believing the Bible and the Book of Mormon but with little knowledge of their father's teachings, and none about plural marriage. Eventually the Reform Mormons who founded the reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, made up of saints who had not gone west, persuaded Joseph III to take the leadership. Emma joined but never took a leading role. She fended off Joseph III's increasingly urgent questions about plural marriage, leaving the impression that her husband had never supported the principle but keeping the door open for the revelation she knew he had received. When asked about the Book of Mormon and Joseph's translation, she professed complete belief. Like the 1844 Reform group led by William Law, she believed in the early Joseph whose doctrines conformed to conventional Christianity. Until her death in 1879, the memory she chose to perpetuate for her children was of this milder prophet rather than the religious revolutionary of the Nauvoo years. Others tried to claim Joseph's memory to consolidate their power in the church. Joseph had never explicitly named a successor, and events complicated the natural descent of authority. The two remaining Smith brothers were in line because of kinship. Clayton said confidently that Joseph had said if he and Hiram were taken away Samuel H. Smith would be his successor, but Samuel died on July 30 from bilious fever, leaving only William Smith. Lucy Smith campaigned for William to become presiding patriarch, Hiram's office at his death, and after receiving that ordination, he made a bid for the church presidency, but his unstable character kept him from being a serious contender. William was excommunicated in 1845, for teaching plural marriage illegally and opposing the leadership of Brigham Young. For years he wandered erratically from one variant of Mormonism to another, finally settling in the reorganized branch of Mormonism. James J. Strang, who was baptized only in February 1844, claimed that Joseph had written a letter commissioning him to lead the church. Although the letter proved to be counterfeit, Strang leveraged his slight claim to authority by recording new revelations, using a seer stone, and saying an angel ordained him in direct imitation of Joseph. Strang practiced baptism for the dead, instituted an endowment ceremony, restored the order of Enoch, and prospered until he began polygamy. Charismatic and colorful, Strang attracted 2,000 followers, among them Martin Harris, and John C. Bennett, whose dreams of a religious empire persisted despite his opposition to Joseph. Strang imitated Joseph in death as in life. In 1856, he was assassinated by dissenters and non-Mormons. Sidney Rigdon's claim was undercut by his intermittent involvement at Nauvoo. Rigdon had dropped out of the first presidency after imprisonment in Missouri in 1839, hampered by his own reticence and ill health. In 1842, after breaking with Joseph over the prophet's proposal of plural marriage to Rigdon's daughter Nancy, he was suspected of sympathizing with John C. Bennett. A year later Joseph tried to remove Rigdon from the presidency. In early 1844, however, after Law's defection, Rigdon to his great delight was restored to the inner councils of the church. In June, to keep out of harm's way, he went to Pittsburgh. Upon hearing of Joseph's death, he speedily returned. In a public meeting in August, Rigdon reported a vision where the Lord had shown him there must be a guardian appointed to build the church up to Joseph. Rigdon's main point was that this church must be built up to Joseph, and that all the blessings we receive must come through him. I have been ordained a spokesman to Joseph, and I must come to Nauvoo and see that the church is governed in a proper manner. Joseph sustains the same relationship to this church as he has always done. No man can be the successor of Joseph. The martyred prophet is still the head of this church. It was a remarkable argument. Rigdon was in effect denying Joseph's death. Joseph remained the head of the church, and Rigdon was only commanded to speak for him. In a sense, all the claimants drew Joseph's mantle around them. They were not successors but agents or replicas of the man who had dominated the Mormon movement for 14 years. Brigham Young, president of the 12, presided at the meeting where Rigdon made his case. Young took another approach, proposing that the 12 lead the church. In later accounting, his supporters in the audience thought he looked like Joseph standing there. One couple wrote that Young favors Br. Joseph, both in person and manner of speaking more than any person ever you saw, looks like another. Wilford Woodruff said, it was evident to the saints that the mantle of Joseph had fallen upon Brigham Young. As the years went by, The resemblance stories accumulated. Scores of people remembered thinking Joseph stood before their eyes. When Young rose to speak, said George Morris, I was sitting right before him holding down my head, reflecting about what Rigdon had said. When I was startled by hearing Joseph's voice, he had a way of clearing his throat before he began to speak, by a peculiar effort of his own. Like Ahem, I raised my head suddenly, and the first thing I saw was Joseph. These reminiscences were offered as faith-promoting stories, as if the Lord vouched for Young by showing him to be another Joseph. At the August meeting when the issue was posed, the congregation sustained Brigham Young and the 12 as the new presidency with little visible resistance. Rigdon, increasingly erratic thereafter, left for Pennsylvania, where the remnant churches he formed faded in and out of existence until he died in New York in 1876. Calling on Joseph's charisma was one approach to succeeding him. Another was to rely on his organization. Who had the right to be president? Brigham Young instinctively made succession a priesthood issue. When he heard of Joseph's death, the first thing he wondered was whether Joseph had taken the keys of the kingdom with him from the earth, meaning priesthood authority. Young was thinking not of Joseph, but of Joseph's system of priesthood keys and councils. Once he came to the conclusion that the keys had remained with the church, and the 12 possessed them, the right course was obvious. The 12 should become the new first presidency. When he spoke to the saints in the August meeting in Nauvoo, he said he wanted to speak of the organization of the church. Appealing to the church on these terms assumed that the members had incorporated the constitution of priesthood authority into their thinking. Young's case worked because Joseph had laid the foundation in the early years. He had organized the church by councils and then invested this governance system with charisma. The priesthood who manned the councils had keys, the powers to act for God. Young's success demonstrated that the church now existed in the minds of thousands of Mormons. In 1846, over 10,000 of them would march across the plains under Young's direction. Before they left, they labored on the temple down to the final hour in order to receive the endowment they were convinced would exalt them. They did these things within the framework of a religious culture that had come into being in the 14 years since Joseph organized the Church of Christ in 1830 with a few dozen members. Obituaries. In the months after Joseph Smith's assassination, newspaper editors wrote more about his death than his life. The brutality of popular anger fascinated them more than the visionary who had passed from their midst. They condemned the assassination, or justified it, and said nothing about Joseph's mark on history. No one asked what Joseph Smith had accomplished during his 38 years on earth. Within the church, someone, probably John Taylor, wrote a tribute. One paragraph listed the accomplishments from the believer's point of view. Joseph Smith, the prophet and seer of the Lord, has done more, save Jesus only, for the salvation of men in this world, than any other man that ever lived in it. In the short space of 20 years, he has brought forth the Book of Mormon, which he translated by the gift and power of God, and has been the means of publishing it on 2 continents, has sent the fullness of the everlasting gospel which it contained, to the 4 quarters of the earth, has brought forth the revelations and commandments which compose this book of doctrine and covenants, and many other wise documents and instructions for the benefit of the children of men, gathered many thousands of the Latter-day Saints, founded a great city and left a fame and name that cannot be slain. The statement was remarkable for making Joseph almost purely a prophet. His personal virtues and defects, his family and friends, the affection of his people were left out, and not unjustly. His followers had thought of him first and foremost as a prophet ever since John Whitmer recorded his name in the history book as Joseph the Seer. He had never been considered a model man, nor had he encouraged adulation. "I do not wish to be a great deal better than anybody else," he told one congregation. His ambition was invested in what he called the work. The newspaper editors, almost without exception, thought of him as a religious fanatic. In a July 1844 article, the Quincy Whig, one of the moderate Illinois presses, regretted Smith's murder but found good reason for it. The aim and object of him, who called himself their prophet, was to collect about him a people, devoted to his will and obedient to all his commands. To this end he pretended to be inspired by God himself, to be favored with frequent revelations, and to announce to his followers, from time to time, the commands of the great Jehovah. The Mormons thus associated and thus taught, have been the blind, fanatical, unreasoning followers of such an arch-impostor. Nothing admirable or even interesting could make its way past this fixed view of the impostor and his followers. The character of the fanatic was like racial stereotypes in excluding human qualities. Outside observers saw only a man who pretended to be inspired of God and made himself master of thousands. No one saw him as a biblical prophet. James Gordon Bennett, the energetic editor of the New York Herald, famous for his interest in the bizarre and sensational, came closer to understanding Joseph's historical role. Bennett had been the first New York City reporter to cover Mormonism. In 1831, when he toured upstate New York, all he could learn about Joseph Smith was that he hung round the villages and strolled round the taverns without any end or aim, without any positive defect or as little merit in his character. A decade later, in 1842, after years of running Mormon stories in the Herald, Bennett published a report from a Nauvoo correspondent. The Mormons, under the guidance of their great prophet and seer, the famous Joe Smith, it was reported, are organizing a religious empire in the far west that will astonish the world in these latter days. Bennett's correspondent sensed that Mormonism was more than a church. The article said that Joseph Smith was without a parallel in the history of nations since the time of Muhammad. Both combined religion, political, moral, and social institutions in one mass of legislation and empire. The Herald's florid picture came close to describing Joseph's own ambitions for the Latter-day Saints, although he would have preferred Zion or the Kingdom of God as a name rather than empire. Almost from the beginning, he wanted more than a church. He was not satisfied with conversions or building up a congregation. 6 months after the organization of the church, the revelations directed him to organize Zion. The word implied a society, and in Joseph's revelations, Zion became a city. The unit of organization was not the parish or the synod but the community. He worked all his life to organize communities, and in the end he succeeded. The judgment of history has been that Joseph's great achievement was the creation of the Mormon people. Forming a kingdom was exactly what the critics feared. To them, the church looked like an authoritarian regime with Joseph as the potentate. And yet this Zion was in its way democratic. The historian Nathan Hatch has observed that Joseph used his immense authority to return power to illiterate men. His was a religion for and by the people. It was not of the people. Electoral democracy was absent. But if democracy means participation in government, no church was more democratic. Joseph was a plain man himself, and he let plain men run the councils and preside over the congregations. They were ordained elders and high priests, and they did the preaching. In his theology, an exceptional people could aspire to the highest imaginable glory. In belated recognition of this populist side, Joseph Smith's Mormonism came to be understood in the 20th century as an American religion. That Mormonism was profoundly if strangely democratic was to the saints themselves, of course, secondary. Democracy was not mentioned in the hymn that William Phelps wrote for the dedication of the Kirtland Temple. The Spirit of God like a fire is burning, the latter-day glory begins to come forth, the visions and blessings of old are returning, the angels are coming to visit the earth. We call in our solemn assemblies, in spirit, to spread forth the kingdom of heaven abroad, that we through our faith may begin to inherit the visions, and blessings, and glories of God. For Phelps, and probably all the saints in Kirtland, Joseph's work was not about democracy but about knowledge, power, visions, and blessings. The saints believed that Joseph brought in the latter-day glory. They were happy to grant him the authority of a prophet if he would connect them with heaven, and that was the key to his success. The saints' belief was the cement of the Zion Society. Mormon communities were held together by their faith in the religious culture Joseph created, the theology, cosmology, and ritual order pointing toward exaltation. The ideal of this social order was peace and righteousness, but every year of his 14 years as head of the church, he faced opposition from within and without. Instead of the unity and peace he desired, there was conflict and anxiety. The church suffered one debilitating setback after another. Skepticism and ridicule escalated into physical attacks, expulsion, and finally murder. Contention could have broken the church, and many members did fade away or stomp off in anger, but Joseph never wavered, and the church survived. Only a person of powerful conviction could have remained productive and hopeful through the discouragements. For years, the kingdom existed primarily in Joseph's mind. He was one of those unlettered men who could have built a railroad or governed a state. Josiah Quincy saw in him that kingly faculty which directs, as by intrinsic right. But where his powers came from is a mystery. His upbringing seems so inadequate to his ambitions. He was undoubtedly blessed with intelligence and will, and the Bible, his chief cultural resource, was a trove of possibilities. But how was he able to perceive what lay in its pages? Whence the new scripture, the global schemes for a kingdom, the stories of eternity? He lacked the learning to conceive of the world on such a scale. His people marveled that he did so much when he was just one of them, and his accomplishments, translations, cities, missions, gatherings, priesthoods, temples, cosmologies, governments, are astonishing by any standard. Joseph Smith himself did not take credit for his achievements. All he could speak of was his marvelous experience. Perhaps his signal trait was trust in his own inspiration. He knew he was no more than a rough stone cut from a Vermont hillside. He told one audience he was but a man, a plain, untutored man, seeking what he should do to be saved. But his revelations enabled him, as one scholar has said of prophets, to do unaccustomed things. It was his calling, as Joseph himself put it, to lay a foundation that will revolutionize the whole world.